Fool's Gold. A Sam Harris Adventure, Book 1. Written by P.J. Skinner. Narrated by Google Play AI. Prologue. Lindis Roads, 1987. The gods had smiled on Mike Morton, and not for the first time. He heaved a sigh of relief and gazed over the railings of the yacht. Shoals of bright fish glided past the hull in the translucent water, their scales flashing in the sunlight. Last night's dinner with his backer, Edward Beckett, had begun in acrimony, and could have been their last together. Despite the intense heat of the Mediterranean morning, the memory of Edward's verbal attack made him shiver. "The whole Sierramar venture's been a complete cock-up," said Edward, his face purple with fury. "My money got flushed down the drain, and we've got nothing to show for it. You spend it faster than my wife does." "Things haven't gone as planned yet, but it's new ground for us," said Mike. "We need to give it time." "That isn't an excuse. I'd expect better from you. I don't know why I waste my money funding your far-fetched schemes." Mike soldiered on. "Don't give up now. There's still plenty of opportunity to make a big discovery. We need to chalk this setback down to experience," he said. "Experience, eh? In my humble opinion, that's exactly what we're lacking. We need a geologist." "Well, yes, in ideal circumstances, but we'll have to pay for one, and they aren't two a penny." Edward had glared at him over the lip of his glass, his gray eyes empty like a shark circling its prey. "You mean I'll have to?" Mike needed a distraction. He spotted a young woman sitting alone in the corner of the restaurant, eating her meal with the ferocity of someone from a large family or a stint at boarding school. "Hungry?" he said, trying to be funny. Her face had colored a bright traffic light red. She ate the last mouthful, chewing with savage intent. "I apologize for my friend," said Edward, rolling his eyes. "He has no class. What's your name?" "Sam Harris." The young woman gathered her things and stood up to leave. "Don't go. I didn't mean to embarrass you," said Mike. She wavered. Despite her scarlet face, Sam was attractive in a boyish way, not the type of woman who interested him, but there was something about her, an independent spirit, a proud bearing. Her obvious disinterest in their attention had only made her more intriguing. He plowed on. "Are you alone?" "Damn. The wrong thing to say." Sam frowned and folded her arms over the book she carried. "Ignore my friend. He's a walking faux pas," said Edward. "Are you enjoying your holiday?" "I'm not on holiday. I'm writing the dissertation for my master's degree," she said. The two men looked at each other. "What subject?" said Edward. "Geology," she said, heading for the exit. Mike glanced at her to see if she was joking, but her rigid back told him she was not. She hit the doorframe at speed and stumbled like a startled deer. "Are you okay?" said Edward. But she had left, rubbing her shoulder as she took the stairs two at a time. An opportunity lost? Mike pretended to be sanguine. He raised an eyebrow at his companion, who looked amused and raised both in reply. "So what were we saying about needing a geologist?" said Edward. He chortled into his whiskey. Mike snorted. He was not happy about being upstaged, but Sam had saved his bacon. He smiled at Edward, the tension dissipating from his broad back as he registered the change in mood. "The one who got away," said his friend. "No woman has ever escaped from me. When I want a geologist, I snap my fingers," said Mike. "So you'd employ a female geologist then? I didn't realize you were a feminist." Edward, where have you been all your life? I guarantee you she's desperate for a job. She hasn't a chance of being offered work in mining. It's almost 100% male-dominated. It might be 1987, but she hasn't a hope of being taken on in the real world." Edward rubbed his chin, his manicured nails catching the light. "You may have a point," he said. Well, Lindis is a small town. You're sure to see her again. I suppose it's worth a try. Mike sighed with relief. She'll come cheap and accept crap conditions. It's a win-win for us. You're even more of a bastard than I thought you were, said Edward. Don't tell my wife. She'll start a diatribe on women's lib. Do you fancy one for the road? Yes, that sounds good. Waiter? Chapter 1. On her return to London, Sam stayed at her Aunt Charlotte's home in Chelsea, a cozy two-up, two-down Victorian terrace house lined in books and paintings on a side street behind the King's Road. With the encouragement of an infinite supply of coffee and cake, it didn't take her long to finish her dissertation. She put the document into her satchel and held it tight as she traveled by bus to the university. She entered the bowels of the faculty building and queued for a photocopier. Luckily, she had finished her dissertation ahead of the crowd and didn't have to wait for long. She made several copies and bound them with plastic combs. Once they were ready, she handed them in at the geology department, bumping into several of her year who were doing the same thing. Following an impromptu drink in the university bar, she attended an appointment with the careers office, buoyed by a couple of pints of Guinness and some fighting talk from the other graduates in her year. Like her, they were all contending with a falling jobs market and empty resumes. Unlike her, they were male, but they all admired her spunk at entering such a male domain and said so. After the interview, she headed for home, her bubble pricked and her head spinning with thoughts about her insecure future. The career advisor had shaken his head at her optimism. You're ahead of your time, Sam. I'm not sure the world of exploration is ready for women. You might be better advised to try for a doctorate. I don't think academia is ready for me. I wouldn't fit well into the world of quiet corridors and tweed suits, said Sam. I can't stop you trying, but you have to be realistic. The closest you may get is a secretarial position in one of the large oil companies. Yes, well, you don't know that. I'm not giving up before I've even started. She had left with a bitter taste in her mouth. Have I made a terrible mistake? What about my student loans? Sam's Aunt Lottie opened the front door of the house as she struggled to get the key in the lock, almost throwing her to the floor. A man telephoned, looking for you. He said his name was Morton. Is he a new boyfriend? Sam flushed with excitement. Mike Morton's offer had been serious. Given the option of a job in Sierramar, whatever it paid, there was no chance of her turning it down. Being pragmatic, she had already decided that if he didn't ring her, she would take temporary secretarial work until something better came along. Temp work paid well, and she had a good typing speed after doing her dissertation. At least she would earn money instead of sitting at home moping, and if she worked in an oil company, she would hear of any job opportunities as a geologist. Not really, Lottie. I'm hoping he might offer me a job. A job? How splendid. Do I know him? I don't think so. I met him in Greece. He stayed on a yacht. Sounds like a wonderful boyfriend, said Lottie. Too old, I'm afraid, and too married. Ah, that is a problem. The job will have to do instead. When did he want to meet me? Tomorrow at 1 o'clock in that little bistro on the King's Road, opposite Boots. I know the one you mean. Thank you. Perhaps he'll get divorced, said her aunt, an eternal optimist where Sam was concerned. Sam had not told her about the reasons for her breakup with her last boyfriend, Simon, and Lottie was unaware of her niece's determination to avoid boyfriends for the foreseeable future. Maybe, said Sam, who had no intention of ever getting married, but had given up telling people this as they appeared to think it was compulsory, like being born and dying. The next day, Sam arrived at the bistro 10 minutes early. She had paid more attention than usual to her appearance. Her straight light brown hair hung to her shoulders, and she wore a silk shirt that made her green eyes pop. The waiter showed her to a table with a red checked tablecloth and a candle holder made from an empty bottle of Mateus Rosé. The minutes passed with no sign of Mike. She tried not to get concerned, or to consider the possibility he might not turn up at all. She picked at the wax running down the neck of the bottle, flicking the pieces across her plate. The waiter glared at her, so she transferred her attention to the breadsticks instead. Mike strolled in as she finished the last one. He was 20 minutes late, but he did not apologize. Sam doubted if he even noticed that she had been waiting. "Ah, Sam, you're here. Good. How are you? Did you have a pleasant trip home?" said Mike. "Fine, thank you." "And you?" said Sam. "Good, thanks." "Master's finished?" "Yes, I handed in my dissertation yesterday. Well, they still have to tell me if I've passed or failed, but I've no worries on that front." "Excellent. Shall we order?" He signaled to the waiter who, to Mike's obvious exasperation, described the menu in great detail. "Don't bother with all that," he said. "I'll have the rack of lamb." "Me too, please," said Sam, thrilled to order her favorite, which was normally way beyond her budget. Mike got down to business. "I want you to come and work with me in Sierramar," he said. Sam gulped and searched for an answer. "Is this really happening? I can't believe it." "I'd love to," she answered. "What sort of work would I do there?" "You'd be my project manager, reviewing the exploration projects I get offered in Sierramar, and rule out the scams and worthless properties." Project manager? The title sounds wonderful, but am I qualified to do it? I have a strong nose for bullshit, but is that enough? Don't let him see you are wavering. "When do I start?" she said. "Straight away. As soon as I can organize you a ticket. You can go on a tourist visa for the time being. We'll see about getting you a work visa once you've settled in." Sam felt faint with excitement, but he had omitted to mention an important element. Mike had not told her what salary she would receive. She would have worked for free, but she couldn't tell Mike that. Ask him. "How much will I earn?" He looked nonplussed for a second, as if it had never occurred to him that she would expect payment. He fiddled with his napkin. I can't afford to pay you a salary in cash." He raised his head and looked her straight in the eye, his voice more confident. "But I'll give you shares in the venture, which will be worth a fortune when the company floats on the stock exchange." Sam had no experience of owning shares in a startup company, but she understood what it meant money-wise. Her father had invested in a few risky schemes, casino money, and lost the lot, including in some of Morton's. She didn't want to risk annoying Mike and changing his mind, but she had no cash left after funding her master's degree. "So how will I pay for my expenses in Sierramar?" she said. "I'll pay your round-trip ticket to Calderon, and put you up in the company apartment while you're there. I'll cover your board and lodgings, and give you petty cash for the occasional trip to the disco. You won't need much money if you're working in the jungle most of the time." "And when are you planning on floating the company?" "I'm not sure. Probably in a year or so. That depends on you too. If we get a good portfolio of properties together quickly, it might be sooner," said Mike, avoiding her inquiring glance. "That's quite a long time to work with no salary," said Sam. Annoyance and frustration showed on Mike's face. Sam forced herself to think rationally. He is banking on me being desperate. I'm honest to a fault, a character trait Mike is not familiar with. He needs to work with someone he can trust, someone cheap. I must call his bluff. And she needed this job. There was no likelihood of being offered anything else in this market. The recruitment guy at university had made that crystal clear. This was a unique opportunity, and she wanted it. She forced herself to explain. "The thing is," she said, "I took out a loan to pay for my master's degree. I must cover the repayments if I'm to accept the position." "How much are you repaying a month?" said Mike. £100. The expression on Mike's face showed he had imagined a much bigger payment. He relaxed and smiled. I think I can manage that. Give me your bank details, and I'll organize a monthly transfer. Does that suit you? Sam didn't know Mike well enough to question the likelihood of him setting up a monthly payment into her bank account. From her father's experience, she doubted the chances of a rich haul from one of Mike's schemes, but having a geology job on her CV was priceless. She had also told a white lie, as she only had to pay the bank £50 a month, but she wanted to have some pocket money and she would not beg. I'd be happy to go to Sierramar. You won't be sorry. I'm a quick learner and I love working in the field, said Sam. Another white lie. The only time she had been in the field was during geology trips at university, when she had slept in a hotel or hostel. She had no idea what it would be like in a jungle, or if she could cope with the limited facilities. There was only one way to find out. Besides, it was exciting to be offered a job. Finding work as a junior geologist could be difficult at the best of times. This seemed like a genuine launching pad for her career, and she could learn to speak better Spanish too. Okay then, he said. Sort yourself out, and I'll phone you when I have your ticket. In a state of high excitement, Sam journeyed to her parents' house to retrieve her field gear from the loft, where it had festered since her last field trip to a freezing Scottish hillside. Her mother, Matilda Harris, let her in, and almost got knocked to the floor as Sam rushed upstairs to pull the rickety ladder down from the loft door. She surveyed Sam's antics with concern as Sam reached into the cobweb-filled darkness and pulled the bag toward her, smelling the contents with caution. Yuck, it stinks, she said. She dropped the rucksack at her mother's feet. Matilda Harris jumped backwards. Do be careful, darling. Those steps are lethal, she shouted up at Sam. Don't worry. I've finished. I'll be down in a minute. Just shutting the hatch. We're so excited they have offered you a job. Where will you be working? Said Matilda. Sierramar. That sounds rather exotic. South America, isn't it? Which company? None of the companies are hiring right now, because of the recession. Do you remember Mike Morton? Said Sam, biting her lip. How could I forget? I met him on holiday in Lindis, and he's offered me a job. Mike Morton offered you a job? Her mother did not hide the disapproval in her voice. Hardly surprising under the circumstances, but Sam pretended not to notice. I can't believe it. I'm so excited, she said. That's nice, dear, her mother said. She picked Sam's rucksack off the floor and sniffed it, wrinkling her nose in disgust. These clothes smell terrible. Do you want me to wash them? If you stay the night, I can put them in the dryer, and they'll be ready for you in the morning. I've put clean sheets on your bed, and we're having lamb chops for supper. Sam thought about refusing, but she wasn't sure how easy it would be to get anything washed in Sierramar, and she needed babying before her first big trip. Also, she noticed the strategic bribe of lamb chops her mother considered a deal-maker. Matilda Harris didn't know Sam had eaten the same dish with Mike days earlier. Yes please, Mummy. You're an angel. She hadn't expected her mother to be keen on her going to Sierramar with Mike Morton. That her new employer had swindled her father made Sam uncomfortable, but at least she understood who she was dealing with. Mike offered the chance of a kickstart for her budding career and proper geological experience on her resume. She would do whatever it took to succeed in a world where women were not yet welcome. But first, she needed some moral support. Her sister Hannah would understand. Hannah was the antithesis of Sam, similar in height and build, but in character they were poles apart. Older by a year and bossy with it, she had confidence which eluded Sam and a conservative outlook on life. Feminine and girly with it, she couldn't understand why her sister acted more like a brother and wouldn't play with dolls or steal their mother's lipstick. She could be economical with the truth and let Sam take the blame for misdemeanors when they were younger. This had not affected their deep bond, and they always agreed on important matters. I hear you've got a job. That's brilliant, said Hannah. Yes, I'm off to the tropics, said Sam. That's amazing. Who will you be working for? Sam hesitated. Mike Morton. Hannah's eyes widened. Jesus. Are you serious? Mike the swindler Morton. Don't be like that. He's not all bad. Are you sure this is a good idea? Said Hannah. I have the choice between temping in tights or going off to the jungle like Indiana Jones. What would you do? Well, I like working in an office. I meant what would you do if you were me, silly? I hate tights and offices. This may be my only chance to be a real geologist. How much are you getting paid? I'm getting paid in shares, and he's paying my expenses. Is this a joke? You'll never get paid anything, said Hannah. It's my dream. I don't need money. I need a job on my CV so I can kickstart my career. It'll be fun and great to experience something new. I can learn more Spanish too. Couldn't you just go to Malaga and pick up a waiter? Said Hannah. Don't be silly. It will be great. Think of it as a free holiday to Sierramar, with expenses paid and a boost to my CV. Now you put it like that, I suppose it could be exciting. Exactly, and I love an adventure, said Sam. They both snorted. And on the positive side, Simon will be 6,000 miles away, said Sam. Now that is positive. Okay, you've won me over. Have a fantastic time. Will you be able to call me? Thanks. I will, though I'm not sure if I can call you. I imagine it's expensive from over there. How about a postcard? A postcard? Lots of postcards would be better, said Hannah. Okay, lots of postcards. See you soon. Bye, sis. Later, while Sam watched television in the sitting room, Matilda Harris cornered her husband in the kitchen. I'm not enthusiastic about Sam working with that man, she said. Do you think it's a good idea? Ah yes, the dreaded Mike Morton, scourge of the private investor, said Bill Harris. Don't joke, darling, this is serious. It certainly is. That man took my money and made it disappear. His wife looked cross, and he raised a conciliatory hand to her face. I understand you're annoyed, pumpkin, but it's a job. Experience is worth its weight in gold these days. But what sort of experience will it be? Will he ever pay her? Said Matilda. I doubt it, but I don't think that's the point. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her bank account and make up for any shortfall. She told me he's only paying her £100 a month. Even he should be able to manage that, said Bill. How much? 100 a month. But that's terrible. We should stop her going. No, I don't think so. Even if she gets no money, she'll have valuable experience, which will give her more chance of getting the next job, one that pays. It may even get her past the women can't work in mining thing, he sighed. Poor old Sam. She's such an idealist. No one can tell her women's lib is a pipe dream, and most people don't believe men and women are equal. She's always wanted to be a boy, ever since she was little. Do you remember how furious she got when I told her it wasn't possible? I despair of her ever settling down to a normal life like her sister, said Matilda. Sam will be fine, darling. You'll see. A trip to the jungle could be what she needs to work things out. She can look after herself. She's tough, she's got your genes. You're right. Anyway, she's so excited. Did you see the way her eyes are shining? Nothing will stop her now. They kept their counsel and waved Sam off the next day without giving her a lecture on the evils of Mike Morton. Her father had tried a word of caution, but Sam didn't want to hear anything bad about her new boss. I'm a grown-up, Daddy. He's no angel, but I'm not naive. I know what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. It'll be fun. Watch out for those Latino men, quipped her father. I'd say Mike Morton is far more dangerous, muttered her mother. Sam shrugged off her parents' worries. Working with a dodgy entrepreneur who couldn't pay her in cash and might not pay her at all wasn't the most desirable of situations, but having experience on her resume represented the key to getting better paid work. She couldn't resist the chance of adventure that Sierramar offered. She could not guess what awaited her in the mountains and coastal jungles, but she was off to Latin America, if not to make her fortune, at least to make a start on her career. When the doorbell rang at the house on Eaton Square, Edward Beckett and his wife Ophelia were in the throes of a bitter argument. Why do you tolerate him? He's a charlatan, said Ophelia. Now, darling, don't be a bore. We've already talked about this. It's my money, and I have a right to enjoy it. I earned it. But why waste it on his cockeyed schemes? It's not a waste. I love the thrill of the chase. It's more than unlikely that we'll ever strike it rich, but I enjoy funding a ludicrous adventure now and again, said Edward. Ludicrous. Yes, that sums it up. You make me so cross. Look, it's my fun money. I don't gamble or womanize. You should be happy, it's such a small indulgence. There's the doorbell. Answer it like a good girl. His wife turned on her heel muttering and went to open the door. Mike Morton stood outside composing himself. Sweat pricked at his armpits after his trip across town on the underground train surrounded by cute French exchange students with adorable accents. He almost got distracted from his mission by the lure of the ingenue. Concentrating long enough to get off at the right stop, he inhaled the smell of the long brunette hair of the nearest student as he got off. What a pity. He steeled himself for the sarcastic comments about his latest sure thing, and knocked on the door again. Ophelia opened it, glaring at Mike as if he were something nasty she had picked up on her shoe. He's in there, she said, indicating the study with a flick of her head. He's waiting for you. She stepped back as if to avoid being contaminated by contact with the visitor. Mike enjoyed immunity to disapproval. He had the skin of a rhinoceros, vital to any entrepreneur who relied on other people's money. How nice to see you again so soon after our trip, he said, and headed straight for the study, where Edward Beckett sat in an armchair reading the newspaper with fake concentration, his graying hair coiffed. His manicured hands grasped the pink sheets in their soft fingers. He oozed wealth and privilege. Sometimes Mike hated the bastard. Edward Beckett had been born with the proverbial silver spoon in his mouth. A product of Eton and Oxford and lots of family money, he treated Mike like an exotic pet from the East End, one he could flush down the lavatory if he lost his allure. Edward, old mate. How are you? Back to the grindstone? Mike forced himself to sound as upbeat as possible. Stony broke after his run-in with the first project in Sierramar. He needed Edward on his side again. He could still interest him in the possibility of owning a gold mine in South America, if only for the kudos Edward would gain down at the club. He intended to ask for more than he needed, as he had experience in being bartered down in similar circumstances. Edward Beckett could afford to be generous. He loved making money, and he understood Mike's need to get rich quick. Edward looked up from his newspaper with a warm smile, a sign that it would be a good day. Mike returned the smile. Let's hear it then, Edward sighed, knowing his friend needed no encouragement. I'm sorry our first venture in Sierramar didn't go well. They did me up like a Christmas turkey. But I'd like to have another go. Do you remember Sam, the geologist we met in Lindis? Of course, said Edward, we had dinner with her. She seemed like an interesting young woman. I've convinced her to come over to Sierramar, for a modest salary, to help me select projects. It's more than I expected, but she has the right qualities. I believe she'll prove her worth, said Mike. He felt bad lying to Edward about Sam's pay, but he might need extra funds if he got into a tight spot. Sam needed the job more than the money, and she would profit from the shares in time, so everything would turn out all right. He went on. Armed with our experience of our first project and Sam's help, we've got a much better chance of success. We've got a first mover advantage over there. Amazing projects lurk all over the country, just waiting to be discovered. If you want to get involved again, I guarantee you it'll go better this time. The gold price is on the move, and there's lots of money to be made. We could make millions with the right deal. Millions. Edward looked at his friend, who sweated with anticipation. He couldn't help feeling that frisson of excitement that kept him investing with Mike, time after time. He would not miss out on a gold mine. That was for sure. "What's the deal?" he said. Chapter 2. You're a geologist? Don't they have beards? The hum and chatter of the airport filled the silence that followed as Sam searched for a comeback. The man smirked at his friends. Why did I speak to this idiot in the first place? I should have told him I'm an air hostess. He'd have been all over me. But there was no point in fighting back. She had learned this the hard way. She shifted from foot to foot on the tiled floor, her face burning with shame. Well, I've tried, but it's not working. She rubbed her chin as if searching for bristles and tried to smile, desperate not to be labeled as a humorless feminist. That fine line again. The combined effect of faking a smile and choking back a retort resulted in more of a snarl. Uncertainty replaced the gloating expression on the man's face. He stepped back, falling over a suitcase behind him, and landing in an undignified heap at the feet of his companions. He kicked the bag and swore. She allowed a delighted grin to creep over her features, and she memorized the scene for future reference. She turned away from her aggressor and sat in a quiet corner of the airport to wait for her next flight. Although uncomfortable, the plastic chair felt like a refuge. The encounter had unsettled her, but she shrugged it off. If she wanted an easy option, she had chosen the wrong career. Yet of all the people in her master's year, she had managed to bag the first job. A beard was optional, a brain was better. Once she settled into her seat on the aircraft, Sam dug around in her rucksack and pulled out her new book, The Lost Treasure of the Incas. She had picked it up in a charity shop while she searched for some second-hand clothes suitable for field wear. Her rummaging had yielded 2 pairs of khaki trousers with lots of pockets, one of which wouldn't do up, but she planned on losing weight. She spotted the book on a shelf behind the counter when she paid for the trousers, and couldn't resist buying it. She had already read several chapters before her trip, and while the style lacked excitement, the story of the lost hoard fascinated her. Tales of El Dorado and ancient treasure troves in Latin America were old hat, but there appeared to be at least a grain of truth to this story of Inca gold. The Incas had hidden a massive treasure in the mountains of Sierramar, and no one had found it yet. Sam speculated on how much it might be worth. She wanted to believe it remained hidden, no matter how unlikely it seemed. Geologists spent months looking for the tiniest traces of gold. Imagine finding mountains of it. The landing at Calderón, the capital of Sierramar, alarmed and exhilarated her in equal measure. The plane swooped over the city, low over a circular stadium, so close Sam could see the individual seats. It landed with a big thud on the patched runway, and continued along it for an age before it slid to a halt in the thin air. As the aircraft pulled up at the gate, the crew swung the door open and Sam staggered down the steps, stiff from 12 hours in the small seat. She had moved to the non-smoking section of the aircraft, but she still smelled as if she'd been to a pub. The bright sunlight assaulted her eyes, and she fumbled in her bag for her cheap sunglasses. Airport security guards of small stature with large guns watched her as she joined the queue of passengers at immigration. Stamping their passports took ages because of the dearth of agents. The desperation on people's faces grew with each passing minute. Sam's mother would have prescribed a nice cup of tea, but then she would have done the same for someone suffering from bullet wounds. Mike Morton better remembered to turn up. When Sam got to the front of the queue, the man stamped her passport with a 90-day visa and waved her through with a big smile before she could explain what she was doing in Sierramar. She found her suitcases, which were doing an endless loop on the carousel, and threw them onto a wonky trolley. She pushed it through customs, veering further and further to the left until a customs agent grabbed the front wheel and pulled her through. He didn't show the remotest interest in her, being far more focused on the locals arriving home from Europe with their bulging suitcases of contraband and more clothes than Liberace. Sam emerged from the airport building, shielding her eyes from the ferocious sunlight. She soon spotted Mike Morton, as he loomed tall over the crowd of excited relatives of the other passengers on her flight. He had the air of a man only recently emerged from his bed. Puffy-faced with big dark rings under his eyes, he forced a smile at her. "Hi, Sam. Good trip?" "Yes, thanks. Like clockwork." "Did you see the Andes as you flew in? We're at 2,500 meters here." "The view was amazing. We flew over a stadium as we were coming in to land. Do you know what it is? A round thing." "That's the bullfighting plaza. They have a festival once a year with matadors from all over the world. When the bullfights are boring, the aficionados shout ole at the planes instead of the matadors." "That your bag? Okay, let's go then." "How are you?" said Sam. "You look tired." "Not bad. I've got a terrible chuchaki." "Chuchaki?" "Hangover. It's a Quechua word, the most common of the indigenous dialects in Sierramar. They speak bastardized Spanish here. I use the word a lot." He grinned at her and walked off towards the car park without offering to help her with her suitcases. She staggered after him and lifted them in the back of a battered four-wheel drive vehicle. Mike drove them along pitted roads with rows of dangerous-looking concrete bumps up the middle, lined by low-level shabby buildings made of breeze blocks with zinc roofs. Here and there, with increasing regularity, a tall new building broke up the lines of houses. They traveled along the middle of the valley as the city of Calderon rose away up steep hills on both sides. To the west, a conical mountain with a skirt of conifers loomed over the city. Above the trees, a black cone covered in snow rose into a sharp peak. "Wow. A volcano in the suburbs," said Sam. "Yes. And it's still active, in case you were wondering. Funny place to build your capital. Funny people. They live day to day here. That it could blow them to smithereens at any moment doesn't register." "Like Mount Etna?" "Yup." It occurred to Sam that Mike was living there too, but it didn't seem like the right time to comment. They turned up onto the eastern flank of the city and into a long avenue lined with modern blocks of flats, each one newer and taller than the last. Mike stopped at one made of glass and chrome and pressed a button to open the security gate to the basement car park. He drove down the ramp and parked in a numbered parking bay near the elevators. They got into the lift and rose through 10 levels of luxury apartments, stopping at the 11th floor. The chrome doors opened to reveal an entrance hall with a large wooden door. "You'll like the apartment, Sam. Since you were looking out of the window as you landed, you may have noticed that the plane swooped over an avenue of tall buildings on your way into the airport. That is the Avenida Miranda where we are now. It looks fantastic." Mike opened the door and Sam entered what looked like a large show flat, light and airy with shiny wood floors and sparse furniture. She tried to hide her dismay at the empty rooms, but Mike saw her expression. "We're short on furniture," he said, "but we've ordered more. Your bedroom is the one on the left at the back. Let me show you." They walked around the apartment, looking into the rooms. There were 3 large bedrooms, all with ensuite bathrooms and built-in wardrobes. The dining area sat in the central part of the open-plan apartment. It led into a huge, empty living room with a stereo system on the floor against the back wall. An area off the living room served as the office. This held 2 desks and a filing cabinet. There were no carpets, rugs or curtains, and the walls were bare except for a map of Sierramar, with illegible scribbles all over it. "That's the master plan," said Mike. "It's sketchy right now." He gestured at the windows. The furnishings are sparse, but you can't complain about the view. Sam, who already mourned the lack of a comfortable couch or chair to read in, gazed out of the apartment, first to the front and then to the back. The windows in the living room looked over most of modern Calderon and showcased the enormous volcano on the other side of the valley. The view from the back of the apartment topped it, taking in the valley of Bella Vista and several more snow-capped volcanoes, including El Grande, which resembled an ice cream cone. Mike had given her the back bedroom with no view, and she fancied the other one, which looked over the valley. Best to wait until he was in a good mood and ask to move then. She turned down offers of food and returned to her room to unpack. She opened her suitcase to find that her mother had concealed extra supplies of tea bags amongst her clothes. It made her smile. Living at home often cramped her style, but this was her mother's way of saying, "I love you." There were also some bars of Cadbury's chocolate and some McVitie's chocolate digestive biscuits. Ready for anything then, I guess. Further up the Avenida Miranda, a few of the old colonial-style houses still stood squashed between the new concrete towers. In the prettiest and most decrepit of them, Alfredo Vargas, Sierramar's preeminent young historian, paced the room, trying not to look at the bottle of whiskey that sat on the table in the middle. The golden liquid changed color as the dim light entered through a gap in the heavy velvet curtains, falling on the bottle. Vandals had broken the streetlight outside months ago, so it must be daylight creeping through. Alfredo often lost track of time as he worked through the night without result. He grabbed a notebook and sat down in a tattered armchair, the smell of his unwashed body rising on the puff of air released from the cushions. A shower had become a necessity. He ran his fingers through his gray salt and pepper-colored hair, making flakes of dandruff fall on his battered tweed jacket. How is it possible that after 20 years I still can't figure out where a tribe of primitive people had put a hoard of treasure in a tiny country like Sierramar? There must be something he had missed. Something hidden in those piles of paper and books, spilling all over the floor like an explosion in a library. Could someone have already found it and taken it out of the country, piece by piece, undetected? What if they had melted it down to disguise its origin? He had failed. To make things worse, his dear friend and the financier of his adventures, Jorge Vasquez, had died and left him lonely and penniless, removing his only hope of finding the treasure. Never again would they talk through the night beside a campfire, or spend the expedition's funds in a filthy cantina at the bottom of some remote mountain. Their chaotic adventures were over. Bereft and empty, Alfredo felt as if he had lost an organ. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the compass Jorge had given him on his deathbed, polishing it with his shirt tail. The battered instrument could be a useful tool, but its sentimental value was incalculable. When Jorge had died, Alfredo's first reaction had been to drink all the bars dry, but this hadn't given him the relief he craved. The only thing that gave his life meaning was his search for the elusive treasure. In one last effort to sharpen his mind, he had given up drinking. 5 entire months without a drop. But he had failed to solve the mystery of its hiding place, and the bottle sat on the table, a testament to his weakness. He had kidded himself that he bought the bottle for guests, not that he ever had any. It took less than a minute to buy, hardly time to change his mind, and now he weakened, enslaved again by its siren charms. He imagined the whiskey burning a path down his throat, and the intake of breath as it hit his stomach. One drink should be enough to calm the demons that tormented him. But it would not be a single glass. It never was. Why did I buy the damn whiskey? Why am I such a failure? He grabbed the bottle from the table and a glass tumbler from the cupboard, and went to the kitchen to get some ice. Mike dropped an Alka-Seltzer into a glass of water and swirled it around with his finger. What a relief Sam had come to Calderon. The terms of their agreement were sparse in the extreme, but they had both been desperate. They hadn't got off on the right foot, but he blamed Edward for that. Edward had put him under pressure in Lindis and treated him as disposable. He had allowed it to get to him. This was his last chance. If things didn't go as planned in Sierramar, his days as an entrepreneur were over. Chapter 3. The next morning, Sam had a shower in the pristine new bathroom, leaning into the hot water and letting it run down her back, still stiff from the 12-hour flight. She dressed in a t-shirt and jeans and put her hair in a bun before venturing out of her room. She bumped into a young black woman who seemed unsurprised to see her and addressed her in Spanish. Buenos días. Yo me llamo Tati, she said. Yo soy la empleada. The young woman spoke with a strong, almost impenetrable accent, but she called herself Tati and told Sam she was the maid. Buenos días. Yo me llamo Sam, she said. An awkward silence reigned while Sam searched her memory for another phrase which might suit the occasion, but jet lag got the better of her and she shrugged. Used to foreigners who spoke little Spanish, her mute guest did not discourage Tati. Beckoning Sam over to the table, she made her a breakfast of eggs, toast and tea. At 9:30, Mike's personal assistant, Marta Perez, let herself into the apartment and sat down at a desk. Her legs dangled over the edge of her chair, and, despite her vertiginous heels, did not quite reach the floor. She wore thick foundation with clumps of mascara on her curved lashes and a huge quiff in her long, wavy bottle blonde hair. She had squeezed into a skin-tight skirt and jacket, with a frilled shirt spilling out of it, covering an ample cleavage. Rings armored her fingers, and she jingled when she moved due to the number of bracelets she wore. She stared at the interloper with frank interest before speaking, and Sam felt underdressed compared to someone who appeared to have stepped out of a new romantics music video. Buenos días. You must be Sam? Yes, buenos días. I'm sorry, but I don't know who you are. Marta Perez. I work for Señor Mike as his assistant. Oh, I see. It's nice to meet you. Did you have a pleasant flight? Yes, thank you. A little jet-lagged. There are no curtains in the bedroom, so I couldn't sleep well after it got light. You'll get used to it. I've tried to make Mike buy curtains, but he doesn't think they are essential. Sam picked up the sarcasm. Marta and Mike had not seen eye to eye on this matter. She changed the subject. It's lovely and sunny today. Is it always like this? Most days. We are on the equator here, so daylight lasts from 6 in the morning until 7 in the evening every day of the year except for the rainy season. Do you speak Spanish? Some. Not well, I'm afraid. You speak beautiful English. Where did you learn? I spent several years in Miami. I can help you with your Spanish if you like. That would be great. My spoken Spanish is rusty, but I understand most of it. Does anyone else work for Mike? Hernan Sanchez's daughter Gloria. What does she do here? Chica, Gloria is the daughter of Hernan Sanchez. She does anything she wants to. Is he an important man in Calderon? Yes, he's Mr. Big. Mr. Big, okay then, said Sam, feeling out of her depth. What time does she get here? She asked, although she already knew the answer. Whenever she feels like it. I doubt she'll be in today. She had a party last night. A dismissive swish of hair indicated the end of question time. As predicted, Gloria did not come to work, but this did not faze Mike. He took Sam to eat at a local restaurant so they could meet her there instead. Gloria kept them waiting half an hour before she appeared, cigarette in one hand and expensive handbag in the other. She gave Sam a long, appraising look before offering her face for a kiss on either cheek. Not wanting to appear intimidated, Sam stared right back. Gloria had a petite frame with a large bosom and skinny legs. She wore a yellow silk blouse with big red roses and a pair of skin-tight designer jeans. She had multicolored hair which had started as a reddish auburn color but had succumbed to various experiments in the hair salon. Her natural curls made Sam, who had ruler-straight hair, jealous. Like most of the girls in Calderon, Gloria wore heavy makeup. Its effect had started as sultry, but her mascara had flaked around her eyes, giving her the look of an indignant panda. Sam wondered if she had been wearing it since the night before. Not the least put out by Sam's inspection, Gloria pouted with her cigarette held in the air. Then, tossing her head like an impatient pony, she led them into the restaurant. The place appeared packed, but when they walked in with Gloria, a table became available as if by magic. She had an air about her that mesmerized mere mortals. She seemed polite, but it was like a veneer over something harder and more threatening. The maitre d' almost wet his pants when she sent back her soup to get reheated. The soup had started out hot, but her constant smoking stopped her from making much progress with her food. She chain-smoked throughout lunch, oblivious to the fact Sam and Mike were eating, and then she addressed Sam at random, her husky voice conspiratorial. "Ay, chica. Diego isn't treating me right." "Oh," said Sam, not sure of the correct response to this revelation, voiced with genuine emotion. "So, a vulnerable center exists in the onion that is Gloria. I mean, he's not taking me seriously. He's happy to get drunk and do chaka-chaka with me, but last night he left me alone, and someone saw him with another woman." "How dreadful," said Sam. Gloria's boyfriend Diego sounded like a complete jerk, but it seemed rather a lot of information for a first meeting. "Oh yes, he likes to get drunk with me, but I want him to get serious." "How annoying. You must be a saint to put up with that behavior." Mollified, Gloria drank her coffee and sucked on another cigarette. Sam felt as if she had passed a test. "What's the story with Gloria?" she asked Mike on their way home from the restaurant. "She's the daughter of one of Sierramar's richest and most powerful men. I met him at a cocktail party given by the Chamber of Commerce. He asked me if I would give her a job to keep her out of mischief. So I did." "Does she work full-time?" "Sort of. Gloria is not the most diligent worker, but she's effective. If we go out with Gloria, we always get a table, no matter how busy it is. She helps me on an ad hoc basis," said Mike. From the way Gloria and Mike talked to each other, Sam suspected that there might have been some other ad hoc activity involved from time to time, but she didn't comment. "She seems to get around." "That Diego sounds like a bastard," said Sam. "Yes, I think he's only using her to make contacts. She's more vulnerable than she looks." "Does she have children?" "No, she's not married, and anyway she told me she can't have children. I'm not sure how she knows. I didn't want to pry." Gloria turned up to the office the next morning and took Sam to buy maps for Mike at the Geographical Institute, perched on a hill at the boundary between Old and New Calderon. Most of the population of Sierramar bought their licenses on the black market instead of taking a driving test, resulting in erratic and unpredictable behavior on the roads. Gloria's speed suggested the four horsemen of the apocalypse were in pursuit. She exacerbated the danger by putting on her lipstick and lighting cigarettes, while throwing the Jeep around the corners on two wheels with one hand. Sam gripped her seat with white knuckles, wincing as they avoided a concrete bollard. "Are we in a hurry?" she said, hoping to alert Gloria to her distress. "Oh no, chica. Mike told me to drive slower because you were not well and might vomit. Most of the time, I drive faster than this." When they got to the gates of the institute, armed guards stopped their Jeep and asked them to park in the street and walk up the steep driveway, instead of parking in the car park at the institute. "I have a sore leg, officer," said Gloria, fluttering her long eyelashes at him. "I can't climb all the way up that hill in these heels." "No one may park up at the institute except the management." "Oh, but I would only park for a short time. I have to collect something. Please let me drive up. Or you'll have to carry me." The teenage soldiers giggled at the thought, but allowed Gloria's blatant flirting to persuade them. They kept the women's identification papers as surety, but for what, Sam couldn't imagine. Gloria drove the car up the hill and parked in a reserved space, a fact she ignored. They entered the institute through a large door into a cool vestibule lined with kiosks occupied by uniformed staff who dealt with the different procedures required to purchase a map. The maps Mike needed were of areas close to the border with Peru, so Gloria had to fill in a form and sign an undertaking not to give the maps to any foreigners, which made Sam smirk. The bureaucrats required a new form for each map, and Gloria and Sam had to fill them in triplicate, a process Sam found time-consuming and irritating. They used ancient carbon paper which did not transfer the writing to the next page, necessitating yet more filling in. "Did you know Mike is dyslexic?" said Gloria. Sam shook her head. "He often gives me the wrong reference numbers. There is only one public telephone in the building, so it's difficult to call him and check them. I've had to return to the office and start again more than once." Once they had filled in the forms, they took them upstairs to Colonel Fernandez, the senior officer on site, for countersigning. He kept them waiting half an hour outside his office before he found the time to sign their form. Sam squirmed in her seat and sighed. "This is ridiculous," she said. "In England we choose the map we want from a rack, pay for it and leave. Why do we have to go through all this bureaucracy? That is how we do things in Sierramar. You'll have to be patient." Sam sulked. There was nothing to be done about this stupid system. Gloria pretended not to notice her. When the colonel's secretary beckoned them in, they found him in an expansive mood. "Buenos dias, señoritas, how can I help you today?" "Please, sir, can you sign the form for us so we can get some maps for our work?" asked Gloria, batting her eyelashes with practiced skill. The colonel ignored her and appeared much more interested in Sam, who fidgeted in her seat, bored by the entire process. "Do you speak Spanish, señorita?" "I used to, Colonel. I learned to speak a little at school, but I'm still trying to remember it." "No problem, your friend will translate," and here he looked at Gloria, who gave him a curt nod, her attempts at flirting having been ignored. "Do you know why I have to sign this form for you?" he asked Sam. "No, I don't, I'm afraid," said Sam. "Maybe to annoy them by stringing out the process?" During the conflict of 1941, Peru stole a large piece of the Amazon basin from Sierramar. Since then, the two countries have disagreed about the border position between them. The Sierramar government has refused to redraw the border or issue new maps. It's illegal to bring a map into the country with the new border on it. Sam remembered the map on the wall of Mike's apartment. It had the new border. Contraband. She tried not to smile. "I thought the war had finished over 40 years ago. Why haven't they fixed the border's position yet?" As part of negotiations to end the war, the two countries negotiated and agreed to designate a remote river valley between two mountain ridges as the border between them. Modern aerial and satellite photographs led to the discovery of a second, parallel valley on the Peruvian side. That has generated disputes about which river the treaty intended as the border. Gloria said, "Sierramar has refused to change its international boundaries to exclude the part annexed by Peru. The hostility between our two countries still simmers and bubbles over." "I didn't know any of this," said Sam, chastened. "The result of all this controversy is that the nearer an area is to this disputed border, the more difficult it is to buy a map. That is why you must come and see me, to get permission for copies of any maps in that area. To check that you are not a Peruvian spy." Sam felt embarrassed at her attitude, which he had read. "Thank you, Colonel." He nodded and signed the form. "Have a good day, ladies. See you again." He winked at Sam. Unsure how to reciprocate, she winked back. When in Rome. They went downstairs to queue at the cash desk. This time Sam did not complain. She tried to imagine what it was like to lose a sizable chunk of your country to an aggressive neighbor. She muttered, "I had no idea about the border." Gloria did not reply. When Sam got back to the apartment, she rang her parents in England. "Hi, Daddy, it's Sam. Can you hear me?" "Hello, darling. You sound as if you're next door." "No, I'm still in Calderon," said Sam. "How is it? Have you been to the field yet?" "Not yet, but it's great here in Calderon. Not what I expected at all. It's not as different as I thought it would be. There are no parrots in the streets for a start. I suppose I haven't been here long enough to know. But are you enjoying it? Mike treating you okay? Said Bill Harris. Oh yes, he's generous. We go out most days to eat somewhere in town. Mind you, it's cheap here. Have you met anyone nice? Yes, there's Marta, Mike's assistant, and Gloria. She's brilliant. You'd like her, Daddy. She drives like Fangio. I hope you're wearing your seatbelt. Of course. And I'm forcing Gloria to wear hers too. Excellent. I can't have a daughter of mine driving around without a seatbelt. I know, Daddy. How's Mommy? She's here, hanging on every word. And Hannah? Oh, you know her, boyfriend trouble again. No surprise there. Give her my love. I won't chat for long. It's expensive, and I don't want to abuse Mike's hospitality. That's all right, sweetheart. We're happy that you're safe and having a good time. Call soon with news. I will. Bye. Bye, Sam. Should we have told her that Simon is looking for her? Said Matilda, after he had hung up the receiver. No, said her husband. Best not to. Water under the bridge and all that. Chapter 4. Sam's Spanish soon improved enough to communicate with Toddy and Marta, to take a taxi and order food in a restaurant. The local accent proved easy to understand, and she incorporated local idiom into her speech. Her friendship with Gloria meant people always invited her to social events, but she often felt left out by her inability to speak Spanish as well as she understood it. Fascinated by the huge wealth gap in Calderon society, she wanted to understand more about the country, and speaking Spanish would open most doors. To her surprise, Gloria took her under her wing and corrected her worst mistakes, encouraging her as she struggled to string lucid sentences together. When Sam got frustrated and refused to try anymore, Gloria put her back on the horse. Chica, there are gringos who've been here 10 years who can't do more than ask for a beer in Spanish. It'll be worth it. You'll see when you go into the jungle and need a taxi. Sam realized she was having her leg pulled and smiled. She liked Gloria and her down-to-earth manner. People from Sierramar had their own way of doing things, but Gloria had turned out to be kind and funny despite her hard outer shell. Sam needed a friend. Far from home, she hadn't appreciated how isolated she would feel in Mike's empty apartment. There wasn't anything to do besides work, and they had no television. What's the point? All the programs are in Spanish, said Mike when Sam asked. It would be an easy way for me to improve my Spanish and keep up with the news. I could tell you what's happening in other countries, said Sam. The way things are going, I'm happy to live in blissful ignorance, said Mike. Most of the channels are in English with Spanish subtitles, said Gloria, but Mike was unmoved. Let's wait until we have a couch. But no couch materialized. Mike went out with Gloria most nights, returning early in the morning and slamming the front door every time. Sam, who did not join in with these debauched evenings, sat on the floor in her bedroom, her back against the end of the bed, listening to her Sony Walkman and trying to read the local newspaper to improve her vocabulary. Have I made the right decision, coming to Sierramar? So far, no project had proved suitable for investment, so the days stretched out in an endless jumble of hope and hangovers. With the help of a dictionary, and the similarity between English and Spanish geological terminology, Sam did her best to be proactive and stumbled through a report listing the mineral prospects of Sierramar. Several of them offered hope as exploration projects. Couldn't we search for some prospective areas ourselves? She asked Mike. There's lots of interesting geology in Sierramar. I think I've spotted several likely candidates. Maybe I could run a ruler over them. As an investor in a bear market, I don't have to go looking for projects, said Mike. I sit back and wait for them to come to me. Anyway, we don't have the funds to go on wild goose chases. Be patient and one will walk in here all by itself. While Sam waited for a decent project to amble into the office, she sorted out all the project files Mike had already received. She reviewed their contents to make sure Mike hadn't missed anything, but it was pointless. Marta took delivery of several new project files, which generated hope, but when she gave them to Sam to review, they were not good enough either. Their owners were speculators who had claimed an exploration concession from the ministry and then held onto it by paying the ground rent without doing exploration work. These people had got wind of the fact that a gringo with lots of money wanted to invest in mining, and the rumor caused them to crawl out of the woodwork. They claimed their exploration concessions contained rich deposits of metals, but on revision they turned out to be moose pasture with no samples analyzed. One owner swore he had at least 1 million ounces of gold in his deposit, a statement based on the analysis of 3 rock samples found on the surface. This is like claiming a cake contains 6 ounces of sugar, because a few grains of sugar are sprinkled on the top. Sam rejected it. She used the maps they had bought at the Institute to plot the positions of the concession areas offered to them, and she colored them all in green for grass. "Are you sure there's nothing worth looking at?" said Mike, examining them with dismay. 100%, said Sam. "If nothing better comes in, we could do our own exploration, but it would be expensive to start from scratch on a hard rock mining project." "What are we looking for?" "I recommend we wait for some properties containing alluvial deposits on the surface, and easy to mine. We can't afford hard rock on our budget." "I lost money on an alluvial project. Edward hates alluvials now." "That was before you had a geologist. Trust me, I'll choose us a better one." Sam didn't mention the fact that only one exploration project in 1000 became a mine. Why discourage Mike if she wanted to keep her job? "Have you ever heard about the lost treasure of the Incas?" she said. "Sure, who hasn't? I read about it when I was researching Sierramar." "Do you think it's still out there?" Mike turned to look at her, disdain showing on his face. "I thought you were a scientist. It's a myth. Or if it isn't, it's long gone. Let's try to stay focused here. Edward will have my guts for garters if we don't find something worthwhile." "Of course. Trust me. I'll find you something good." Outside the office, Sam's only entertainment consisted of driving around town with Gloria, who acted as a chauffeur and agony aunt to half the population of Calderon. Her driving scared the pants off Sam. One day she drove straight through a red light. Sam grabbed Gloria's arm. "Did you see the police car at the crossing?" she said. Oh, that's not good. You're lucky they didn't follow us." "They did. I can see them in the mirror," said Gloria. "Hold on." Gloria gunned the engine and sped off. Sam gasped. Gloria intended to outrun the police car. This could only end badly. "Shouldn't we stop?" she said. "No, I've done this before. Watch and learn, gringa." They turned onto a side road at full speed, the Jeep seeming to teeter on 2 wheels. Sam reached for the hand grip above the door and hung on. Gloria laughed like a mad woman. "Vamos," she shouted as they barreled down the road at top speed. "Hold on tight, Sam." She slowed down and executed a perfect handbrake turn into an empty driveway. "Get your head down," she said to Sam, who had turned white with shock. "Do you want them to see you?" They both bent over their knees and listened. The siren came nearer and nearer. Sam imagined calling her parents and explaining why she would stay in Calderon for longer than expected. About 5 years. She screwed up her face in anticipation, but the police car flew past and kept driving. "Wow. They didn't see us," said Sam. "Huh? The Chappas are not masterminds, you know," said Gloria. "They've never caught me." Her face glowed with excitement and pride. Sam laughed despite her astonishment. "Evel Knievel has nothing on you. You're bonkers." What is that word, bonkers? Is bonkers good? Oh yes, it's brilliant. When they got back to the office, Sam was still buzzing. The idea of another lonely night in her bedroom did not appeal. For once, Mike noticed her obvious hints and took pity on her. Get your glad rags on. We're taking you out to experience the local idea of a good time, he said. Where are we going? Said Sam. The discoteca. You'll love it. The decor screams 70s, and it has a dance floor that has flashing squares like something out of Saturday Night Fever. Sam didn't need asking twice. She put on her silk shirt and a black mini skirt she had bought on impulse in the King's Road. It found its way into her suitcase when Hannah learned where she was going. Latin America. You'll need this. Think of all the dancing and the piña coladas. Sam put on some eyeliner and lipstick and twirled in front of the mirror in her bathroom. The transformation astounded even her and caused her to grin at her reflection. When she appeared in the office ready to leave for the disco, Mike's mouth fell open and his jaw almost hit the floor. Wow. The princess has come from a pea, said Gloria. Your carriage awaits, senoritas, said Mike, who couldn't stop staring at Sam. Gloria's friends packed the discoteca, and everyone knew everyone else. When people discovered Sam's nationality, enthusiastic questioners surrounded her, many of whom spoke English with American accents. The revelers crowded Sam when they spoke, making her feel uncomfortable. This was especially true of the women who reached out and touched her clothes and hair. She flinched when a man she didn't know put his arm around her waist. Was it because I touched you? I've heard the English are distant people. Oh. I wouldn't say that. Reserved is a better word, said Sam, pulling away. How do you cope with all that fog? I don't think I've ever seen fog in London. Perhaps I don't get up early enough. Do you get football hooligans on the streets? Is it dangerous? Margaret Thatcher has controlled them. Hooliganism doesn't exist anymore. Well, not much anyway. Sam shrugged. We need Margaret Thatcher over here. She would control the corruption. She's not Prime Minister anymore. It's John Major now, so maybe you could ask her to come over since she's available? Yes, but she stole the Malvinas. What right have English people to the Malvinas? Sam shifted on her feet, uncomfortable with all the attention. Her shoes stuck to the residue of spilt drinks on the floor, and her eyes watered from the thick cigarette smoke. Sam looked around for an escape, and Gloria noticed her distress. She stepped in, placing herself between a relieved Sam and her interrogators. Why are you asking her about the Malvinas? She's a woman? She knows nothing, said Gloria, pushing them away. Grateful for her intervention, Sam danced with the owner of the disco, who had mop-cut hair and skin-tight trousers. Out of breath after a couple of dances in the thin air, she retreated to an empty table, carrying a glass of water. From her vantage point, she could see Mike sitting in the far corner chatting up a pretty woman with long hair, and Gloria propping up the bar drinking shots with her friends. The high altitude had made Sam gasp for air. Gulping down the water, she leaned back against the wall, enjoying its cool surface against her shirt. A compact man in a tweed jacket weaved through the crowd and flopped down beside her. He had shoulder-length coarse gray hair worn in a ponytail, and big black eyebrows over sad brown eyes in a rugged face. He looked at her with drunken interest. You're not from here, are you? He said in perfect public school English. Don't worry. You'll get used to the altitude. Sam turned to look at him. Green eyes, he said. Beautiful green eyes. He took her hand and crooned a song in Spanish called Ojos Verdes, which was about a man in love with a woman with green eyes. Sam got the gist of it and tugged her hand from his grasp. Ah, a typical cold gringa bitch, he said. Taken aback, Sam retorted, Who the hell are you anyway? Her eyes flashing with anger. The gringa has spirit. Permit me to introduce myself, he said, again grasping her unwilling hand. I'm Alfredo Vargas, the treasure hunter, at your service. Her mouth fell open in surprise. He sounded serious, and didn't appear to be in a fit state to make anything up. She felt a frisson of excitement. You're a treasure hunter? Which one are you hunting? The lost hoard of the Incas, Linda. Sam gasped. But I read someone had found it and melted it down. Alfredo looked disappointed, as if this was not the reaction he expected. Please excuse me, he said. The toilet is calling, and he stumbled off into the darkness. Sam waited for him to come back, but to her disappointment, he didn't reappear. Why can't I keep my mouth shut? She had found someone who might share her interest in the treasure, and her natural cynicism had curtailed an interesting chat. She could be abrasive, and now she was bored instead. As the night wore on, Gloria got drunker, her shrill laughter filling the bar. Sam needed to go home. She found Mike also ready to leave. Predictably, Gloria did not agree. She draped her arms around Mike and slurred into his face. Let's go to another party, Mike. I want to find Diego. Not the best idea you've had. Why don't we take you home, said Mike. You go home. I want to find Diego. We can all go in the car and find him together, said Sam, winking at him over the top of Gloria's head. Mike nodded. Okay, let's do that. Come on, Gloria. Gloria looked skeptical at this change of plans, but she couldn't go anywhere without help in her state. She hung on to Mike's arm, and after much procrastination, Mike and Sam maneuvered her into the car. They set off down the narrow streets of Calderon, driving through red lights and up the hill to Gloria's house. It didn't take her long to realize that they were heading for her house instead of looking for Diego. Hey, we're going the wrong way, she said, winding down the window and shouting, help, they've kidnapped me. Nobody took any notice, and she didn't have the energy to protest much, sinking back into her seat and lighting up a fat joint, which she sucked on with a blissful expression. When they arrived at her building, Gloria flung open the door of the car and slid out of the back seat onto the pavement, where she sat for several minutes, still griping. I don't know why we can't get Diego. He's missing me. Gloria, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and he's tucked up in bed by now. You should be too. Come on, let's go. After lighting and smoking a cigarette, she hauled herself up and tried to open the front door of her building, but she kept dropping her keys. Mike sighed. He left Sam in the car, and taking the keys from Gloria, he opened the door. He then disappeared into the building with her in a practiced manner, which suggested he had helped her get home before. When Mike got back to the car, he had lipstick smeared all over his lips and chin. Sam raised an eyebrow at him. He shrugged. Gloria's a hell of a girl, but she's not having a great time, said Mike. That boyfriend of hers is a dead loss. How come? Diego Mina belongs to one of Calderon's richest and most powerful families, and that makes him the most eligible bachelor in town. All the girls fight over him, but he prefers to hang out with Gloria. Do you think they'll get married? No. I think he loves her in his own way, but his mother is a class A bitch. She'll never let him marry Gloria. Why not? Her father is not from one of the old families in Calderon. They are nouveau riche. Barely tolerated. And Diego? He sounds horrible. On the contrary. He's charming, educated, and popular, but he's unreliable and unfaithful. I doubt he has any actual intention of marrying Gloria. He's having fun. Does she know? I'm sure she does, but she won't admit it to herself. It's tough being an outsider in your own class. Despite all evidence to the contrary, money does not buy you love. Sam knew only too well how it felt to be betrayed by someone who didn't care enough about her. Horrible memories of the humiliation following the revelations about her ex-boyfriend Simon's dalliances assailed her, and she felt a kinship with Gloria. No wonder she drank so much. The next day, Sam, Marta, and Gloria went to lunch at the Banana Verde. "Have either of you ever heard of Alfredo Vargas?" said Sam. "I met him last night at the disco. He claimed to be a treasure hunter. Mind you, he'd had a lot to drink." "It's true," said Gloria. "He spent many years looking for the lost treasure of the Incas. He may be a drunk, but he has periods of sobriety when he still researches it. I heard he hadn't touched a drink for months." "I don't think he's still sober," said Sam. "Where did he learn to speak English?" "He went to school in England, although he claims he can't remember anything because of the drinking. He's not in my usual circle of friends, so I don't know him well, but he is handsome," said Gloria. Sam had not noticed. Gloria's expansive mood encouraged her to ask more questions. "Last night the barmen were Indians, but none of the clients were. It's the same in this restaurant. Why is that?" "It's the class system here," said Gloria. "The white people are richer than the mestizos, who are richer than the Indians, and everyone is richer than the black people. A white person wouldn't dream of working in a bar or as a waiter, and you don't get too many mestizos in a disco unless they're serving the drinks." "Money talks though," said Marta. "Possessing a sizable amount of money can neutralize the disadvantage of belonging to the wrong set. One of my friends is a mestizo whose mother runs the Toyota franchise in Sierramar. That qualifies her as white." The men at the disco appeared to assume that if they wanted a woman, they could have her. "Don't women get to choose their man here?" said Sam. "Not really, chica," replied Gloria. "We are decorations and not expected to have an opinion." "When will women's liberation arrive in Calderon?" said Marta. "It's taking a long time," said Gloria. "Men here are the worst." They both sighed. Sam couldn't help herself. "Do you think it's coming on a plane? Liberate yourselves." "Who asked you?" retorted Marta. "Sam means nothing by it." "She has no manners," interjected Gloria. This comment did not impress Sam, who thought she had exquisite manners, but she decided not to defend herself. She sighed and rolled her eyes. This turned out to be the correct response, as Marta took it as an apology. Gloria left to visit the toilet. "How come Gloria works at all if her father is Mr. Big?" said Sam when Gloria was out of earshot. "Her father is unusual amongst the rich here. They inherited their money and haven't worked for it. Senor Sanchez is a self-made man who doesn't mind subsidizing her as long as she works too. He believes you should work no matter how much money you have. Anyway, you know Gloria, she wouldn't tolerate the life of a lady who lunches." "None of her friends work then," said Sam. "Huh? They're too stuck up to work. They spend their time partying and getting drunk and drugged." Marta looked as if she would spit from disdain. Sam changed the subject. Chapter 5. Sam woke up the next morning feeling like death. Altitude sickness, combined with the aptly named Montezuma's Revenge, meant she couldn't eat or breathe. Her nose, eyes, and throat were as dry as a desert. She drank mineral water, which she threw up, and she spent exaggerated amounts of time in the bathroom, deciding whether it was more urgent to evacuate her bowels from the top or the bottom. Mike took a dim view of these excursions. "For God's sake, Sam. Everyone knows they should take it easy in Calderon. It's over a mile above sea level." "I would have known if you had warned me," muttered Sam. "You need to be on form this morning," said Mike. "I've arranged a meeting with Wilson Ortega, a Sierramarian geologist who's been telling me about some prospective exploration claims. I want to know if you think they have any merit." "Don't worry about me. I'll be fine," said Sam, grimacing. How typical of him not to warn her about the meeting, but she could not fall at the first hurdle. She begged Marta for help, who made her a drink to rehydrate her, a disgusting mixture of salt and sugar. She sat on her bed, waiting for it to kick in, and pondering the origin of this new lead. Where had Mike found Wilson? Probably at a disco. When Wilson arrived at the flat, even Sam focused long enough to peruse him from head to foot. A tall, handsome man, he had a big black mustache, which he stroked and adjusted with a sensuous manner. His habit of chain-smoking unfiltered cigarettes had lined his skin, which had a gray sheen. He had large dark brown eyes under a mop of thick black hair. He wore a black shirt, black polyester trousers and short black boots, and a large black fedora sat on his head. Mike roped in Marta to translate for the meeting, as Wilson spoke only pidgin English, and Gloria had not turned up. Marta had her head bowed, but from time to time, she looked at Wilson from underneath her false eyelashes with something approaching adoration. When he glanced at her for reassurance on some points, she blushed pink and squirmed in her chair. He enjoyed being the center of her attention, and sat back in his chair, his knees flung apart with a smug expression on his face. Wilson took some folders out of his battered briefcase. They contained official documents giving permission for exploration work on several tracts of land in the province of Esmeraldas in the west of Sierramar. One area contained terraces of gravel along the banks of a river which flowed into the Pacific. The rivers staked out in the exploration concessions I am offering you have terraces which contain gold along their riverbanks. We can buy the licenses for $20,000 each and mine all the gold for ourselves. How much gold is there in the terraces? Said Mike. Oh, about 1 million ounces, but there could be more, said Wilson, stroking his mustache. Has there been any geological exploration done on these terraces? Said Sam. Wilson ignored her. The natives pan the gold from the alluvial deposits for money to buy beer and cigarettes. It must be high grade for them to take out enough to live on with their primitive methods. They don't bother for less than a gram a cubic meter, or about $6. So there's no measured resource of gold then, said Sam. Not as such, but their activity proves it's a rich deposit, said Wilson. We could exploit it straight away, if we had the machinery. Where would we get the machinery? How much would it cost to buy? Said Mike. That's the simple part. There is a man who can lease us all the equipment we need. We don't have to buy anything, said Wilson. That sounds like an excellent plan. I could persuade Edward to part with the money if we put a budget together, said Mike, now several steps ahead of Sam. Wilson opened his mouth to speak, but Sam interrupted. Excuse me? Hold up a minute, said Sam. It's an interesting concept, but we must visit the river to do some sampling before deciding to invest in the project. We need to establish the presence of gold in the terraces and get an idea of the amount per cubic meter and the total volume of gravel. Why is that? Said Mike. It may cost more to mine than we get out. Wilson could be right about the rich terraces there, but we need a mining plan to determine if we can make a profit before we invest, said Sam, straining to sound rational without being condescending. Wilson flashed an annoyed glance at her, but his expression changed when she stared right back. Of course, he said. Mike can come with me to the best area next week and see for himself. Mike laughed. I'm sorry, Wilson, but you must make do with Sam. I've a dicky heart, and the jungle is too far from a hospital for me if something goes wrong. Marta translated. Wilson looked at Mike in surprise. Sam raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. She didn't believe he had a medical condition. He's too lazy to go. I'm a geologist, too. Didn't Mike tell you? Said Sam, knowing full well Mike had introduced her as his geologist when Wilson arrived at the meeting. Women can't deal with the conditions in the jungle. They're too weak. I can't manage Sam's safety, Wilson said to Mike, ignoring Sam. His condescending tone floated into the air and stayed there as Marta tried to translate the bald statement into a politer version. Wilson's arrogance shocked Sam. She couldn't believe anyone still talked this way about a woman when she was present. She swallowed the bile which had risen to her throat. Oh, don't worry about me. I'm as tough as a mule. I'll look after myself, she said. Sam will be fine, Wilson. You won't have to babysit. Wilson frowned, But Mike had not picked up on Sam's fury or Wilson's reluctance, as he imagined how much gold they could mine from the terraces. "When can you go, Wilson?" "I can organize a trip in a week's time, if that suits you." "Yes, perfect. That's settled then. Sam, why don't you go to town with Wilson and buy supplies for the trip? That way you can get to know each other better." It was the last thing either of them wanted to do, but he remained oblivious. "Can you give me some cash, please?" said Sam. "Can't you buy it yourself?" said Mike. "I'll refund you later." "I don't have enough money with me," said Sam, which was not true, but she had no intention of waiting for Mike's refund. "Marta, give Sam some petty cash," said Mike. Marta wiggled over to her desk and returned with a wad of the local currency. "Please don't forget the receipts," she said, batting her eyelashes at Wilson. "Thank you. Let's go," said Sam. Wilson was looking at Marta like a wolf admiring a plump sheep. "See you later," he said. Mike struggled with his emotions. The slow progress in Sierramar frustrated him, and made him terrified Edward would throw a tantrum and withdraw his support, but he admired Sam for standing up to them both. It surprised him to find that he had chosen a woman who had appeared easy to manipulate, but who had a hidden core of inner steel. He had hired her hoping to prevent any more unfortunate investments, without having much to go on except her availability and cheapness, but she had convinced him he made the right decision. Wilson would have his hands full with Sam. He rang Edward to update him. "Hi, it's me." "Hello, how's it going out there? Any news?" "Someone has offered me an area of river gravels with gold in them. They sound promising." "So did the last lot. How do we prove they're any good?" "Sam will go there to do some due diligence on the project before I decide." "Sounds like she has taken charge over there," said Edward. "I'm glad to hear that we're being cautious this time. It sounds promising. Are you going?" "I don't see the point. Sam knows what she's doing, and she's going with the geologist who found the deposit." "If you think that's best." "I've already proved how little I understand about geology," said Mike. "Huh? That's true. I'll call you when they get back and fill you in on our progress." "Excellent. Can't wait. Good luck." Mike hung up the phone with a smile. With Edward still on board, he was no longer worried about funding, and this time they were on to a winner. Sam and Wilson left the office to buy supplies in the market at the center of the old town. They traveled by taxi as neither could drive, and Gloria had still not graced the office with her presence. Sam forced herself to make conversation. "I wish I could drive," said Sam. "I couldn't afford lessons in England." "Why can't you drive, Wilson?" "Engineers don't need to learn. They use a car with a driver in the field." "I'm hoping to learn to drive while I'm in Sierramar." "Women are terrible drivers." "Not all women. Anyway, some men are pretty bad too." She pointed at the taxi driver's back and smiled, but Wilson looked at her and didn't acknowledge the joke. It would be hard work getting through to him. "Which degree do you have?" he said. "A Bachelor of Science in Geology." "Huh? A bachelor's degree. How long did you study?" "4 years," said Sam. "Your degree is worthless here. You would only be qualified as a teacher. My degree was in engineering geology. It's far superior to your degree. I studied at the university for 7 years." Although annoyed at his attempt to belittle her, Sam didn't bother to disabuse him of this theory. Instead, she said, "Probably. I've also got a master's degree in geology, though." It was his turn to be cross, as it made her far superior to him by his own terms of reference. He lit another cigarette and stared out of the window, hating her. They stopped at a street market that spilt out of a long, low, breeze-block shed with a corrugated iron roof. Rows of ramshackle stalls lined the walls with uncategorizable mixtures of products on shaky tables. Sacks of flour jostled for space with footballs and sweets. Boxes of bottled water sat under a table with underwear and socks for sale on it. Wilson knew where to go for individual items, so Sam tagged along and paid up. She did not know if they were paying above or below the odds, but she got receipts for all of it, despite him tut-tutting at the waste of time as semi-illiterate shopkeepers struggled to fill them in. They bought most of the basic supplies they would need for their trip, and packed them into another ancient taxi for transport back to the flat in the Avenida Miranda. Sam had found the time spent with Wilson somewhat wearing, and the prospect of being in his company 24 hours a day in the field made her feel queasy. She hoped there would be other people to dilute the atmosphere. She would also bring lots of batteries for her Walkman. When Sam staggered into the flat, lugging the boxes of supplies which Wilson had dumped into the lift, Marta ambushed her. "How did it go with Wilson? He's so handsome. Do you think he noticed me?" "Of course he did. It would be impossible not to," said Sam. "Wilson is a surname in England. How come they use it over here as a first name?" "Oh, they named him after Woodrow Wilson. The surnames of American presidents are popular as first names here. Adopting the names of famous people is common in Sierramar, especially dictators' names like Mussolini, Stalin, Lenin, and Hitler," said Gloria, who had arrived at the office while they were out buying supplies. A dictator's name would have suited Wilson much better, but Sam didn't say so, respecting Marta's crush. "What's his surname?" asked Gloria, her forehead creasing with effort as she fought for a foggy memory. "Ortega." "Why?" said Sam. "Oh, no reason." Sam found this unconvincing. Gloria looked concerned, but she tried not to let it show. She had prior knowledge about Wilson Ortega, which she didn't want to share. Sam shrugged. There was no point asking her. Gloria only shared information when she needed to. Later, Sam went to make a cup of tea in the kitchen, and Gloria took her chance to corner Marta in the office. "You like Wilson, don't you?" she said to Marta. "He's not the right man for you." "What do you mean?" said Marta. "He's not suitable for you," said Gloria, struggling to avoid explaining herself. Marta, conscious of her position in Gloria's view of society, took immediate offense. "And who told you to stick your nose into my business?" Martita, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you," said Gloria. "Is he too good for me because he's a geologist, like Sam? Just because you're rich doesn't give you the right to control my life." "That's not the problem. I've heard he's not a good person, and I'd hate to see you get hurt." "I can protect myself, thank you," said Marta. "He has a reputation for violence. I only wanted to warn you. You can't stop me from going out with him." Gloria saw she had made a mistake, and instead of putting Marta off, she had pushed her right into Wilson's path. "I'm sorry, Martita, that's not what I meant. Please forgive me." Marta harumphed and returned to her desk with a stubborn expression on her face. Sam came out of the kitchen with the tea, and the moment passed. After Wilson left Sam at the office at Avenida Miranda, his mood soared. He patted his fat wallet, loaded with an advance in dollars from Mike Morton. Mike's trusting nature amazed Wilson. In other circumstances, Wilson would have pocketed the cash and walked away for good. However, Mike represented a lottery win in human form with much more money available, if Wilson's patience held out, and Wilson intended to milk his golden ticket for all it was worth. Despite being clever and well-educated, companies had fired Wilson from all his previous jobs when money was missing or he went AWOL. An inveterate womanizer and frequenter of bordellos, his drunken binges could last for days. This meant he was in debt up to his eyeballs. Meeting Mike in one of the town's classier bordellos had been a stroke of luck. Some dangerous people, who took exception to his inability to pay what he owed, were on his trail. He had kept only one step ahead of them, and soon there would be nowhere to run. When Mike had mentioned he could do with some help with his projects in the jungle, Wilson had jumped at the chance. They were both happy with the outcome. Mike needed Wilson's projects as much as Wilson needed the money. The only problem was Mike's insistence that Sam scout out the areas before he would part with his money. Wilson sighed. It would be a pain having that woman along on the trip. She would complain about everything, and he wouldn't be able to go drinking and whoring like he usually did in the field. However, one visit to the jungle should be enough to put the spoilt bitch off for life. It wasn't all bad though. She had an athletic figure under those boring clothes. Maybe he could persuade her to let him taste her wares. He'd never had a gringa before. In his other pocket, Wilson rubbed a slip of paper between his fingers on which he had written Marta's phone number. Now there was a project. Her coy and girly demeanor with her fuck-me heels and her lacquered quiff did not fool Wilson. Marta would be an easy lay. In his experience, women were all the same. He used them and disposed of them, running a mile from any display of emotion or clingy behavior. Never wanting to get married, his wife's 3 brothers had not given him a choice. They had forced him to do the correct thing when they had discovered he had made her pregnant, and had threatened to kill him if he refused. His wife now regretted every minute of their marriage, but being a Roman Catholic, she could not accept a divorce. So they stayed married, although neither could stand the other. Wilson enjoyed the separation. He could carry on whoring and drinking, which was the only thing he enjoyed, instead of being nagged by his wife. He lit a cigarette and headed down the street to the bus stop. The money was burning a hole in his pocket, and he knew where to spend it. Back in the office, Sam remembered something important. "Where can I buy some chocolate for the trip?" said Sam. "There's a convenience store at the top of Avenida Miranda where the new buildings stop and the old ones start. It sells all kinds of candy," said Marta. "Can you buy me some M&Ms while you're there, please?" Sam walked up the Avenida Miranda, passing the tall new buildings, and found the shop in a small house with a roof made of brick red tiles. She selected several large bars of Lindt chocolate, which she took up to the counter with the M&Ms. To her surprise, Alfredo, the self-proclaimed treasure hunter, stood there, swaying and chatting with the shopkeeper. She placed her purchases on the countertop. "That's a lot of chocolate, gringa." "I'm going to the jungle," she said. "I need emergency supplies. Didn't we meet in the discoteca?" "Ah yes. The girl with beautiful green eyes. You should buy dark chocolate. The more cocoa it contains, the less likely it is to melt in the heat." "Oh, I didn't know." She took them back to the shelf and changed them. "Thank you. Alfredo, isn't it?" "Yes, Alfredo Vargas at your service." "If you're at my service, I've some questions about the treasure if you've time to talk." "Let's sit outside on the bench in the shade. Do you want a beer?" "No thanks, I'll have a 7-Up though." They sat in the shade with the bright sunlight all around them, sucking the color out of the street. "What do you want to know?" said Alfredo. "Well, I've got this book, and the author claims the Incas buried Atahualpa's ransom in Sierramar. You mentioned it in the discoteca. What do you know about it?" "I know more than anyone alive. I've searched for it most of my life." "So you believe it still exists?" "Yes, I'm convinced. I've done years of research." "Where is it hidden?" "There's a hand-drawn map that shows a hiding place in the mountains near Wayamba." "Have you searched up there?" "Often. I believe it's only a matter of time before I rediscover the treasure." "How exciting. Can we talk about it when I get back from my trip?" "Where are you going?" said Alfredo. "Esmeralda's," said Sam. "Watch out for the mosquitoes, gringa. When you return, remember, mi casa es su casa." The brothel sat in the southern part of Old Calderon, in a sordid-looking side street. The trade carried on inside its sturdy door could not be discerned on the exterior. Clients could only obtain entry by passing scrutiny through a large peephole. Wilson did not have to wait for long after he banged on the door. A shadow appeared in the peephole and disappeared in one fluid movement. The door opened so fast that Wilson fell into the gloomy interior. The brothel reveled in cliched decor, with its red velvet sofas in booths of dark mahogany, the fabric now stained with use, and the cheap chandeliers with dim bulbs. Several world-weary women of uncertain vintage with thick makeup draped themselves around the bar. A tired young woman gyrated without enthusiasm to cantina music on a filthy stage. "So," said a voice, "you have paid us a visit? How nice." The hoarse voice dripped with heavy sarcasm. Esteban Núñez stepped out of the gloom and stood under the dim bulb in the hallway, his greasy face shining. "I told you not to show your face again until you paid me every penny you owe. You're taking a big chance coming here." Wilson smiled, showing all his teeth. "Brother, why are you treating me like this when I'm here to pay you what I owe, and spend my money in your establishment?" "Pay me? Ha!" Esteban opened the door and looked out at the sky. He shut the door and glared at Wilson. "There are no flying pigs outside," he said. "Esteban, would I lie to you?" asked Wilson. "Yes, and you do all the time." "I'm hurt, but I forgive you. Set me up in a booth with Conchita and a bottle of whiskey, and I'll forget it ever happened." "Are you nuts?" "Where's my money?" said Esteban, turning purple with fury. Wilson reached into his pocket and took out his wallet. "How much do I owe you?" he asked, although he already knew. 750, wasn't it? "I'll give you 1,000, so I've some credit to spend in here." He handed over the dollars with a flourish. $756.30. And that doesn't include interest. "Where did you get the money?" "I heard you got fired again," said Esteban. "None of your business. Why are you complaining about your best customer? I always recommend your establishment. Now where's Conchita? I've got a tremendous thirst." Mollified, Esteban grabbed the money and stuffed it in his trouser pocket. He waved to a woman at the bar and signaled to her she had a client with cash. The woman shimmied over to the booth and tried to appear pleased as Wilson joined her. "Hello, darling," he said. "Long time no see." With Wilson distracted, Esteban slipped into his office and searched in a desk drawer for a scrap of paper he had stored there. He unfurled it and dialed the number that Pancho Rojas, known as El Duro, had given him. "Señor Rojas, it's me, Esteban Núñez. You asked me to contact you when Wilson Ortega turned up. He's here and he's loaded." "He's got money? How typical of the scumbag, that he spends the money he owes to me in a brothel. Have I done the wrong thing?" "No. I'll deal with this in my own way. Thank you for calling me." Chapter 6. A week after their first meeting, Mike drove Sam and Wilson to San Martin, a town 2 hours north of Calderon, from where they would travel into the jungle. The dry landscape through which they traveled supported only a few scrubby bushes and some small dusty towns, along winding roads, which cut through several banded rock formations, whose relief stood out in the moonlight. A large multi-layered fold cut through one of the rock faces, and Sam wanted to ask Mike to stop the car so she could take a photograph. But he was driving with grim determination, and she didn't fancy his reaction. On their arrival at San Martin, they checked into the Hotel California. Mike took one look at the dilapidated hotel and drove back to Calderon rather than stay the night. With a misplaced sense of economy, he had insisted Sam and Wilson share a room. "There's no point wasting money," he said. "You'll be sharing in the field anyway." His thrifty attitude did not go down well with Sam. "I suppose so," she said. "Okay, so I'll see you at the beach. Have a great trip." "I will. Drive carefully." After Mike left, they went straight into the dining room, which had a poster of the Golden Gate Bridge plastered over an entire wall. Sam felt abandoned and nervous. Wilson behaved like he owned the place, clicking his fingers and ordering food for them both without asking Sam what she wanted. They sat at a table with sticky patches on its dark surface. The plastic chairs were too low for the table, so Sam stacked a second one on hers for comfort. Bare wiring hung from the ceiling, and the stained, flimsy curtains did not hide the filthy windows. Several young men sat at a table in the corner drinking beer and smoking unfiltered cigarettes. They flirted with Sam across the room and made her laugh and blush. Their Latin lack of reserve cheered her up. She beamed at them in thanks. "Boys," sniffed Wilson, and he turned around to glare at them. After a supper of chicken and rice washed down with 7-Up, they went upstairs to the room. It turned out to be L-shaped with a bed at each end. Someone had piled their supplies in the center, forming a physical barrier and separating the two sleeping areas. This gave a certain amount of privacy to their enforced physical proximity. Wilson left the hotel to get something Sam didn't catch, and she took advantage of his absence to get an early night, hoping to avoid talking to him again that evening. She lay in bed shivering under the thin blanket, the nylon sheets sparking under her. Quivering with anticipation about the trip, she couldn't get to sleep. After more than an hour of tossing about in the electric sheets, she heard singing in the street. She lay in bed, resisting the temptation to look out of the window. The voices rose, insistent, and her curiosity got the better of her. She knelt on the bed and pulled aside the filthy curtains. A dim street light illuminated the pavement opposite her room, and underneath it stood the boys from the restaurant. One of them played a guitar, and they serenaded her window. She wasn't sure what to do, but she liked the sound, so she opened the window and leaned out. The singing became more passionate, and to her surprise, they sang Angie, a song by the Rolling Stones. She smiled at the garbled words they must have learned phonetically from the radio, but there was no mistaking their intensity. Wilson lurched into the room. Noticing her leaning out of the window, he pulled her inside. An odor of drink and sex clung to him, making her stomach turn. He cursed at the boys, who ran off laughing. Disappointed and furious, Sam pulled herself out of his grasp. "How dare you? Never touch me again. Go away. You should not show yourself to those boys." Sam stood on the bed, shaking with anger, her legs wobbling on the foam mattress. "I said go away." Wilson stepped backwards and then, shaking his head, he turned on his heel and disappeared around the corner to his part of the bedroom. Sam got back under the covers, shivering with indignation at being manhandled by Wilson. It would be an uphill struggle to work on equal terms in the jungle, while he considered her to be inferior. But he held all the cards. She did not yet speak fluent Spanish, limiting her power to communicate and making her dependent on him. Her knowledge of alluvial mining had come only from books, and he had years of experience. It would be hard to gain his respect under those circumstances, but she would have to grin and bear it. No one said that it would be easy to break into this male world. At least she had a job. She turned to face the wall. At dawn the next morning, they paid for the hotel. "Why were those men singing to me last night?" Sam asked the manager, who spoke English because of his time working in Gringolandia. The serenata or serenade is a way of winning a girl's heart in Sierramar. When you appeared at the window, you signified an interest in the petition. Wilson told them to go away. "You disappointed them. They had good taste," he said, winking at her. The hotel manager looked squat and sweaty, but he knew how to deliver a line. Sam blushed and fiddled with her rucksack. They walked through the empty streets of San Martin to the ramshackle train station, where they would buy their tickets to the coast. A chill hung in the early morning air. Sam shivered in her thin cotton shirt and trousers. Her new Wellington boots flapped against her chilled legs. Their clammy hold on her calves made her wish she could afford a nice pair of leather walking boots. She added them to the list of things she would buy when Mike paid her. The list grew all the time, and she wondered if it was a fantasy. If he needed to save money by making her share a room with Wilson, it was pretty unlikely that she would get paid soon, in shares or otherwise. They weren't the only ones planning on catching the train. A mass of people, carrying baggage of every kind and shape imaginable, swarmed into the tiny station, enveloping Sam and Wilson in the maelstrom. Sam had never experienced such ferocious pushing and shoving before. She struggled to stay on her feet. No queue formed for tickets. A diaspora of humanity surged to the window where they were being sold. Wilson pushed her outside the station and surged ahead, disappearing into a crowd of bodies swathed in woolen shawls against the cold. Sam could see his fedora moving to the small window where the tickets were being dispensed. She rubbed her eyes and sank onto a barrel outside the station. She had slept little on the thin foam mattress over the wooden slats of her bed. Having Wilson in the same room didn't help. He snored like a lorry with dirt in its fuel. "What time does the train leave?" she asked him when he came back with the tickets. "That depends." "On what?" "It's meant to leave at 7 o'clock, but it doesn't leave on time often." "How will we know?" "When the driver gets into the cabin." "So we can't have some breakfast?" "No. They will leave without us." "Can we get the next train?" Wilson looked at Sam to see if she was joking. "There is one train a day, so if you don't want to wait until tomorrow." While they waited for the train, the platform they were standing on became a market. Local traders arrived from every direction, carrying their entire stalls on their backs and setting up shop. There were several scruffy black hairy pigs snuffling around on the tracks. Two large ladies cooked one of their more unfortunate brethren over a slow fire. The odor of the burning hairs and roast crackling crept up Sam's nose, both revolting and enticing her. She drooled with hunger as she imagined the taste of the hot pork fat. The people waiting for the train were a mix of black and indigenous races. The black locals were the descendants of African slaves brought to Sierramar by the Spanish during their conquest of the Incas. Sam found it strange to hear them speak Spanish. They spoke with abbreviated words, missing entire chunks of sentences like Toddy did. It had never occurred to her that there would be different accents in Spanish like there were in English. What was the point in learning Spanish in one accent when everyone she met spoke it in another one? The Spanish accent in Esmeralda's resembled a Glaswegian accent in English, incomprehensible to Sam. Whether she liked it or not, she would be more reliant on Wilson's translations on the trip than she had expected. When the train reversed into the platform from a siding, she was astonished to recognize it as a local wooden bus adapted to run on rails. A mad scramble ensued as the whole crowd tried to get on board the train at the same time, despite the places being pre-booked. Wilson told her to get their seats while he checked they had loaded the provisions onto the roof. Sam observed the sea of hysterical people pushing and shoving for a moment before taking a deep breath and wading in. Their unwashed bodies marinated in wood smoke were pungent and sometimes nasty smelling. She pushed her way to the end of the train. Somehow, she got a foothold on the metal step up into the solitary door. She heaved herself up by holding on to the bars on either side of the door. The bars were coated in the grease from filthy hands, but despite her revulsion, she had to hold tight to prevent being pulled back down. Sam let go as soon as she could and staggered aboard, trying to avoid crushing the chickens that were lying about, trussed up with palm leaves and fibers. She wiped her hands on a loose leaf lying on the dirty floor of the carriage. She checked her tickets and looked down the aisle for their seats. Two burly men occupied them. The awkward scenario of asking them to move did not appeal to her, so she stayed standing until Wilson arrived, letting the bedlam reign around her. "This is normal here. I have to adapt and enjoy it." When Wilson arrived and pointed at the seats, the interlopers turned them over without a murmur of dissent, giving the impression they were merely warming them up. The seats were tiny, designed for the indigenous part of the population. Since the people on board comprised large men and women, as broad as they were tall, it increased the claustrophobic overcrowding. Wilson had to sit sideways with his bony knees sticking out into the thigh of a large black woman perched on a barrel of lard in the passageway. "How far is it to San Lorenzo?" said Sam, already dreading the journey. "It's 200 kilometers. "So how long does it take to get there?" she asked, cheered by the short distance. The program journey time is 8 hours, but it can take much longer if the train derails. 8 hours. Is there no quicker way? Said Sam aghast. It's possible to go by plane to the coast and come into Ricate by car from the other direction, but the train's much cheaper and Mike didn't want to pay for flights. This did not surprise her. A small plump man with a Hitler mustache and an ancient cap appeared from behind the ticket office and walked towards the train, causing a ripple of anticipation. Then he turned around and went back to the station, accompanied by the groans of the passengers. 5 minutes later he reappeared with what looked like a lunchbox and a plastic bag full of clinking bottles. He opened the driver's door and heaved himself up into the cabin. Shortly afterwards, the train set off with a prolonged shudder and shake through the groves of banana trees behind the station and towards the nearby mountains. The first part of the journey took them through breathtaking scenery made up of verdant knife-edged hills along whose sides the train teetered. They passed through several long, dark tunnels. Every time they entered, someone wolf whistled in the dark, a practice that became more irritating as the trip wore on. The train made many stops along the way, but they didn't last more than a minute or two. There was the inevitable mad rush, as people clambered over the luggage and out of the train and pushed past the people trying to get on. The train moved off as the last people were still getting on. It was only a matter of luck that no one slipped under the wheels. When they emerged from the hills, they burrowed into the vegetation that heralded the fringes of the coastal jungle. The tiny villages where the train stopped barely kept the jungle at bay. In some places, the vegetation had reclaimed the older shacks, and they were being enveloped by branches of the trees in a sinister manner. "Do these villages have electricity?" she asked Wilson. "No, they use candles for light at night." "Water?" "They get water from the river for cooking. They wash in the river." About 4 hours into the trip, it occurred to her that if the villages didn't have running water, they wouldn't have a toilet either. She could hold on for a little longer, but she wouldn't last all the way to San Lorenzo. Wilson had not mentioned this problem to her before setting out. Being a man, it had not occurred to him. He jumped out now and then when the train stopped and urinated against a tree, unaware of Sam's growing discomfort. The scenery continued to change. The land flattened out. Here and there, the vegetation looked ravaged and thin. Banana and papaya trees replaced the matted tangle of vines and other tropical plants. The villages contained only black or mixed-race people. The populations were young and well-nourished. Packs of children swarmed all over the train each time it stopped, and Sam became the center of attention as the only white person on board. They crowded around to stare at her, smiled big toothy grins, and then looked abashed if she smiled back. Women and children selling the local takeaway foods, such as empanadas and fried bananas with cheese, loitered at every stop. "I'd love one of those empanadas," said Sam. "They're full of germs and will make you ill," Wilson said. "I'll buy you something safe to eat." For once he had told her the truth, but it didn't stop Sam from sulking. Eventually, Wilson bought some boiled white rice and some unidentifiable cremated meat. She had never been fond of rice and liked to eat meat still in its death throes, so this culinary delicacy did not impress her. "What meat is this?" she asked, holding up a piece in her fingers and wrinkling her nose. "I don't know." "Peccary?" "Monkey." "No idea." "Monkey? They eat monkey?" "Maybe not. It could be pig." "It's horrible." "You're not in England now? I thought you were tough. Eat the food. You won't get anything better until you're back in Calderon." Chastened, she chewed her way through most of it and ate the salty rice, which made her thirsty. She didn't dare drink any water. The lack of sanitary facilities had become a serious problem. She had been hoping they would pull into a bigger town with a public toilet, but the towns were getting smaller and more primitive, and they never stopped long enough for a pee break. Just when she thought she would have to apologize to Wilson for flooding the seat, the train shunted into a siding and stopped. Sam turned to him in expectation. "Have we arrived?" she asked. No, not yet. We still have 2 hours to go. There's only one track for the trains to travel on. Our train has to make way for one coming in the other direction. We may be here for a while, depending on whether they left San Lorenzo on time. Sam grabbed her chance. She climbed over the other inhabitants of the train in a frantic rush and jumped down onto the muddy bank. She dashed between the shacks on stilts and down to a small pond. People were washing themselves and their clothes in it at the same time. She tried to find somewhere discreet to urinate, but the combined effect of the sprint and the sound of water defeated her abused bladder. She squatted behind a spindly tree and tried to look inconspicuous as the only white person in a black village taking a volcanic leak in plain sight. Avoiding eye contact with the crowd of children watching her from close quarters, she walked back to the train. The relief of emptying her bladder relaxed her. She took some photographs of the children and the train in the siding and accepted a banana from one villager. There was a loud tooting noise. The other train chugged past, and the guard pulled the lever to switch the track back so that the train could move out of the siding. Sam had assumed that the glacial pace of travel would be constant, but the train pulled out again without warning. She dashed after it, stumbling up the bank and grabbing the handrails, almost getting swung off her feet. Somehow, she got a foothold on the step as the train moved away. She clambered over the bodies and chickens and bananas, with a look of relief that made Wilson laugh. It was his fault for letting her drink 2 bottles of lemonade at the station before they set out. Had he done it on purpose? She decided not to drink anything on the way back. Finally, when the ache in her bottom had reached the unbearable stage, the train arrived at San Lorenzo, a bustling town of wooden huts and mud streets with a similar station to San Martin. A group of local youths offered their services as baggage carriers, fighting over each bag dropped from the roof. Wilson had his work cut out for him, ensuring that one did not go missing in the pandemonium. When they had claimed all their possessions, Wilson hired a pickup truck for the last leg of their journey. Sam steeled herself for another endless ordeal. She sat squashed between Wilson and the smelly driver who leered at her under his bushy eyebrows. Whatever the driver had in mind remained a mystery, as massive ruts and muddy channels dissected the dirt road, requiring all his skills and 2 hands on the wheel. The shock absorbers were non-existent, throwing Sam and Wilson from side to side in the truck's cabin. Sam cracked her head on the roof, going over a sharp bump in the road. By the time they arrived at Recate, a small shanty town in the middle of the rainforest, Sam felt as if she was sitting on a tenderized steak. She slid off the truck seat and jumped to the ground, snagging her trousers on the end of a spring sticking out of the upholstery. Swearing, she twisted around to confirm the tear didn't reveal too much flesh. The driver sniggered, but an icy stare from Sam stopped him in his tracks. A man stepped out of the shadows where he had been watching them and approached. "You are welcome to Recate. My name is Don Moises. I'm a member of the village council. There's no hotel here, but we use our empty houses as lodgings for people passing through." Wilson grunted, looking Moises up and down with obvious disdain. Sam smiled. "I'm Sam and this is Wilson," she said, sticking out her hand and inspecting their host. "Engineer," said Wilson. "Of course engineer," said Moises. Moises belonged to the Mestizo race, the dominant group in Sierramar, comprising people of mixed European and Amerindian races, and he looked out of place in this village of black locals. He had straight black hair streaked with gray that hung around his wrinkled face in a pudding bowl cut. His wiry body seemed to float above the ground, such was the zen-like calmness that enveloped him. With his air of solemnity, and a patriarchal bearing at odds with his surroundings, he seemed to Sam like a man to be reckoned with. The Don or Mr. which prefixed his name showed the locals' reverence for him. Ignoring Wilson's rudeness, Moises directed them to follow him up the main street to a ramshackle house which stood on stilts. "This is the guest house. I'm sorry that it isn't in a better state, but we don't get many visitors around here." "It'll do for one night," said Wilson. "Can you find a canoe and some men for us? We want to travel upriver." "How long will you need them for?" 4 or 5 days. "I'll arrange it now. My wife will bring you some rice for your dinner, and some coffee and biscuits at dawn. I'll meet you on the riverbank with a team of men. Choose good workers. These black people are born lazy. Look at the state of this house. Sam winced. Don Moises did not comment and headed into the darkness. They stood on the street gazing through the gloom at the shack where they would spend the night. There was no front door. A lopsided doorframe, with interesting fungi springing from the holes in the wood, remained. It had only one habitable room, the floors in the other room having caved in. 2 log stools made up the lavish furnishings of this palace. There would be no escape from living with Wilson in close proximity. Sam wondered if this was the best accommodation available in the village. Wilson had not treated Don Moises with much respect, and she suspected the 2 things might be linked. Or still, something was missing. Where's the toilet? Wilson sneered at her. What sort of geologist are you? There are no toilets in the jungle. Go to the forest or the river. You can wash in the river which runs parallel to the main street over there. But won't the villagers see me? Said Sam, remembering the crowd for her last performance. The best time is the early morning before they get up. You can have a quick wash in the river at sunup before breakfast, or in the evening as it gets dark. Okay. Be careful when you wash in the river. Why? Are there crocodiles? No, this isn't Africa. There's a small fish in the river. It's dangerous. Like a piranha? No, it's called a candiru. It likes urine. It follows your pee and goes into your urethra. You have to go to hospital to cut it out. That sounds awful, said Sam. How do we stop them? Always wear tight underwear in the river. Okay, thanks. Sam couldn't imagine the point of these fish. What were they doing swimming up the urethra anyway? She took exaggerated care with her ablutions that evening. This involved body contortions, which ended with her falling headfirst into the river. Despite the hour, she had an audience who gave her a spontaneous cheer. They wouldn't go away no matter how much she shooed them, and she had to wash with her back to the town, wearing her clothes from the day's travels. She made Wilson go outside while she put on dry clothes, and she hung the wet ones on nails protruding from the walls of the house. After a supper of rice and a tin of tuna, which tasted like the nectar of the gods, they lay on sleeping bags on the floor of the hut under mosquito nets hanging from the roof beams. Sam did her best to make a mattress out of some clothes, but the hard, uneven floor poked her limbs. Under normal circumstances, she prided herself on being able to sleep anywhere, but this was an unfamiliar experience. She lay down and shut her eyes, trying to breathe deeply and slow her heart, which raced with stress. To her intense annoyance, the cicadas competed with the tree frogs for the title of the noisiest animals on the planet. At least she recognized the screeching and peeping noises. There were sounds coming from inside and outside the hut that were new. Wilson's presence made her uncomfortable. He lay so close she could feel the heat emanating from his body. All her romantic ideas about living in the jungle evaporated. After midnight, something tugging at her head woke her. She opened her eyes with a certain amount of dread and switched on her torch. She found herself face to face with an enormous rat that had been busying himself, gnawing off pieces of her hair for his nest. Startled to be caught in the act, and before she had time to react, he disappeared at speed into a hole in the floor. She rubbed her head and found a small patch of short hair sticking up from the scalp. No matter what she told herself about nature and all its wonderful creatures, she found it impossible to sleep after that. She wedged herself into a corner and flashed the torch at every creak and groan emitted by the hut. She spent a long night wondering why she hadn't joined a bank, instead of being so stubborn. Wilson slept like a log, emitting blissful snores, ensuring that she would hate him even more in the morning. Chapter 7. The next morning, they rose before dawn and breakfasted on the steps of their shabby house. Don Moises' wife brought them scalding cups of coffee, thick with sugar and stale pink wafer biscuits. Too tired to explain that she didn't like sweet coffee, Sam sipped it without comment and mourned her tea bags forgotten in Calderon. She added it to the list of things she would have to adapt to if she wanted to thrive in the jungle. Drained after her night in the corner, the sugar gave her an immediate boost. In the near dark, she urinated behind the house, praying the snakes were still asleep. She stuffed all her belongings back into her rucksack, before following Wilson down to the riverbank in the cold light. A row of wooden canoes rested on the shingle. On the other side of the river, an impenetrable jungle loomed over them, dark and dank. Moises had selected 3 more men to travel with them, whom he introduced as Carlos, Ryer, and Gastino. He stood out as a leader even though he was not black and was half the size of the others. Doña Elodia, an attractive middle-aged woman, also joined the expedition to cook and pan for gold. She tried to talk to Sam but soon gave up when Sam couldn't understand her. Don Moises had selected a canoe with high sides, hewn from a single tree trunk, for their trip upriver. It was big enough to take all 7 people with their provisions and bags stowed at the front with ease. The tool marks from hatchets and chisels spoke volumes about the man-hours needed to fashion it, but comfort had not been a priority. Random blocks of wood on the floor of the canoe served as seats. Her bottom still tender following the train journey, Sam wondered how she would tolerate sitting on one of them all day. The crew readied the canoe to leave and Sam got in. She gingerly sat down on one block, which rolled over and deposited her in the water at the bottom of the canoe. The cold water made her shiver. Hoping no one had noticed, she grabbed the sides of the canoe and hauled herself back onto the wobbly seat, the damp now creeping along her trousers. The chill moved up her thighs to the back of her knees. She leaned forward, grabbing her knees to take pressure off her back, and steeled herself for a long day. Wilson sat in front of her with Don Moises at the prow. A flock of parrots passed far overhead, chatting to each other like women in a bus queue. Carlos, who stood at the back of the canoe, steered it away from the bank with a long paddle. He then picked up a long pole. At the front, Ryer and Gastino, both with one foot on the edge of the canoe for balance and the other in the bottom, used long poles to punt the boat up the stream by sticking them in the riverbed and pushing the canoe forward. Carlos did the same at the other end, using the paddle to steer when necessary. It was a more efficient method of travel than it looked, and they made good progress against the current, scything through the clear water in smooth movements. When the canoe arrived at a rapid, the crew disembarked and hauled it upstream past the rocks and roaring water and into the main channel. The canoe was a dead weight, and even with the buoyancy afforded by the water, it took a massive effort from the team to drag it through the rapids against the current and around the rocks. Sam could not help much, but she joined in anyway, soaked each time by the strong waters of the river. Wilson did not help and glared at her. "You should stay in the canoe," he said. "They will think you are a worker." She ignored him, finding it exhilarating to be using her physical strength in this way. It reminded her of the old Tarzan movies she had watched as a child. However, there were no friendly elephants to pull the canoe upriver in this version of the movie. It took them 6 hours to get to the farthest boundary of the mining claim they were investigating. They had arrived at the highest navigable part of the river in the rainforest's interior, which grew between the Andes and the coast of Sierramar. The lack of roads meant most human development had not reached the region. The only populated places were the banks of the innumerable rivers. Most of the villages had black inhabitants. They had replaced the local indigenous population, leaving only a few isolated villages of Indians. The vegetation along the river grew into huge verdant walls, rising many meters above the riverbanks. Here and there among the trees sat small huts on stilts surrounded by banana trees, but Sam could see no wildlife. "Why haven't we seen any animals yet?" said Sam. Wilson laughed. "These people," he said, gesturing at them, "they eat anything. Only the parrots have survived. They're not stupid, you know. They fly too high to get shot." Despite Wilson's cynicism, the jungle was not lifeless. There was an abundance of huge, colorful dragonflies and some red admiral butterflies that looked out of place. Sam took photographs of any wildlife she got close to. From their continuous peeping, frogs were also common, but she didn't see any jungle-dwelling mammals. Sam coped with the novel surroundings, but not the inactivity. Watching other people work all day lost its charm after a few hours, and there were only so many photographs she could take. "Wilson, I need something to do. Why can't I help Doña Elodia?" Here in Sierramar, it is not appropriate for a boss to do any manual work. You must not carry your own bags or serve the food. The workers will lose their respect for you. But she blamed his attitude towards her for causing that. He kept dismissing her questions and treating her as if she had said something stupid. Sam became frustrated by her inability to grasp what they said to her. It had been getting easier in Calderon, where she had made strong progress, but the local accent in Recate proved impossible to decipher. She did not want to rely on Wilson to translate it into Calderon Spanish or Pidgin English, as the results did not convince her. Whether he did it on purpose, she couldn't tell. It gave him a power over her she wasn't comfortable with. He veered between irritation at her floundering and a strange leering attention that made her uneasy. The workers dug pits in the gravel and then panned the samples to test for gold. Castino and Ryer did most of the digging, sweating in the humid heat of the river shade. Their spectacular physiques glistened in the sun as they dug out the pits. Don Moises did not seem to do anything at all, except supervise. Once they laid the material out on the ground, Wilson wrote copious notes about the gravel, the size of the stones, the type of matrix they were in, and the rock type of the pebbles. Sam had studied alluvial gravels in books, but most field geology concentrated on hard rock deposits, so she hadn't seen them up close before. She paid close attention to the characteristics measured by Wilson and examined the pebbles which made up the gravel, but apart from being smooth and rounded, they did not look interesting. How does examining the gravel help locate the deposits of gold? "These pebbles don't look as if they come from mineralized deposits," said Sam. Wilson sneered, but glad to show off his knowledge, he explained with deliberation. "The gold comes from a deposit high in the mountains, and it washes down the river with the stones eroded from the bedrock. Gold is heavy compared to rock, and it falls through the water onto the bottom of the river. The river terraces along the banks are ancient riverbeds, which have been concentrated many times by ancient rivers. The gold concentrates in depressions on the bedrock as the less dense stones get washed down river. So the gravel with rounder stones is older? Yes, they have been worn away by the constant reworking of the terraces. Does this mean the terraces with round stones have a good chance of containing areas with higher concentrations of gold? Yes, round stones and not a lot of sand and silt which gets washed away during concentration. Maybe it would be a good idea to record the different layers in the gravel so we can sample them separately. That's what I am doing, said Wilson, although Sam had seen no evidence. Shall I draw them to scale? Okay, but show me what you have done so I can correct your mistakes. Sam ignored this comment. She drew detailed profiles of the pits they excavated in the gravel, measuring the layers of sand and gravel, and noting the approximate percentages of pebbles and gravel in each layer. Wilson examined the drawings and didn't comment, but he directed the workers to sample each layer she had identified. Sam noted the number of each sample on a list so they could identify them later. Doña Elodia and Carlos, tasked with checking the gravel for gold, were expert panners, and Sam watched them as they loaded their large wooden pans with gravel and bent double to lower them into the water. They swirled the pans on the surface, allowing the water to wash through the top of the gravel to clean out the lighter materials and free any heavy materials to sink deeper into the pans. They floated the pans on the surface of the river and brushed the clean gravel from the top of the materials in the pan out into the water. The quantity of material in the pan reduced until there was only a patch of black sand left in the indentation at the bottom of the pan. The panner then trickled water across the black sand, washing it down the pan and into the sample bag. Sam saw several flecks of gold in the tail of the black sand. They looked like pieces of glitter, but there was no mistaking their yellow glow. She longed to try this for herself, but Wilson glared at her as if reading her thoughts. Back on the river, the crew often jumped from the canoe to cool down as it glided along, but Sam preferred to enter the water from the bank. Mud-colored and cool, bowel parasites and amoebas abounded in it, so she kept her head above water. She also ensured there were no routes open to the Candiru before she got into the river. Swimming in her long-sleeved shirt and trousers restricted her movements, but she noticed that Doña Elodia kept her clothes on, so she erred on the side of caution. Her wet shirt wrapped itself around her torso and neck in the water, making her feel as if someone had strangled her. At the end of a long, hot first day, they arrived at Arenas, a village of indigenous Indian people, the only one she had seen in Esmeralda's province. As they approached the village on a bend in the river, the women gathered on the bank and sang for them. The sun slid down a golden sky, and the leaves of the jungle canopy gleamed in the warm light. Sam lay back in the canoe and watched the flocks of far-above parrots winging homeward, and the rippling muscles of the boatmen as they sliced up the river through the turgid waters. The jungle amazed her, and she soaked those minutes up to be saved into her memory bank. The sound of Wilson arguing disturbed her reverie. He disagreed with the women over how much their welcoming chorus was worth in terms of a tip. He handed over a grudging payment, and the women stuffed it into sweaty crevices. They helped unload the canoes onto the pebble beach, and then lifted the bags and boxes onto their backs to carry them up the steps on the riverbank back up to the plateau where the village perched. Once they had carried all the goods up to the flatland, they set off through the village, the women still singing, until they reached an open square with playing fields in the middle. The village had allocated their group a sturdy-looking, two-story wooden civil building on one side of the square, in which to set up their headquarters. They had constructed it recently, and the boards had not yet dried and shrunk enough to expose the insides of the house to public scrutiny. A church, which looked as if it had seen better days, sat at the other side of the square. The women of the village prepared a dinner of rice and tuna for the visitors, while the men went to swim and wash in the river. Sam waited until the others had finished washing and returned to the square, before removing her clothes. She kept her underwear on just in case, knowing it was unlikely anyone would spy on her, but feeling as if she was being watched. Back at the square, the men and older boys had begun a game of volleyball. Money changed hands with each point won, which they played to the last man standing. The men and boys had pudding bowl haircuts, and some of them wore loincloths instead of trousers. They played in bare feet. A crowd of younger boys and girls played a rough game of football in front of the church. The women sat out on the open-sided roofed platforms on stilts, watching the games and breastfeeding their babies. Some women with infants were still children themselves. They did not hide their breasts from the visitors. Despite his interest in women, Wilson didn't even glance at the bare flesh on display, and it made Sam dislike him even more. He sat close beside her on the steps of the house, as if defying her to stand up and leave. "The women from this village get married at 13, said Wilson. "Where's your husband? Are you divorced?" "I don't want to get married. It's not compulsory." "But you've a boyfriend?" "No, not right now." "You should go out with a man from Sierramar. We're the best." He stuck out his chest and moved closer to her, his hand brushing her breast as he reached for his cigarettes. "Maybe," said Sam, feeling uncomfortable and wishing she had lied about having a boyfriend. She shifted along the step, focusing her attention on Don Moises, who sat opposite them. As she watched, women brought their babies to him for a blessing. The way the villagers reacted to him fascinated her. They appeared to treat him with something approaching reverence. Sam couldn't ask Moises why they did this without using Wilson to translate, and his attitude had changed to over-friendly since they had arrived at the village. Being unable to communicate well with him meant she could not fathom why he had changed his mind about her. She resolved to work even harder to learn fluent Spanish. Meanwhile, Don Moises caught her staring at him. She nodded at him in respect, and got a smile of approval in acknowledgement. The sun set from one minute to the next, falling out of the sky like an egg yolk sliding off a skillet. Since there was no electricity, this would usually have been the signal for the villagers to retire to their houses and go to sleep as they rose at dawn. However, after dinner, someone started up the generator with fuel Sam and Wilson had brought from Ricate, and soon the bare bulbs hanging from the ceiling gave out a bright light. A party began on the ground floor of the house in which they were staying. This was an excuse to make the visitors pay for a few bottles of cheap rum to get drunk on, but there was also some music for dancing from a big cassette player. Children of all ages pulled themselves up onto the porch to spy on the adults through the windows. There was a lot of pushing and shoving and some tears as they fought for the best view. Some of the bigger children joined in with the dancing. Sam attended the party out of politeness, despite being worn out, as there was no chance of sleeping upstairs with the racket created by the dancing. A man cornered Sam, grabbing Wilson by the arm and signaled that he should translate. "Are you married?" No, not married yet." "Good. Are you barren?" Wilson looked amused as he somehow conveyed this to Sam. "I don't know." "You're too old to be single. Are you strong?" "Yes, I'm strong," she answered and wished she could show him by punching him hard. "I need a wife." Sam readied herself to inform him about the chances of snowflakes in hell, but Wilson intervened and took the man off to get another drink. The man meant his approach as a compliment, but it always depressed her to be reminded of the limited possibilities for women in most cultures. As a guest of the village, she had to be polite, and she danced with anyone who asked, being careful to dance with the older, more important-looking men first. The squashed corpses of the jungle moths, which had congregated around the lights and were dying in droves, soon littered the floor. The more enthusiastic dancers skidded across the carnage, causing painful collisions. Don Moises sent the last of the dancers tottering off to bed before someone had a serious injury. Despite their enjoyment being cut short, there was no dissent. The authority Moises wielded in this village struck Sam as unusual, but it would have to remain a mystery. The members of the expedition climbed the stairs to go to sleep on the top floor of the building, which contained one large bedroom and two smaller padlocked rooms. Sam soon realized they would all be sleeping in one room. She would have preferred to sleep in one of the small rooms with Doña Elodia, but at least the large bedroom appeared to be clean and free of wildlife. The men from Recade all slept in a row, with Doña Elodia at the end beside the wall. Sam had hoped to sleep beside her, but Wilson had placed her at the other end of the room against the opposite wall. He put his gear down between Sam and the workers. She assumed he meant to protect her from any drunken assaults. She set up her mosquito net, attaching it to the wall, and lay under it on top of her blanket, exhausted by her day in the jungle. As she drifted off to sleep, a hand lifted her net and someone lunged at her out of the dark. Terror forced the air out of her lungs. She couldn't see who it was, but then she smelled the cheap cigarettes on Wilson's breath as he clambered on top of her. Struggling under his weight, his foul breath on her face, she tried to push him off but to no avail as he pawed at her breasts and ground against her. He tried to stick his tongue in her mouth, his mustache wet and his smell repulsing her. A screaming rage filled her chest. She opened her mouth to call for help, but then stopped. Would she get the right response from the sleeping workers? She didn't know how the men would react. She couldn't explain what had happened to her in Spanish. What if they helped him? Or joined in and tried to rape her too? Revulsion made her powerful. She freed her hands, and when Wilson lifted himself up for a second, she pushed him off with her left hand, and swiveling to give herself the room, she gave him a right hook into the solar plexus with all her might. Sam had done self-defense training for fun, with a former Navy boyfriend who wanted her to protect herself while he was at sea. She knew to leave one knuckle sticking out when she punched Wilson. She gasped at the pain in her hand. Wilson rolled off her, bringing down the mosquito net, and lay wheezing on the floor of the hut. She pulled her sleeping bag around her and shrank from him, trembling. When he got his breath back, he stumbled out of the room and down the stairs, bumping off the walls. He left the building and did not come back all night. Furious and scared, Sam sat on the floor trying to think of what to do next. For all she knew, the villagers might think it was Wilson's droit du seigneurie to have the gringa, and maybe theirs too. Shaking with fury and the after-effects of shock, she wanted to cry, but fear stopped her. She felt dirty and ashamed. She put her mosquito net up again, but she could not relax. The sensation that not everyone was still asleep, and someone was watching her would not go away. She lay down under her net, tense and afraid, awake for hours, running through the attack again and again in her head. Why had Wilson attacked her? Was she safe now? Finally she slept, her back against the wooden slats of the partition wall, and her penknife in her sweaty palm. Chapter 8. Sam dragged herself out of bed the next morning and rolled up her sleeping bag, feeling self-conscious. To her surprise, no one took any notice of her or showed any sign that they had witnessed the attempted assault. She tried to convince herself it had been a bad dream, but the people in her nightmares didn't smell like ashtrays. She steeled herself for the day ahead. There was no way of going home or contacting anyone to come and get her. She would have to stick it out. To her intense discomfort, Wilson came and sat opposite her as if nothing had happened, smoking his habitual cigarette and sipping his coffee. He wore his trademark all-black outfit with his polyester slacks tucked into black Wellingtons, his face in shadow under his fedora, emphasizing his smoker's wrinkles. He raised his eyes to her and narrowed them. "Why did you punch me?" he said. Sam almost fell off her seat. "You were assaulting me. What was I supposed to do?" Wilson's eyes opened wide. "Assaulting you? You shouldn't have provoked me if you weren't going to." Wilson saw the fury on Sam's face and stopped speaking. "Provoke you? By writing things in my notebook?" she spat. "I don't understand," said Wilson. "Speak slowly." "Fuck off and die. Is that slow enough for you?" She stalked off towards the canoe. "It was your fault. I'm a man, I have desires." Sam spun around. "Did you ask me how I felt about your desires? You jumped me in the night without warning. How do you think I feel? I doubt your behavior will impress Mike." Wilson's cocksure expression changed to one of panic. Hadn't he imagined she would complain to Mike? She could not understand what was going on in Wilson's head. He had tried to take advantage of her while her defenses were down and in front of the team. She was alone in the jungle, unable to understand the local accent, reliant on his good graces to get along, and vulnerable to his whims. What sort of pervert was he? Had she caused this? Mixed feelings of indignation and humiliation percolated through her, as if she had been injected with shame. Her blood boiled, but she couldn't let off steam without disrupting the trip. Even worse, he followed her around like a lost dog, chain-smoking and apologizing. So much for her fond imaginings of working in the jungle with fellow geologists, and being a team and having fun together. It was a nightmare. She tried not to cry. After a breakfast of sweet coffee and bananas, they packed the canoes and pushed off from the riverbank. Sam remained speechless with misery. She sat apart, staring into space, and avoiding his attempts at conversation. When they landed on a bank to do some sampling, she stayed as far away from Wilson as possible and did not address a word to him except for saying yes or no. The morning dragged. Sam pretended not to understand anything Wilson said in either language, shrugging and turning her back on him when he tried to talk to her. Determined to carry on somehow, she focused on making notes, even though she was desperate to get back in the canoe and head home. Although she went through the motions and drew sections of the pits dug in the gravel, a profound feeling of misery weighed her down, and she felt lost. When they rested, she sat apart from the group, listening to her Spanish tapes and mouthed the words. She had never imagined something like this would happen to her. Memories of his body grinding against her made her feel sick. She was fighting back tears when she heard a strange high peeping sound in the jungle. The crew heard it too, and gesticulated at Sam. Her obvious self-isolation had confused them. They had been aware of the incident the night before, but they did not understand what happened or why. They were only worried about their pay if the trip got cancelled. Until this point in the trip, Sam had displayed an interest in photographing everything that moved or didn't. The peeping noise signaled distress and the possibility of an interesting photograph. Moises approached Sam and gestured into the jungle. He did a pantomime of taking a photograph and pulled her arm. She didn't want to take a picture, but she needed a distraction. She grabbed her camera and said, "Vamos." The crew took off into the jungle, dragging her with them. This headlong dash into the darkness frightened her, but she understood the pantomime about the camera, so she ran with them. Wilson and Don Moises showed no interest in following them. The hunters ran into the vegetation at right angles to the river, following a narrow mud path until they stopped at a wet rock face. The peeping continued, louder now, desperate, and the men pointed at a bush. Sam peered into the gloom but couldn't see a thing. She nodded, unconvinced, afraid to move nearer. The men kept pointing with insistent fingers. Then through the shadows, she saw a bright green snake slithering off into the darkness with a frog's head and legs sticking out of its mouth. The frog peeped again in a forlorn hope of rescue, trapped in the jaws of the snake. She cursed her cowardice and snapped a photo of what later turned out to be the back view of a well-camouflaged snake with what looked like twigs in its mouth. She remonstrated with herself for being feeble. When she looked up through the bushes at the face of the rock, the early morning sun highlighted what looked like worn steps cut into the rock. She stepped forward and ran her hands over the steps. Concave with use, there were pools of water on the steps with sediment at the bottom. She took another photo and stashed her camera in its case. Ryer noticed her interest and flashed her a big grin. He took a plastic sample bag out of his pocket and ate the leftover piece of meat he had secreted in it. Then he turned the bag inside out and filled it with sediment from 2 of the steps. He put it back in his pocket, and they started back through the jungle. The other men slapped him on the shoulder, amused by their trip, and pleased Sam got her photograph. They returned to the river bank where Ryer emptied the sample bag into a pan and lowered it into the river. He swirled the contents around the pan, reducing the coarser material until there were only black sands at the bottom. He beckoned Sam closer. As she leaned in, he trickled water across the sand, washing it down the pan. A strip of golden flakes appeared at the bottom of the pan. "Gold," he said. Wilson had been observing and stepped closer. "From where?" he queried. "From steps in the rock." "Maybe Inca make steps," he said to Sam, "to catch gold? You want show me?" Sam had not read that the Incas had colonized Esmeraldas. She thought they were mountain people. Intrigued by the steps, she would have liked to stay and do some exploring, but she had no intention of going anywhere with Wilson. She wavered, her natural curiosity fighting with her caution, but Moises stepped in. "We need to get on," he said. "There are no alluvial terraces in that part of the river. We don't have time to explore the jungle. It could be dangerous. There are wild animals in there." His veneer of calm had slipped, and he appeared agitated. Why didn't he want Wilson to see the steps? The excuse about wild animals was pretty flimsy. Perhaps he was trying to get them home before it rained. "Next time," said Sam. Wilson shrugged, and they returned to the canoes. The day passed in the established pattern, with Sam happier after her brief adventure, but still shaken. Wilson remained oblivious of the effect his clumsy assault had had on her, and even seemed to look for sympathy. "I have no luck with women," he said. Sam did not reply. Phrases like "why am I not surprised" flashed through her head. "They forced me to marry my wife, you know." "Who forced you?" "Her brothers." "A shotgun wedding." "Well, that figures. He probably raped her too. She wouldn't marry him even if someone pointed a shotgun at her head. Bastard." She pretended to be asleep for the rest of the trip home. When they got to the village of Ricate, a fiesta raged in the streets. All the street lights were on, their variety of size and color creating quite a show. They ate tuna and rice again for supper, exacerbating Sam's constipation. It distended her stomach, and she felt as if she would explode. The crew suggested they go dancing at the schoolhouse, dragging Sam with them. The dance took place in a long, low barn with 3 or 4 blackboards on the walls. Dim lighting illuminated the wooden desks pulled back against the walls, used as tables for the drinks. Most of the desks were occupied, but they found one in the corner where they could sit. Rain lashed down in waves and leaked through the roof in places. The dancers gleamed in the lights, soaked with a mix of water and sweat. Most carried a large handkerchief or a towel and rubbed themselves down from time to time. Don Moises bought some beers and a bottle of potent local brew Sam declined to try. Carlos sashayed up to her. Would she like to dance with him if they put a go-go record on? She would, even though she did not understand what go-go was. Go-go turned out to be the local version of pop music. All the records so far had been rhythmic African tunes. They danced stiffly with lots of intricate footwork. Most people stared down at their own feet, checking out their moves. Sam tried a couple of dances but found it hard to tone down her movements. Wilson danced well and was having a ball, making Sam smile despite herself. Carlos shimmied back over for another dance. At the same moment, the huge son of Don Yailo Dia requested one. They stared at each other. Sam looked from one to the other, anticipating a fight. Wilson was off strutting his stuff on the dance floor, so mediation was not a possibility. She grabbed Carlos and whisked him off to dance under the glare of the jilted boy. Despite her troubles, Sam soon relaxed and enjoyed the fun. She forgot to dance in the local manner and caused much amusement among those watching. A plump girl in a canary yellow dress collared Wilson and danced right up next to him, jiggling her giant body. All the other women perched on the school desks, dying to dance. The women never danced without a male partner, and waited for an invitation that only the men could offer. Each invitation was only for one dance, and then the woman returned to her perch on the desk. It was an egalitarian system, and most people got a turn on the floor. One mother breastfed her baby while waiting for her next suitor. If Sam sat down, someone asked her for the next dance, despite her foreign way of moving. By the end of the evening, the dancing had exhausted her, and she headed back to their hut. Don Moises remained at the dance with Don Yailo Dia, because she couldn't stay alone at the dance, being a married woman according to Wilson. Sam now took his translations with a grain of salt. Wilson showed no inclination to come home and stayed away to Sam's great relief. She slept like the dead on the uncomfortable floor, while the party continued until dawn. Sam woke up with a bald patch. Bloody rat. As she returned from her ablutions at the river, she met Don Moises and Carlos, who were still drinking. Despite their inebriated state, they were raring to go to work. Wilson shrugged when he saw them. He stank of drink too, and Sam resigned herself to a less productive day. They set off downriver to pan the terraces in the lower reaches of the concession where the river widened, and the terraces contained lots of sediment. The results were not interesting. These terraces don't have gold left in them, said Wilson. Because they're near the road. Men with diggers can come and take out the gold. None left now, I think. Can I try panning? Said Sam, knowing full well Wilson would have let her do anything to suck up to her. Okay. Carlos, show the engineer how to use the pan. Sam noticed Wilson called her engineer, a tacit recognition of her degree. That must have hurt. Serves him right. She used all her strength to guide the pan and swirl it in the river like she saw the others doing. Her muscles were straining under the weight, but the satisfaction of seeing a couple of tiny flakes of gold in the pan's bottom compensated for the effort. She made copious notes and drawings, more to annoy Wilson than for any technical reason. As he predicted, pickings were slim, and they found a spade handle at the bottom of one pit, showing their previous exploitation. This part of the river would not figure in any mining plan. After work, they swam in the river. Carlos and Don Moises showed no signs of wilting despite having had no sleep. They got back to the village after dark. As Sam and Wilson sat on the stairs outside their shack waiting for their supper, a bunch of children congregated at the house across the road. They played a game of concerts. Each child shuffled up the front steps of the house and did a turn for the critical audience, who giggled and wiggled as they sat on the wall in front of the house. They greeted each act with raucous applause, and the children often joined in with the performer in their high-pitched, angelic voices. The memory of the assault evaporated, and soothed by the jungle harmonies, Sam relaxed. Wilson did not sleep in the house with her, which was a massive relief. She did not ask him where he had been. The next day they left Ricate. They loaded their bags into the canoe, double-wrapped in bin bags to keep out the water. The crew did not have their usual bounce. They worked down the river towards the sea to do their last piece of prospecting. Wilson suffered from serious over-attention to Sam's every whim, trying to get back in her good books before she saw Mike. Sam avoided talking to him and spent the day practicing her Spanish with the workers. When they reached the last village in the concession, Wilson paid the men away from Sam. Carlos came up to her and tried to articulate a complaint to her. $8. Carlos held up 8 fingers and pointed at Wilson. The engineer gave us $8. We earned $10. I don't understand, Carlos. $10. We need $10. Can you help, please? Sam understood the sign language better than the word, but it was clear Wilson underpaid them. She did her best. Wilson, how much are you paying the workers? This is none of your business. I know what I'm doing. They have worked for 5 days, including today. I make that $10 each. Carlos says you only paid them $8. Sam, they're trying to trick you. Their behavior is common in this region. They think you're stupid because you're a woman. Leave these things to me. She didn't believe him and she couldn't prove it, but he had shortchanged them and not the other way around. She couldn't speak Spanish yet, but she could count. Embarrassed, she couldn't do anything to help them. She shrugged at Carlos and mouthed, "I'm sorry." Wilson's attitude alienated Sam still further. She couldn't believe he'd cheat people who were so poor of a meaningless number of dollars. That was him in a nutshell, a nasty selfish cheat. If she ever came back to Ricate, she would bring the difference and make sure they got it. The workers set off for home in their canoe, grumbling about their pay, leaving Sam and Wilson to go back to San Lorenzo in a pickup truck which had seen better days. They squeezed into the front seat and got thrown about by the terrible condition of the road. Sam regretted she hadn't chosen to sit with Don Moises, who hitched a lift into town with them, and sat in the open part at the back, looking serene despite being thrown into the air by the potholes. The ash from the cigarettes Wilson smoked blew into her eyes and made them sore. His polyester trousers pressed against her leg, making hers sweaty and damp. Their close contact repulsed her, but she couldn't move away as she interfered with the gear stick when she slid closer towards the driver. No doubt he, too, would think she fancied him if their legs kept touching. Once they arrived in San Lorenzo, they checked in to the only habitable hotel in town, a seedy establishment where bedbugs rustled in the sheets. Wilson left to eat with Moises, but Sam said she wasn't hungry to avoid seeing him any more than necessary. She took the mattress off the bed and rigged up her mosquito net and her sleeping bag on the plywood base, hoping to avoid the worst of the fauna. She was about to turn in for the night when Wilson knocked on the door of her room. He brought her some pieces of cooked chicken and a few stale biscuits. It reminded her of a documentary she had seen about kingfishers, where the male brought the female a snack and then pounced on her. She pushed him out of her room without speaking to him. He already smelled of the strong local hooch and would without doubt drink himself to sleep. She didn't know what to do about Wilson. She wondered what had provoked the incident. Could I have given him some signal without realizing it? Customs in Sierramar were still a mystery to her. She had been professional on the trip, trying to learn more when she could without getting in the way, and her colleague had only seen a vagina on legs. Maybe she would ask Gloria when she got back to Calderon, in case it was something she did. There was a different culture in Sierramar, which became more obvious as she came into closer contact with the local people, but a large part of her job involved learning how to fit in and avoid local pitfalls. This lesson had been tough, but she would learn from it. Her distrust of Wilson still raw, she pushed a chair under the door handle. Chapter 9. Wilson set off at dawn on the train for San Martin, taking with him all the samples and equipment from the trip. Sam took a taxi to the beach where Mike, who had taken a break from work, waited for an update. As the distance between herself and Wilson grew, her anxiety dissipated and her humor returned to normal. Her whole body ached with fatigue, and she looked forward to speaking English again. Her week in the jungle had been an ordeal, and not at all what she had expected. At least she wouldn't have to work with Wilson again. She sat back in the ancient taxi and watched the palm trees whiz by. Someone had tied the doors of the taxi in place with string, and the springs of the back seat stuck into her legs. Now and then the gears got stuck, and the driver had to grind them into submission. A new clutch might have solved the problem, but it sounded as if a new car would have been a better solution. "You need a new car," she said. "Oh, you speak Spanish?" said the driver. What a relief to hear an accent she could understand. "Yes, but I understand better than I speak. Are you from San Lorenzo?" "No, I'm from San Martin. My car's on its last legs. I'd love a new car, but we don't make them here. We have to import them. The import tax is 200% of the price of the car." 200%. That's a lot, said Sam. Too much. I need to win the lottery if I want a new car. So how did you pay for this one? 20 years ago, cars did not have import taxes, then the government saw a way to make lots of money. You bought this one 20 years ago? No, I trained as a doctor, but the state never paid me on time, so I bought a second-hand car from my cousin and became a taxi driver instead. Does your taxi meter work? No, we don't use them. We charge fares based on the distance and the customer, said the driver. Will I be paying extra? We always charge foreigners extra. He turned around and grinned. But since you speak Spanish, I'll reduce the price. What about my clothes? Do I look rich? Sam gesticulated at her dirty trousers and torn shirt. We can take that into account too. After paying her gringo-based taxi fare, discounted based on her language ability and her shabby appearance, Sam stepped out of the taxi into the sand in the parking lot. Like all the other hotels on the dunes, they had built Las Terrazas on stilts because of the risk of high tides during stormy weather. The main building of the hotel had a terraced bar and restaurant on the top floor overlooking the beach and the sea. The bottom floor contained storage and the hotel manager's residence. Stretching right and left along the beach between the palm trees were some wooden cabins for guests, also on stilts with tin roofs. They had once been painted in bright colors, which had now faded to pastel and peeled off in places. There were small porches on each of the cabins, with welcoming but shabby hammocks with tatty fringes. Former holidaymakers had left seashells and strange-shaped rocks lying on the porches after balking at carrying them in their luggage. A cool afternoon breeze blew through the trees, and a coconut fell at Sam's feet, making her jump. She left her bag at the foot of the stairs of the main building and climbed up to the restaurant. She approached the bar, and a small, wiry man with a graying beard appeared from the kitchen. "Hello," he said in English, "you must be Sam." "I'm Socrates. Your friends are out on the balcony. Would you like some lunch?" Ravenous, Sam looked through the well-fingered menu and selected a dish called fish at the beach. Socrates bustled into the kitchen to encourage the cook. Sam wandered out onto the empty balcony. Evidence of a long lunch littered a table facing the sea. A bowl of banana crisps and popcorn sat amid the debris of dirty plates and glasses with soggy lemon slices. Sam pushed the plates to the other side of the table and slid along the bamboo bench to sit overlooking the beach. The sea sparkled in the afternoon sunshine, gulls swooping and crying above a small fishing boat that was heading for shore. Socrates appeared on the beach below the balcony and made for the place where the boat landed. 3 fishermen pulled the sturdy craft up onto the sand with the help of several people who had appeared on the beach, alerted by the seagulls. Socrates helped them land the vessel and then entered negotiations over the contents of 2 orange buckets in the boat's prow. Sam breathed in the sea air and luxuriated in the sun's heat on her back as she watched him bargain for her lunch. Mike Morton appeared from behind a bamboo screen beside the bar. He wove his way across the floor in the uncertain manner of someone who had enjoyed a long, alcoholic lunch. Hola chica, he said, ¿want a cerveza? He giggled at her tired face. His gentle drunkenness disarmed Sam. I'd prefer a fruit juice, please. Passion fruit would be perfect, said Sam. Mike turned to go back to the bar to order the juice. Halfway there, he turned back to Sam. I'm here with Alfredo Vargas, a friend from Calderon. He's around somewhere. I expect he'll turn up any moment. I think he went to help Socrates with the fishing boat. You'll love him. Alfredo Vargas? I think I met him at the disco. Isn't he eccentric? No more than the rest of us. He winked. Crabby with hunger and in desperate need of a siesta, she smiled back at Mike and tried to ignore the rumbling in her stomach. After a few minutes, Alfredo Vargas appeared in the restaurant with a monkey on his shoulder. How had he conjured up a monkey when the jungles she had left behind appeared empty of wildlife? He wore the lopsided grin of someone who had also spent the afternoon drinking. Cocos locos, he said, sitting down with a thump beside Sam on the hard bench. The monkey jumped onto the table and scavenged amongst the scraps of food left over from lunch. Alfredo hiccuped and turned to look at Sam with big, brown, unfocused eyes. He struggled to recognize her, peering at her face from close range. She could not move away, as she was already touching the railings around the balcony, so she opted for staring back at him. Don't I know you? I recognize those green eyes, said Alfredo. I'm Sam. We met in the discoteca, and in the shop on the Avenida Miranda. You helped me to choose dark chocolate. Ah, now I remember. How's the treasure hunt going, said Sam. I have new clues. I think I'm close, said Alfredo, slurring. Mike's eyes widened. You said you were a researcher, he said. Why didn't you mention the treasure? You didn't ask. I research lost treasures. Tell us all about it, said Mike. Order me a large whiskey then. Mike called Socrates over and ordered a round of drinks. Socrates brought them over with one for himself. He had heard the tale before, but it didn't get boring. Alfredo's back straightened in anticipation and his voice dropped, making them all lean in to hear him speak. When I was a young man, I befriended Jorge Vasquez, one of Sierramar's richest men, who had made a fortune from bananas and cocoa. I had come across some material referring to the lost treasure of the Incas, and I resolved to find it. I told Jorge about it, and asked him for money to fund the search. Jorge had no family on which to spend his fortune, and the idea of the treasure fascinated him. He poured money into the project. I convinced Jorge that a crude map I had found in my research would lead us to it, so we dedicated the next 20 years of his life to trying to find the treasure, which, rumor had it, the Incas had hidden in the mountains of Sierramar. 20 years? Wow, said Mike. That sounds like my relationship with Edward Beckett. Did you ever get close to finding it? We made dozens of attempts to retrieve it, and I believe we were not far away. The mountains of the Yangan Ates are unforgiving terrain, and it's easy to get lost. Once Jorge broke his leg when a helicopter crashed into a stream. It stranded him for a week while I went to get help. It took a military expedition to find and rescue him. Are you still looking? Said Mike. When Jorge got too old to go to the mountains, he delegated me to go there by myself, and I always came back with tales of daring do and narrow escapes to entertain him. We were both drinking men, and many nights turned to day in the telling and retelling of these yarns. Alfredo paused for breath and took a large swig of his whiskey, his eyes filling with tears. But Jorge died of a heart attack last year, and it left me bereft and without funding, and to tell the truth, my hunt's been on hold for a few years now. I've tried to go straight, but running a bar in Calderon was probably not the best way to stay sober. So there you have it. I'm on sabbatical but not retired. He grinned and raised his glass. Sam looked across the table through the maze of empty glasses glistening in the late afternoon sunlight. Transfixed by Alfredo's stories, Mike muttered, "If only I had the money." Alfredo accepted the adoration as his due. "Do you want to hear about our trip to Recate?" said Sam when there was a lull in the conversation. "Did you find a huge deposit of gold?" said Mike. Not exactly, but it has great potential. Let's talk about it when we get back to Calderon. Wilson should be there too, don't you think?" She didn't agree, and she would have liked to tell him about Wilson's behavior, but it seemed pointless to have a serious conversation with a man possessing the attention span of a goldfish who had just found a new rock in his bowl. It can wait. While the men talked about the treasure, Sam slipped off for a siesta in the hammock outside her cabin. Mosquitoes dining on her hands woke her in the early evening. Swearing, she hopped out of the hammock into the cabin and shut the door. She had a shower in water warmed by the sun, which came from a small tank on the roof. When the warm water ran out, the colder supply of water from the well at the beach forced her to abandon it. She sprayed herself from head to foot in repellent, and dressed in a baggy t-shirt and a pair of linen trousers which were almost clean. She slipped on a pair of flip-flops and walked to the restaurant. Mike and Alfredo were back at, or had never left, the table, which was clear but for a couple of fresh drinks, and they were involved in an intense debate. Sam slipped onto the bench on Mike's side of the table, but the two men did not acknowledge her, being so intent on their conversation. Socrates came over to the table. "So Linda, what can I get you?" he said. "I'd like a gin and tonic and a shrimp ceviche, please," said Sam. "A double?" "Yes, please. Of both." She sat watching the bats, staring at the stars, and trying to spot the planets. The conversation the men were having did not require her tired input. Her drink arrived, and she moved to a quiet corner table where she ate her food and sipped her drink in peace. She reviewed the events of the past few weeks in her head, avoiding the subject of the near rape as something she couldn't process without help from Gloria. She couldn't tell Mike while he was in this state. It would have to wait. She raised a glass to herself and drank deep, the alcohol keeping thoughts of Wilson at bay in the inner recesses of her mind. A warm thrill ran through her as she considered the luck that had brought her to Sierramar. She could see her future now, tangible. Life with Mike would be rather unprofitable, but she would hone the skills of an exploration geologist and she would soon be unstoppable. Now she had experience of alluvial geology, she didn't need Wilson along. Soon they would find a project to run, and then she would be in charge. All the doom and gloom she had felt about her career floated away, replaced by a certainty that gave her strength. It rippled through her body, making her hair stand on end. She was on her way and no one would stop her. When she got up to leave, Mike and Alfredo were still talking, but it looked as if they were winding down for the night. She waved her thanks to Socrates and went back to her cabin. Sam looked out of her cabin the next day to see the sun shining on the sand. She was so excited that she ran down to the sea in her t-shirt and knickers and jumped in. The cold water shocked her system and she squeaked when it hit her thighs. She pushed into deeper water, feeling the sand with her toes. Goose pimples covered her body as it fought the cold. The strong current further out made her nervous, so she only made a couple of feeble attempts at swimming parallel to shore in shallow water. Waves broke over her head, making her cough and snort. The salt water ran down her throat, burning it. "I hate the sea. Why do I always jump in? Sounds like my life." Judging that she had done enough to justify being wet, Sam came out of the water and marched up the beach to her cabin. Alfredo lay in his hammock, watching her from under the brim of his hat, all of his hairy limbs dangling over the edges. He resembled roadkill. She waved and he raised a limp hand to acknowledge her. Sam felt great, and the sea air having done wonders for her appetite. She got dressed and wandered up to the restaurant to see if anyone could muster up breakfast. A fat, jolly woman in the kitchen understood Sam's famished look with no need for conversation. "Buenos dias, mi señorita, ¿quieres desayunar?" she said. "Breakfast?" "Yes, please," answered Sam. 2 fried eggs, fried ripe plantains, toast, juice and tea. She wanted to ask for yogurt as well, but couldn't remember the word in Spanish. When her breakfast arrived, it contained yogurt anyway, with a big spoonful of granola. Perfect. Sam ate everything except the plates. The eggs were delicious. They didn't have that supermarket fish meal taste that the ones in London had. Desperate for something tasty after all those boring meals of tinned tuna and rice in the jungle, breakfast at Las Terrazas hit the spot. She forced any thoughts of Wilson back down her throat with an ocean of food. She drank 2 cups of tea and a glass of passion fruit juice, and then, bloated, staggered back to her cabin and fell asleep in her hammock. The sound of the seas sent her into a deep slumber. She was still asleep when Mike tapped her on the shoulder. "Sam, wake up. We're going to the airport now." She didn't remember Mike telling her they would leave for Calderon so soon. Surprised and saddened by this news and groggy with sleep, she got to her feet and went inside to pack her bag. She hadn't told Mike about Wilson yet, but the opportunity had not arisen with all the talk of treasure. It would have to wait until she got Mike on his own. It didn't take her long to get packed, but by the time she walked to the restaurant, Mike and Alfredo were already sitting in a taxi with the engine running. "Hurry, the flight leaves in an hour," said Mike, leaning out of the window. "Sorry, but you didn't tell me we were in a hurry." "I packed as fast as I could," said Sam. Mike looked her up and down. "Well, you weren't deciding what to wear." "Wow, that was nasty. Where did that come from? It's not like he hired me for my looks." Despite the urge to say something clever or funny, Sam didn't defend herself and swallowed the insult to avoid conflict as she always did. "I think the gringa looks cute," said Alfredo, who had noticed Sam's hurt at this jibe. Sam smiled, and it raised her opinion of him a notch. Mike did not notice the effect that his remark had on her, and hummed tunelessly, drumming his fingers on the window frame. Sam got into the front seat of the taxi, and pretended to go to sleep. What does he expect me to wear in the jungle? Chanel? The ancient taxi did not look as if it had the legs to make it to the airport in time, but they got there with half an hour to spare. They were not the last passengers on the plane. A big fat man in a dress uniform stomped up the stairs and evicted someone from the front row about 5 minutes after takeoff time. The victim of this eviction perched on one of the jump seats used by the crew, his face like thunder. Mike and Alfredo sat together on the flight talking treasure in hushed tones. Sam found herself beside a woman who spent the entire journey doing and redoing her makeup in a quiet panic. "We are never pretty enough or thin enough. There is always a reason to criticize us." Gloria arrived to collect them from the airport, waiting in the no parking area at the door to arrivals. She looked her best, having been to lunch with her friends from school. "Gloria, this is Alfredo," Mike said. "He's a treasure hunter." "A pleasure," said Alfredo, kissing her hand in his most gallant manner. Gloria blushed, and in her confusion drove off without Sam, who was trying to put her bag into the boot of the car. When she saw Sam gesticulating at her in the mirror, Gloria slammed on the brakes and leaned out of the window with an apologetic shrug. Sam rolled her eyes and made heart-thudding gestures on her chest, but Gloria ignored her. After dropping Mike and Sam off at the flat, in Avenida Miranda, Gloria drove off, chatting to Alfredo, who had a beaming smile on his face. Sam crossed her fingers. Maybe a successful quest for the hopeless Alfredo could distract Gloria from her hopeless quest of the successful Diego. "Home sweet home," she remarked to Mike, who grunted. "I wonder what's in the fridge." She lugged her bag into the utility room at the back of the kitchen. Toddy had already left for the day, so she left her dirty clothes in a pile by the large sink. "How come we don't have a washing machine?" "Are they expensive?" said Sam. "Gloria told me they put maids out of work. The maids resent washing machines as usurpers and are liable to sabotage them," said Mike. "Would Tati mind if you bought one?" "It's not her job to mind. Tati has minimal cleaning to do, and she's been hand-washing clothes since she was a small girl." The tone didn't invite discussion. Sam went into her room and shut the door. Soon she luxuriated in a hot shower and looked forward to a cup of tea. Chapter 10. A long queue snaked through the 1-hour photo shop where Gloria took Sam to drop off her films for developing. The glacial pace of service irritated Sam, who longed to see her photographs. She had got out of bed on the wrong side, and the delay seemed like a conspiracy to annoy her. "I can't see why they are taking so long," she said, standing on tiptoe and straining to see what was happening at the counter. "What's wrong with you, gringa?" said Gloria. "It's called the 1-hour photo, because you have to queue for an hour to hand in your film." Sam laughed despite herself. The difference in their cultures did not affect their budding friendship. They had a sense of the absurd in common, and were becoming inseparable. Mike had noticed and complained about double trouble to Marta, receiving a sigh in return, but they ignored him. Next, they visited the Geographical Institute to buy more maps for the Esmeraldas area. No friendly teenage soldiers guarded the entrance this time. The jaundiced men at the gate were immune to Gloria's charm, and made them park outside on the street and walk up the steep hill to the entrance. The purchase of the maps took forever, and the colonel kept them waiting even longer than usual for his signature. This did nothing for Sam's mood, and even Gloria seemed irritated that he had not responded to her best smile. They returned to the 1-hour shop to collect the photographs, to find it closed for lunch. Worse still, they got back to the flat to find Mike had given them the wrong map numbers, and they had wasted their time at the Geographical Institute. A last trip to collect the photographs confirmed Sam's fears it would not be their day. "The photographs are not ready yet, madam," said the assistant. "When can I come and collect them?" said Gloria. "You could try tomorrow after 11. "Thank you, we'll do that." Sam's face darkened, and she glared at the girl behind the counter, who tossed her head and went into a back room to gossip. "Sam, you gotta stay calm. If they notice you're impatient, they'll get nervous because you're a gringa. They think you'll shout things they don't understand," said Gloria. "But they're slow on purpose," said Sam. "No, they're just not used to someone in a hurry." The pace of life in Calderon crawled in contrast to London. This inefficiency drove Sam crazy, but Gloria took it on the chest and accepted the mañana culture with good humor and a cigarette. Sam's failure to tell Mike about what had happened in the jungle worsened her mood. She couldn't find the right time to broach the subject, and the longer it took, the harder it became. Wilson turned up at the office to help her write the report, but Sam had taken such an intense dislike to him, she couldn't bear to be in the same room. He also kept his distance, so much that even Mike noticed the frost between them. "What's up with you and Wilson?" he said. Sam snapped at him, unable to control her stifled emotions. "Nothing's up, Mike. Unless you count the fact that he tried to assault me during the trip." "What? When did this happen?" he said, bewildered by her tone. In the jungle in a house at night," said Sam, staring at her feet. "Do you think I'm psychic? Why didn't you tell me about this before?" said Mike. "I'm sorry. I couldn't find the right time at the beach, but I've told you now." "It can't have been that bad, if you haven't told me yet. He didn't harm you, did he? He only tried?" "No, he didn't hurt me, but only because I punched him in the solar plexus," she said. "But he attacked me in the night, for no reason. I don't trust him. I don't want to work with him anymore. Can't we use someone else?" Mike sighed. "Someone else? This is Sierramar, you know. He's the best geologist we've got. I can't magic up another one. You realize the differences in our cultures can cause strange interpretations? Maybe he misunderstood something you did. But I did nothing. I worked and minded my own business. Can't you at least talk to him?" "No, I can't. You must have done something. Figure it out and be more careful next time." Next time? How did it turn out to be her problem? Somehow it had become her fault instead of Wilson's. Why hadn't she told Mike at the beach? Perhaps she was ashamed. Anyway, she had told Mike she could look after herself, and she would have to get over it, or he would think that she couldn't. She had a job, and that was a lot more than most geologists. More importantly, he paid her bank loan, only a minuscule amount, but it would reduce her university debts bit by bit. Sam gave up the idea of Mike helping her with Wilson, but she wanted to find out if she had sent the wrong signals by mistake. When Gloria turned up at the office, Sam asked her if they could go for coffee together before they collected the photographs and met Mike and Alfredo for lunch. She didn't have to ask twice, and soon they were sitting in a cafe near the office. Gloria knocked back her espresso with gusto, but Sam lingered over hers as she struggled to approach the subject. "I'm glad to see my gringa friend is adapting better to Calderon time," said Gloria, lighting a cigarette. "Actually, I wanted to talk to you about something," said Sam, hesitating. "So chica, spill the beans, what's up?" Sam wanted to know the truth. Had she provoked Wilson or not? "It's Wilson," she said. "He tried to rape me." Gloria's horrified expression alarmed her, so she added, "Well, not rape me, assault me, I think. I don't know." She trailed off, confused, and stared hard at the salt cellar in the shape of a chef with a big white hat. Her face blazed with shame. Shock silenced Gloria, but only for a moment. She nodded. "When was this?" "In the jungle. He jumped on top of me without warning during the night." "I can't believe it. How did you stop him?" "I punched him in the solar plexus." "Good for you. That son of a bitch thinks women are weak." "But Gloria, we're equals. We're both geologists." "Sam, are you so naive? Do you believe Wilson thinks of you as an equal?" It had never occurred to Sam that she was less than human to some men, because she wasn't a man too. She shook her head. "Has he left you alone since?" "He sent me a horrible pink cuddly toy and a card with hearts and flowers on it, begging me for forgiveness. I hate cuddly toys. He probably thinks all women like them. He's not stupid. I hate him and his cuddly toys. What did I do to deserve this? I'm so ignorant of the culture here. I'm worried that maybe I provoked him somehow," said Sam in tears now. "Please tell me the truth." Distressed now, Gloria's eyes filled with tears too. She stood up and moved next to Sam on the banquet and gave her a tender hug. "You poor girl. Wilson is a monster. So why is he sending me pink stuff?" "He's probably afraid that Mike will hear about this and fire him." "Hey. Have you told Mike yet?" "Yes, but he thinks I encouraged Wilson, and he refuses to get involved. I couldn't persuade him to act." "Typical Mike. He doesn't know the real Wilson. I've heard things about him you wouldn't believe. You didn't provoke him, not on purpose anyway. That man would jump a giraffe." Sam couldn't help smiling at the possibility. "So it wasn't my fault," said Sam. "What?" said Gloria. "Dress like that? There isn't a man in Sierramar who would think you were trying to attract him." Sam took the verdict on her dress sense on the chin. She wore an old blue shirt with the sleeves rolled up and a pair of ancient denim jeans. Her face was free of makeup and her fingernails naked of polish. Glamour was not her forte, but Gloria could make her laugh at anything. "And that's not all," said Gloria. "Wilson has a reputation as a violent drunk. I heard he frequents brothels and beats up the girls. There are also rumors he owes a lot of money around town to El Duro, a dangerous criminal." "Does Mike know?" asked Sam. "I don't think so," said Gloria, "but I hadn't joined the dots before. I assumed there were two people with the same name. I promised to tell Mike as soon as I get the chance. I think Wilson has designs on Marta too, and the poor girl has no chance against his persistence and brand of full-on charm." Vindicated by Gloria's reaction, Sam reconsidered her situation. Wilson could not hide his nature from Mike for long. Even Mike would react when he found out just who he had hired. Meanwhile, she would also make certain she never slept near Wilson again. After coffee, Sam and Gloria finally extracted the photographs of the trip to Esmeralda's from the one-hour shop. Sam gave the assistants her brightest smile as she left, having learned something from Gloria about how to make friends and influence people in Calderon. She ripped open the envelope of photographs in the car and devoured the contents, squeaking with delight at the best ones and shoving them in front of Gloria, who drove even more erratically than usual. They met Alfredo and Mike for lunch at the Banana Verde. The two men had formed an ever closer bond since their trip to the beach. They obsessed over the treasure and spoke of nothing else. Mike spent most of his time at Alfredo's house sifting through the piles of paper for clues, and Sam found herself in charge of the geology projects that were offered to Mike. As her Spanish continued to improve, Sam took the meetings with their owners, helped by Marta, who also picked up some technical knowledge. Convinced that Mike would get bored with Alfredo and his hunt for the elusive treasure, Sam was determined to be ready with interesting prospects. She didn't want to return home to England now. She had no ambitions to be a secretary, and the job market for geologists had not improved. Besides, she found reviewing projects to be educational and increased her understanding of what was out there. A spell in Sierramar would look good on her resume, whatever she did there, and fluent Spanish would be even better. Sam had not spoken to Alfredo alone again since the beach, but she got to know him a little better because of his constant presence in the office. The archetypal Byronic hero, he rebelled against convention, being self-destructive, passionate, arrogant, and charismatic. Although he claimed to loathe the English, he liked to exaggerate, and it represented more of a love-hate relationship for him. Despite being from Sierramar, he spouted Shakespeare and dressed his compact frame in the clothes of a Devon country farmer. A charming man with a history of self-inflicted bad luck, he loved to tell tall tales. He ripped his shirt open in the office one afternoon, making the buttons fly in all directions, to show everyone a large, livid scar on his left shoulder. The flesh had shriveled, purple, and pulled around a central hole like a large pair of pursed lips, or, as Mike remarked, an arsehole. "Do you see this scar?" he said. "Want to know how I got it?" "Whoa. That's some scar," said Sam, who had a few herself from playing hockey. "How did you get it? Did someone stab you with a poker?" Alfredo laughed. "I fell into a drunken sleep under a poisonous tree in the Galapagos. The sap of the tree dripped onto my shoulder and ate away at it. My friends found me with a large hole in my flesh, still sound asleep under the deadly tree. They rushed me to the hospital, and an emergency operation saved my arm by cutting out the poisoned flesh." "Is the moral of the story never to sleep under a poison tree?" said Sam. "Or not to get so drunk you don't wake up when your flesh is melting," said Mike. In case Sam had any doubts about the truth of this story, Alfredo made her touch it. She shivered with horror as her finger slipped into the puckered hole. When they were all seated at the table in the restaurant, Mike and Alfredo reverted to the subject of the treasure. Sam had heard it all before, and opened the envelope of photographs which she examined at length. Several of them were classics. She shared them with Gloria, who, having ignored them in the car, examined them with fake enthusiasm. She showed more interest in flirting with Alfredo from under her fat eyelashes. Sam examined the photograph of the snake with the frog in its mouth. It wasn't great, but anyone could see what it was if they peered at it. "Mike," she said, "you must look at this photograph. Can you tell what it is?" The unwelcome interruption made Mike roll his eyes. He grabbed the photograph and gave it a cursory glance before passing it to Alfredo. Alfredo glimpsed at the photograph and reached out to give it back to Sam when he went pale. He brought it up close to his face and screwed up his eyes. "Mike," he said, "lend me your glasses." Mike gave him his reading glasses, which Alfredo put on. He peered at the photograph, muttering, "Oh my God." Mike scrutinized his friend. "Do you feel all right, Alfredo? You've gone a funny color." Alfredo stared at the photograph in shock. "Oh my God," he muttered. "Holy crap and all the saints." He stood up, letting the photograph fall to the floor, and ran to the door of the restaurant, pushing his way past the waiters and out into the street. He got straight into a taxi, and it drove away at high speed. Silence reigned at the table for a moment. What just happened? Said Mike. Search me, said Sam. Perhaps he forgot something. Maybe he wasn't feeling well, said Gloria. He could be afraid of snakes. Sam picked up the photograph from the floor. She blew on it to remove any dirt and looked again at the snake. Great photograph. What on earth had prompted Alfredo's weird behavior? Surely it wasn't the snake. Perhaps he had been drinking before he came to lunch. It wouldn't have been unusual. I should get the center of the photograph enlarged so we can easily see the snake. Shall we order? She said. He'll come back sooner or later. Yes, I'm starving, said Mike. He called the waiter over to the table, and they ordered their food. When it arrived, they ate with gusto and forgot about the strange incident with Alfredo. Sam and Gloria shared a cream caramel for dessert, and they asked for a pot of filter coffee to share. They contemplated their coffees and were basking in after-lunch contentment when Alfredo appeared at the restaurant's door as suddenly as he had left. He had with him a great sheaf of papers and documents in various stages of repair, and a plastic bag full of similar materials and books hanging from his arm. The old and graying plastic bag looked likely to split any minute. A bead of sweat ran down the side of Alfredo's face, a strange fanatical look clouding his eyes. His bizarre appearance drew comments from the other diners. He staggered over to the table, and a waiter who had been watching his progress leapt forward to remove the various plates, glasses, and empty cups from the table. Alfredo dropped his documents on the dirty tablecloth, illustrating how they came to be so stained and torn. Alfredo, are you okay? Asked Mike. What is all this stuff? Treasure, mumbled Alfredo. It's the treasure, Mike. What do you mean, treasure? I don't understand. You said the Incas hid it in the mountains. It's the photograph. The one of the snake. What has a photograph of a snake got to do with treasure? The cipher. The cipher, said Alfredo, addressing Sam. You found the cipher. He was bright-eyed with excitement. Gloria called the waiter over. Can you bring us a bowl of pig trotter soup, please? And a large pot of strong coffee? The waiter, who had been hovering at the table, set off for the kitchen and returned with the soup. Gloria piled the documents together and made room for him to place the bowl. Alfredo sat down dumbstruck with shock. Alfredo, try a little soup. It'll do you good, said Gloria. I'm not hungry. What is it? Wake the Dead soup. Oh, that's my favorite. I might try. He devoured the soup as if he had not seen food for days, smacking his lips together in appreciation. Then Gloria poured him a large cup of coffee. Sugar? Yes, lots. Sam and Mike suffered silent torture while they waited for Alfredo to eat his soup and drink his coffee. After an age, he sighed, patted his stomach, and sat back in his chair. He looked around the restaurant. Most people had left to go back to work, and the few remaining occupied tables were out of earshot. He leaned forward and asked Sam to give him the photo again. She handed it over, glancing at it again, but still unable to understand what had caused the excitement. Alfredo spoke in a conspiratorial whisper. They leaned in to hear him. The steps, they're the key, he said, the key to the lost treasure of the Incas. Do you have any other photographs of the steps? Said Mike. Sam handed Alfredo the photographs she had taken. He grasped them and purred in pleasure. Where did you take these photos? He said. I've no idea. Upriver from Recate. Wilson would know, or Don Moises, said Sam. I'm sure we could find them again. What's so special about the steps? Said Mike. We can't talk here, Alfredo whispered. Let's go back to the flat in Avenida Miranda. We can spread the material out on the floor, and I'll lead you through the story. The hairs on Sam's arms stood on end with excitement. She elbowed Gloria, who raised her eyebrows in mystification. Okay, said Mike. I'll pay the bill and let's go. He paid and left a large tip for the patient waiter. Alfredo stuffed his papers into a newer plastic bag as they left the restaurant and squashed into the car. Gloria took the wheel and set out for Mike's flat. No one spoke. Sam tried to remember if she had noticed anything special about the steps. She had been so focused on the snake carrying away the frog that she hadn't given them a second thought. Gloria's grim determination did not improve her driving. She swung the car into its space in the underground parking garage, so close to the wall that they had to inch out past the pillars. They trooped into the lift and rose to the apartment, surprising Marta at the door. It appeared as if she was slipping away for the afternoon to do some shopping. "What's up, Mike?" "You look mysterious," said Marta, hanging up her bag and recovering her aplomb. "We need to use the floor of the sitting room as a large display area. Can you ask Tati to give it a good sweep?" "Yes, of course. Give me a minute." Marta went to the kitchen, where Tati was ironing a pile of clothes, and put on the kettle. "Tati, please, can you sweep the floor and make a pot of tea? We'll need the large mugs." The floor swept and the tea poured. Everyone stood back as Alfredo laid his documents out in order on the parquet flooring. "What's this about, Mike?" "What are those documents?" asked Marta. "Tell Tati to go home, please, Marta. We won't need her again today. You should go home too. This is confidential." "Oh, Mr. Mike, please don't send me home. I love secrets. I promise not to tell." "You swear it?" "Cross my heart and hope to die," she said. "It's top secret. You can't tell anyone," said Mike. "Okay, boss. I promise." Tati sulked when told to go home, but Mike shooed her out and shut the door. Once they had perched along the low windowsills of the picture window in the sitting room, Alfredo took the floor. "Sorry about lunch," he said. "I didn't know how to react when I saw the photograph. I've spent 20 years looking for this." "Looking for what? The snake?" "I don't understand," said a bewildered Mike. "I'll fill you in on the background before I tell you about the snake. Is that okay?" said Alfredo. Mike waved him on. "As you may already know, there's always been talk of El Dorado and ancient treasure troves in Latin America, but one tale that is historical rather than mythical is the story of Atahualpa's ransom. When the commander of the invading Spanish forces, General Pizarro, captured Atahualpa, the head of the Inca Empire, in 1532, he demanded a huge ransom for his release. A great convoy of Atahualpa's people, led by his half-brother Rumiñahui, set off carrying the gold to pay for his freedom. However, the Spanish reneged on their deal and executed Atahualpa before the convoy could arrive. The news of his execution reached the convoy when they were high in the mountains of Sierramar, so Rumiñahui canceled the rescue mission. He hid the riches where the Spanish would never find them. The legend says they took the horde up secret pathways deep in the mountains. Then the bearers committed suicide. "Suicide? That's horrible," Marta said. "Why did they do that?" "To prevent them from telling anyone where they hid it, of course." Decades later, a Spanish adventurer called Valverde married an Inca princess, a descendant of Rumiñahui. The story goes, she led him to the hiding place, and he made a secret map of the route. He may have removed a part of the treasure anyway. He returned to Spain a wealthy man. Upon his death, he left a map describing the landmarks on the way in great detail. This route had been the blueprint used by all the hunters since then, but no one else has found their way back to it. "But how did the princess know where the treasure was if the bearers committed suicide?" said Sam. "Nobody knows." "Has anybody else come close?" said Marta. A British botanist named Richard Spruce arrived in Sierramar in 1860. His book, Notes of a Botanist on the Amazon and Andes, gave further details of the hunts that took place after the death of Valverde. Various adventurers came close or even claimed to have found the treasure over the years, but all perished before returning to claim the booty. "Do we know what it contains?" asked Mike. The last person who claimed to have found the hoard died on a ship carrying an expedition force returning to Sierramar to remove it. His name was Barth Blake. He had described the hiding place as being in a cave. He said there were thousands of gold and silver pieces of Inca and pre-Inca handicraft, life-size human figures made of beaten gold and silver, birds, animals, cornstalks, gold and silver flowers. Golden vases full of jewelry. "Wow, that sounds amazing," said Sam. "What happened to Blake?" "Blake died before he could give anyone information on its whereabouts. He talked about ascending some steps cut into the rock. He had mentioned no mountains, although he had used the Valverde map to get to the treasure. But no one has seen it since. People assumed the clues had been lost." "What has this got to do with the snake in Sam's photo, Alfredo?" "I spent 20 years researching the mystery of the hoard's whereabouts with Jorge Vasquez, but we never got close." Alfredo paused, as if considering this. "But what if the map is no longer valid? Maybe they moved the treasure after Valverde found it. Had Blake stumbled across it somewhere else?" "You mean in the jungle where Sam traveled," said Mike. Blake's description of the steps matched those in the photograph that Sam took. They had a serpent cipher on them, not seen on Inca monuments. The cipher represents a king or leader. Alfredo stopped talking and fumbled through his papers, producing a line drawing of an Inca design showing the cipher, which he held up. "Where's the cipher?" Mike sounded breathless with excitement. "Sam, can you have a look at the photographs of the steps again, please?" Sam opened her handbag and took out the photograph again. The same cipher appeared carved into the steps, only visible because the late afternoon sunshine had hit the rock at an angle. Her jaw dropped. It's identical," she stuttered. "Identical." They took turns comparing the cipher to the photograph, all of them struck by the similarity between the two. "Does this mean what I think it does?" said Mike. "I hope so. Sam may have discovered the resting place of the lost treasure of the Incas." "Imagine the historical value of something like that," said Alfredo. "We'll be rich beyond our wildest dreams." "I can't even guess how much something like that would be worth," said Mike. "Are we going to search for it?" said Sam, her excitement rising. "A genuine treasure hunt. Surely she would go." "What do you think?" said Mike. "Alfredo, we have some discussing to do. The rest of you, go home and please do not talk about this with anyone." "Not even our families?" asked Marta. "Not even with the Pope." "What about Wilson?" said Sam, crossing her fingers under the table. "I don't think you should use Wilson. He's shifty," said Gloria, unwilling to elaborate with Marta in the room. "That may be true, but we will need his help to get us set up in Recate," said Alfredo. "I don't know anyone around there." "We don't have to tell him about the hoard," said Mike. "I'll say we are mounting an archaeological investigation, and we won't need him after he gets us to the river. The fewer bodies involved, the better. People can be odd about money." Chapter 11. When the meeting wrapped up, Marta traveled home on the bus. She buzzed with suppressed excitement, but she kept her secret throughout the evening and into the next morning despite bursting to tell someone. No one at home was old enough to understand the significance of the serpent cipher or the trials of Atahualpa, and she couldn't ring anyone because they had cut her telephone off after she had forgotten to pay her bill. Marta lived with her 3-year-old son, a willful child who took after his mother in character and after his father in looks. He obsessed over cartoons on the television and always wanted to see just one more mummy. Sometimes Marta couldn't bear to look at her son, because it brought back all the feelings of shame and humiliation she associated with her ex-boyfriend. He had left her pregnant at 19, and had run off with another girl who lived one street away and possessed a green card for residing in the USA. Marta had to face her disappointed family and disapproving neighbors when she discovered she would have a baby. She got pregnant the first time she slept with him, on the night he asked her to marry him. How corny. How did I fall for that old chestnut, and on St. Valentine's Day too? Despite all the warnings from her mother about having sex before marriage, she had fallen for the oldest trick in the book, and she had a son to remind her of it. He grew into the spitting image of his father, poor lad. It wasn't his fault she couldn't look at him. Even worse for Marta, it became obvious Francisco had never intended to marry her. How could I compete with that hussy and her right to live in the States? Life was not fair. Marta had ceased to trust from that day forth, assuming that a lot of her friends and family had known her boyfriend played away, but did not warn her. She got ready for work, taking care with her makeup as she did daily. She blow-dried her hair and fixed it into place with a toxic amount of hairspray. Satisfied she looked her best, she took the bus into work, desperate to tell someone her secret. She let herself into Mike Morton's apartment and slipped into the kitchen, rewarded with the sight of Toddy bent double over the washing board, punishing Sam's jeans with a pumice stone. Toddy originated from the coast and brought the sunshine with her. Her lithe body danced over the task with all the enjoyment of a job well done. She looked up when she heard the tick-tack of Marta's high heels on the tiled kitchen floor, announcing their owner's hurried arrival. "Good morning, Señora Marta," she said. "How are you today?" "Well, thank you, Toddy," she said. "And you?" "I'm okay. A little concerned about last night. I don't understand why Señor Mike made me go home when the rest of the team stayed. I've come early to clean the clothes with all my might, so he can see me working hard." "You've done nothing wrong. Mike would have told me if he had a problem with you. I took home the remains of a chicken they had for lunch this week, mostly bones, but I removed it without asking. I couldn't sleep last night worrying about it. I should have asked Mike, but I thought no one would notice." "It's not the chicken. You needn't worry. If you make me a cup of coffee, I'll tell you all about it." "Okay." Toddy wrung out the jeans and hung them over a drying rack. She wiped her hands on her apron and padded into the kitchen in her flip-flops. She made them both a cup of strong coffee with lots of sugar. Marta struggled to keep her composure while Toddy spooned the sugar into the cups and stirred it extra slowly. "Thank you," said Marta, straining at the seams with impatience. "That's excellent coffee." "So what's up with Mr. Mike and Mr. Alfredo?" said Toddy. "This is top secret. You mustn't tell anyone." "I won't. I promise." "Last night after you left, Alfredo told us about the lost treasure of the Incas. It belonged to Atahualpa, and they intended to use it to pay his ransom, but the Spanish murdered him before the ransom was paid and it disappeared. It turns out, Sam took a picture of a cipher Alfredo thinks might have something to do with the hiding place. I didn't understand that part. I think she said she found it in the jungle." Toddy shifted in her chair. "Really?" "Yes, Alfredo's a treasure hunter, and he has lots of books about it, so he must be clever. He seems sure Sam has found a clue, and Mike wants to look for it himself. Well, not himself, but he wants Sam and Alfredo to go, I think. Isn't that amazing?" She paused, breathless. She sat back and waited for Toddy to beg her for more details, but Toddy appeared unimpressed by this tall tale. "Ah, but that story is a myth. I read about it in the newspaper. There's no trove anymore. The Spanish or someone stole all the gold. I can't remember who. Anyway, I don't believe it still exists. Are you sure you don't know why Mr. Mike sent me away?" "Perhaps because we were speaking English. Aren't you interested?" "No, it's none of my business. I'm worried about losing my job. I have to finish the laundry." "But Toddy." Toddy stood up and marched off to the sink. Marta didn't understand why she didn't seem interested in the treasure, and had dismissed it out of hand as a myth. Toddy loved to gossip about superstitions, rumors, and miracles. Today she had showed no interest at all. This apparent change of heart frustrated Marta, but she had never understood Toddy and assumed she had problems at home, which made her sullen. Marta remained frustrated, still carrying her secret, which felt as yet unshared because of Toddy's reluctance to take part in speculation. She sulked at her desk all morning and sighed when Mike and Sam left to go to lunch with Gloria. "What's wrong with Marta?" said Sam. "It's bound to be her period," said Mike. "Ignore her. She'll get over it." Sam's growing excitement about the treasure was tempered because Mike had still not told her whether she would go to look for it with Alfredo. The answer seemed obvious. After all, they would never have found the steps without her, but experience of being left out in the past nagged at her until she got up the courage to corner Mike. "Have you got a minute?" she said. "What's up?" said Mike. "Nothing. I'm just so excited about the treasure. Isn't it great? I've always dreamed of being a wealthy man and having my own yacht. My mother, God rest her soul, aspired to better things, and she forced me into social circles where I wasn't able to compete in terms of money or education. Class is something money can't buy, but having seen that lifestyle, I wanted to better myself anyway and set about reading any book I could find. I traveled far and wide getting experience in other cultures and countries." "How did you get into investing?" "Rich people like to invest in riskier schemes as a sideline to all those boring bonds and properties. It's like an expensive casino for them. The rewards can be huge and unlikely, but they like to take a punt sometimes. I'm well placed to put them in touch with my contacts worldwide, many of whom specialize in finding unlikely projects for investment. The lost treasure of Atahualpa is an entrepreneur's dream. It has everything: adventure, history, violence, mystery. I'll have no trouble convincing Edward to put up the money to pay the salaries and office bills in Calderon, funding the trips to the jungle and so forth." "That's great," said Sam. She paused, uncertain. "What is it?" "Am I going?" she said. Mike's eyes opened wide and he laughed a frustrated bark. "For God's sake, of course you are. Someone has to help keep Alfredo on the straight and narrow until you get to Recate. He's struggling to cope with the revelation about the hiding place of the Inca horde being in Esmeraldas instead of the Yangan Ates. He might become a liability on this trip if he can't stay sober." Sam stopped, holding her breath. "I can't say I'm glad Wilson's coming, but I understand. It's only to Recate. Just be careful not to provoke him again." Sam swallowed her reply. She wouldn't convince him she had done nothing to attract Wilson's attention. Mike didn't comprehend Wilson's behavior because he was used to women throwing themselves at him because of his public profile. He had assumed Sam had been starstruck by Wilson's manly appeal. "I'll do my best," she said. "I'm taken with Alfredo despite all the drinking. He's such a charming man, it's impossible to resist him. Wilson isn't the picture of sobriety himself. I hope I can keep an eye on both at once." "I wish I could come," Mike continued, oblivious, "but I can't risk it. Doctor's orders. But if it wasn't for that, nothing would keep me away. In fact, it would be the adventure of my life. I can't wait to hear all about it." "Doctor's orders?" "Mike is too lazy to come on the trip with us. He only wants the booty." "Don't worry. We'll be back before you miss us," said Sam. Despite all her instincts telling her to avoid Wilson, Sam didn't want Mike to change his mind and leave her at home. She needed the job, and she longed to go on the treasure hunt, whatever the risks. Sam's reluctance to go on the trip with Wilson made Mike uncertain. She didn't behave like most women he had come across. He had been astounded when she came to him with the revelation about the assault. Before then, he had been unconcerned about that aspect of Wilson's character. They had met in a seedy brothel, but that meant little since Mike had also been there. He'd rationalized it to himself because he needed them both on the trip, and he still thought he had made the right decision. She'd fought Wilson off the last time, hadn't she? Who knew what sort of teasing went on? No one jumped a woman without provocation, he didn't. The treasure came first. Sam would have to get a grip. He took advantage of being alone in the office to call Edward. "Hello?" "Oh, hi, Ophelia. It's Mike Morton. Can I speak to Edward, please? I think he's busy, Mike. He won't be too busy to hear this. He's busy. I don't care how fucking busy he is. Tell him I need to speak to him right now. It's important. There's no need to be rude. I'll see if he can free himself. A pause followed. Some muffled, cross-sounding voices were audible in the background. The sound of footsteps approached the telephone. They were not high heels. He breathed a sigh of relief. Mike? What's so urgent? Said Edward. We've done it, mate. We've hit the jackpot, said Mike, unable to contain himself. What jackpot? How can you be sure? Don't we have to do lots of sampling and measuring? I thought you hired Sam for that. She's pretty expensive for a junior. I hope she's worth it. This confused Mike for a moment, then he remembered. He had put a decent salary in the budget for Sam, which Edward had refused to pay at first. He hadn't told Sam that Edward had changed his mind and agreed to pay her. Sam wanted the job, and he needed the money more than she did. They both knew the rules of the game. Why rock the boat? Turns out she's a genius. She's discovered a staircase that leads to the lost treasure of the Incas. What the fuck is the lost treasure of the Incas? Aren't we supposed to be opening a gold mine? Muttered Edward, who couldn't keep up with Mike's changing plans. Grab a chair, mate, and pour yourself a large one while I spin you a tale of Incas murder, suicide, and gold. The revelation about the serpent cipher on the Inca steps had been too much for Alfredo. He disappeared into his study for several days and emerged looking haggard with lack of sleep. Gloria took it upon herself to keep him fed, but her offerings were left to get cold or were eaten by Alfredo's dog. He had lost all concept of time, and often rang Mike in the early hours of the morning to discuss a new revelation with him. Mike, are you awake? Jesus, Alfredo, do you know what time it is? The last Inca used the serpent cipher on one of his seals. A royal cipher means something important. That's great. You already told us. Now can I go back to sleep? But it's a royal seal. Yes, and it still will be in the morning. Night, Alfredo. Desperate to improve her relationship with Wilson before they went back to the jungle, Sam confronted him, something she found excruciating and out of character. Steeling herself, she approached him in the kitchen while he put sugar in his coffee. Wilson, I need to talk to you. He looked at her with disdain and sighed. What is it? Can't you see I'm busy? Sam's mouth fell open. She had not been expecting his surly attitude, but it gave her the courage to bite back. You shouldn't have jumped me in the jungle, she said. Jump you? You were all over me like a rash, and then you chickened out. Typical gringa bitch. That's a lie, she said. As if I would fancy you. Anyway, Gloria knows all about you. What would Mike think if she told him about your past? Wilson looked her straight in the eye. She wouldn't dare. Not if she knows what's good for her. Anyway, what about her past? What would Mike say if he knew all about her? This was not going the way Sam had planned at all. Gloria told me you keep getting fired for embezzling funds. She'll tell Mike why if you don't watch out. If she knows about me, then she knows about my friends. They wouldn't mind a piece of rich bitch for a change. He turned away, leaving her standing in the middle of the room, white-faced with shock. Gold fever had infected Edward. Beside himself with excitement, he rang Mike daily for updates. How much is that treasure worth, Mike? Millions. Billions, said Edward. I don't know yet. Enough to retire on, I hope, said Mike. Do we have to share it with the government? What are the taxes? Can we smuggle it out? I think we should cross that bridge when we get there. Okay, but you need to tell me as soon as you get an idea of the value. You'll be the first to know, mate. By the way, I need another transfer. The salaries are due next week, and I have to pay the quarterly rent too. No problem, mate. 10,000 all right? 10,000 would be perfect. Speak soon then, mate. Absolutely. Despite his apparent immunity to Sam's threatened exposure of him by Gloria, Wilson panicked. The job with Mike represented nirvana for him, lots of pay and plenty of easy prey. His womanizing wouldn't bother Mike, being a man of the world like Wilson, but he doubted that stealing from his employer would go down well. He had to get rid of Gloria before she spilled the beans, and he had a pretty shrewd idea of how to do it without suspicion. He made the call. Senor Valcone, it's Wilson Ortega. Long time no hear. Wilson. It has been a long time. Is this a social call? Yes and no. I hoped you would help me with a problem. Would you like that problem to disappear? Yes, but it must look like an accident. An accident? I think I can arrange that. Does the problem have a name? Before they set out for the jungle, Sam and Gloria made another visit to buy large-scale maps of the river and some aerial photographs of the area where Sam had stopped to photograph the snake. Without Wilson, Sam found it hard to pinpoint the exact bend in the river where they had stopped and seen the steps. Sam studied the aerial photographs with a magnifying glass, but their scale did not allow her to spot anything of interest through the trees. I can't find the exact spot where we saw the steps, but Don Moises will remember where they are, said Sam. Take the maps with you. They aren't any use to us here. We can always buy some more, said Mike. Do you want to review the list of supplies with me? You made it with Alfredo, didn't you? I doubt I can add much. Buy them with Gloria. Can I have some money? Ah, you will need to go via the bank. The transfer from Edward has arrived. I'll give you a check. Talking of money, have you remembered to deposit the cash in my account? Of course. But his expression told Sam another story. She faced a dilemma. Now she had joined the gang, she didn't want to make a fuss. She longed to be included more than anything. The money would have to come from somewhere else. Apart from work, partying hard remained the only thing to do in Calderon, and an occasion of some sort happened most nights for people in the right set. Being invited to all of them, Gloria selected a function in a hacienda outside Calderon as being suitable for Sam to meet people who were likely to speak English. Mike hated to miss out. He had a previous engagement, a dinner with the British consul, and he waved them off with bad grace. Excited to be getting out of town for the night, they sang along to the music on their way through the dark country roads. When they got to the party, fairy lights sparkled throughout the sizable garden, and a wonderful selection of drink had been placed around the house. Everyone who was anyone turned up, and Sam found lots of people who could chat in English, making it much more fun and less effort. They had a fine evening, dancing, drinking, and hanging out in the garden. The party wound down long after midnight. Even the hardened veterans of Calderon nightlife had given in to the combined excesses of drink and coke that formed the backbone of any decent fiesta in the capital. Some people had left. Others crashed where they sat, their necks at grotesque angles on the low-backed sofas. Full ashtrays leaked lipstick-stained cigarette butts onto tables and floors. Cut crystal whiskey glasses glinted from under the plants on the veranda. Outside, the crickets deafened those who had ventured out into the starry early morning. Sam sat on the stone steps amid the cacophony of competing insects and frogs. She had wanted to return home for over 2 hours now, but couldn't persuade anyone to take her. Gloria had no interest in leaving. She loved to go to a party, but persuading her to leave was a different proposition, even though she had been vomiting in the bathroom most of the evening. She kept coming out to refill herself with the same fluids she had expelled. Sam stood up in the garden in the moonlight and gauged her ability to balance on the wobbly steps. She staggered back into the house to look for Gloria. She found her in the bathroom snorting coke with Alfredo, who had emerged from his self-imposed exile in the Avenida Miranda. He fumbled with Gloria's outer clothing in a way that suggested that he had never undressed a woman without help before. He glared at her shirt buttons with disgust and seemed to contemplate ripping the blouse open. Oblivious to this struggle, Gloria slurped a white Russian. Large damp circles of mascara had formed around her eyes, which had sunk into her puffy face. Vomit glistened on her sleeve, and her jeans had a big red wine stain at the crotch. "Hello, Gloria," said Sam. "Are you ready to go home yet?" Gloria leaned against the wall and lost control of her head, which hung from her neck like that of a strangled chicken. She twisted it enough to see who was talking and smiled malevolently. "Not yet, Sam. Another half hour." She had said the same thing every half hour for the last 2 hours, and Sam understood her well enough now to be convinced Gloria stayed on to spite her. She developed a malicious streak when she drank. The more Sam wanted to go home, the less Gloria would feel like going. Sam had returned to wandering around in the garden when Gloria appeared in the doorway and said, "So, let's go then." She spun on her heel and crashed into the couch before staggering towards the front door. Gloria's drunken state alarmed Sam, but she couldn't bear to stay any longer. "I'll make sure Gloria drives with care." Slipping out of the party and into the dark yard, she noticed Gloria's car already backing out of the parking space. Alfredo had taken possession of the front seat of the car, so Sam slid onto the back seat where a cloud of whiskey fumes and cigarette smoke enveloped her. Gloria took a swig from a half bottle of scotch, which she dangled over her shoulder, offering it to Sam. Sam refused with a smile. Gloria passed the bottle to Alfredo in the front seat. Grasping the bottle, he maneuvered his seat into a supine position so he could leer at Sam. He winked at her and gave her a lovely crinkly smile. He was a caution. Sam couldn't help beaming back. "Me llamo Alfredo," he said, unaware he knew Sam well. "Yo, Sam," she answered, and as an afterthought, "seatbelts." Gloria obeyed without demur, as she had given up questioning Sam's bizarre obsession with seatbelt wearing. Alfredo fumbled with his in a confused manner. His compliance amazed her, since most men in Calderon took the wearing of a seatbelt as a challenge to their masculinity. Gloria set off for Calderon, shouting drunken abuse at no discernible target. The car swerved around the potholes on the rural road. It rose through the S-bends leading up over the tops of the peaks that surrounded the city. There were several sets of roadworks near the top of the hills. The steepness of the terrain, the rape of the forests, and the torrential rain had all contributed to constant landslides, which were apt to sweep the roads and houses away like a child knocking down a sandcastle at a beach. The present roadworks resulted from the old entry road disappearing down the valley, taking with it a couple of buses full of people during rush hour a few months before. Faced with the complex one-way system, Gloria's driving became a little more measured. There were no streetlights. A power cut had plunged the valley into gloom, exacerbated by an early morning fog that sat on the road like translucent meringue in the headlights. Alfredo slept like a baby, rocked in his seat by the constant cornering. The road became wider and Sam relaxed. There wasn't another car in sight. They were safe enough on this broad back road into town. She gazed up at the vertical walls of rock lining the road and tried to spot orchids, a trick she often used when traveling in Gloria's car at ludicrous speed. Gloria braked for the next corner, but the car didn't slow down. She shouted, "Jesus, the brakes have gone," and swerved to the left, throwing the car into a lower gear. She fought the car around the corner, but it skidded. Sam grabbed the seat in front of her. She tried not to panic, bracing herself for impact. The accident happened in slow motion. The car flew through the air, landing on its roof and caved in on one side, almost knocking Sam out. It spun across the highway and came to a stop on its roof in the darkness. For a moment, only the car stereo broke the silence, playing "You're So Vain" by Carly Simon. Sam opened her eyes to find herself alive. She worked this out because her arm hurt, and then she heard Gloria singing along to the radio as if nothing had happened. There was a pool of liquid on the car's roof. Gloria giggled. "Are we dead?" she said. Sam considered her answer with care before deciding on, "We'd better get out." Gloria's window was still open, and the impact had not flattened her side of the car as much as the passenger side. They got out of their seatbelts and lowered themselves onto the roof of the car without incident, and Gloria crawled outside through the window. Sam had to fold down the front seat and slide out over it to emerge out onto the road. They sat on a log at the side of the road, dazed by the crash, shock silencing them. Suddenly, Sam realized they were missing someone. "Where's Alfredo?" she said. Gloria swung her head around, eyes wide. "Jesus, I forgot. Can you look inside the car? I'm too drunk." Sam got down on her front and slid back into the car. A puddle of warm liquid which had pooled on the roof of the car sunk into her clothes. Fright made her gasp. The liquid under her might be petrol, and the car could explode like they did in the movies. She sniffed it and realized the contents of the bottle of whiskey had spilled out, forming a pool. She reached out and switched off the radio, causing a yell of protest from Gloria. Then she turned on the internal light over the windscreen. In the reduced space between the erstwhile roof of the car and the passenger seat, she spotted Alfredo's leather jacket. He seemed to still be in his seat, hanging upside down. She grabbed his collar and pulled hard, but she couldn't budge him because he remained strapped into his seatbelt, just as she had demanded. She strained to release the catch, and as it gave way, Alfredo fell down onto the roof headfirst. "I must be pretty drunk to have forgotten about gravity." The fall revived Alfredo, who had been asleep. "Shit," he said. "Where are we?" He struggled to right himself enough to see Sam, who sprawled on the upturned roof. She offered him her hand, and then pulling him with one hand, she pushed herself out of the car backwards through the whiskey onto the road with the other. Alfredo had a wiry build and slid across the roof with surprising ease. Gloria sat on the log at the side of the road smoking a cigarette and fiddling with her shirt, trying to work out which button went into which hole, a task that appeared to be an insurmountable puzzle in her state. She seemed unconcerned by their situation, and unsurprised to find herself sitting in the middle of the road beside an upturned car at 4 o'clock in the morning. She screwed up her face in concentration as she tried to brush off the dust that had stuck to the blood on the material. Gloria was no stranger to being in trouble, but as the only daughter of the eldest son of one of the most powerful families in Calderon, she used her position to extract herself from it. This cushion of limitless wealth had protected Gloria from the realities of life in Sierramar. "What happened?" said Sam. "The brakes failed," said Gloria. "What are we going to do?" "We should notify the police." "No. You must go now. I'll deal with this. You can't be here." "But I can't leave you both here. There must be procedures to be followed." "Yes, there are, but you can't be here, or as a foreigner, they'll blame you and try to make you pay a lot of money because you've been drinking. I'm the expert here, Sam. Trust me. You must go now before it's too late. I promise you, it'll be all right." Alfredo nodded sagely, or maybe drunkenly. Sam remained unconvinced. "But it's the middle of the night. Will you be safe?" Gloria, who appeared to have sobered up in an instant, became adamant. She flagged down a passing cab. "Sam, my father is a powerful man in Calderon. I'll be fine. You are a foreigner, and a target for fines and corruption. You must leave now." The cab driver wound down his window. "Can you take this woman to 2256 Avenida Miranda, please?" said Gloria. "But she's been in an accident. I can't take her. What will the police say?" "The police will not find out. I'm the daughter of Hernan Sanchez. You should do as I tell you." "Señora Sanchez. I didn't recognize you." "Of course I will. Good man, take this for your trouble." Gloria gave him a $20 bill, a fortune, and Sam got into the cab. The driver left. A state of shock came over Sam. How had Gloria got me to leave? She had been persuasive, but Sam didn't understand why the taxi driver had agreed to take her. Gloria cared about her, no matter how she acted. She turned around in the seat and peered out through the back window. Gloria smoked a cigarette with Alfredo beside the upturned car. She appeared serene and leaned in for a kiss. Chapter 12. The sun forced itself through the sheet Sam had wrapped around her head. She sat upright in her bed, groaning, and opened her eyes, an act she regretted. Dazzling sunlight blinded her like someone shining lasers in her eyes, dazing her for a moment. She shut her eyes again, and then she remembered the crash. What a nightmare. She opened her eyes again and examined herself, finding no bruises. Had it been a bad dream? If so, it had been vivid. Dragging herself into the shower, Sam discovered that there was a piece of skin missing from her elbow when the water flowed over the wound and made her yelp. She felt for it with her finger, finding a sticky patch which made her feel sick. She dressed at a snail's pace, reluctant to emerge from her bedroom and face the music. Girding her loins, she wandered into the office where she found Marta, worrying her quiff with a round brush. Sam kissed her hello and wished her good morning. Mike sat at the dining table, eating a slice of toast with a thick butter covering. He looked up. "You all right, Sam? You look rough, girl. Gloria will kill you one of these days." Sam looked straight into his eyes, which stung like hell against the bright light of the window behind him, but saw no evidence of humor or anger. "I feel rough. Have you heard from Gloria this morning?" she said. "No. I guess she's still snuggling up to Alfredo under her pink eiderdown. She'll arrive in her own sweet time." "There's no hurry," said Mike. She had been the last one to find out about Gloria and Alfredo. Not for the first time, she wondered why everyone except her had such a simple time pairing off. She also noted Mike's familiarity with Gloria's bed linen, but she didn't comment. Shuffling to the table, she helped herself to some toast. She tried to figure out why no one knew or cared about the crash, but decided not to say anything unless she had to. Some dry toast and black tea quelled her urge to vomit, and she hid the fact that her legs were shaking. Toddy hung around the kitchen door, staring at her as if she was naked. Maybe Gloria had already told Toddy what had happened? Why didn't Mike know yet? When no one mentioned the car crash all morning, Sam ascribed their silence to another example of the odd culture in Calderon. She forced herself to act normally and got on with planning the trip to Recate. Mike managed his funds in a way both meticulous and miserly, budgeting the trip to the last cent. Sam, who remembered her shared room with Wilson and did not want to repeat the experience, took some extra cash to fund the inevitable shortfall. She got Marta's cooperation to raid the petty cash fund. "What do you mean he's not paying you? Are you married to him or something?" said Marta. "It's a long story, not one we have time for now." "Can you help me?" said Sam. "Give me the receipts later, and I'll add them to the accounts. Mike won't make a fuss. It's not his money, and it's a genuine business expense." Gloria swanned in at lunchtime, acting like she always did. There was no sign that the accident had affected her. She did not show any sign of wanting to tell Mike anything about their mishap. Sam caught Gloria's eye, and they slipped into the kitchen without Marta, who hated to be left out of any gossip, noticing. "What happened after I left?" said Sam. "Did the police arrive? Are you in trouble for driving drunk?" "Don't be ridiculous. The police wouldn't dare. My father has dealt with them in his own way. They won't make any trouble," said Gloria. "Okay, that's great," said Sam, not understanding how he had achieved this and not wanting to ask, as she suspected she already knew the answer and wouldn't approve. "Doesn't the car belong to your father? Isn't he cross?" "My father is glad I'm safe and not at all worried about the car. He has lots of cars, and he's given me another one to replace it." "Are you going to tell Mike about the accident?" said Sam. "No, I'm not, and you can't either, in case he fires me for almost killing you both. Can you imagine Mike's reaction if Alfredo had died? The treasure hunt would have died too." Sam could imagine all too clearly. I won't tell him. Will you be okay? I'll be fine. My father's so relieved I have a job that he's prepared to pay anything for me to keep it. That's great news, said Sam. Your father's a legend. Stop me from drinking so much next time. I feel awful this morning. Sure, and get stabbed with a cocktail stick. They laughed. Then Gloria looked perplexed. It's weird though. What is? The garage replaced the brakes in my car last month, and they also refilled the fluid. The brakes shouldn't have failed so soon. I gave the mechanics a severe talking to this morning. They promised to check the brakes today and get back when they find the problem. With my limited experience of customer service in Calderon, I'm sorry to say I don't think it's that weird, said Sam. This witticism did not induce a smile. They lost sarcasm in translation in Sierramar. Gloria left the office with Marta to buy the last supplies for the trip. Alfredo arrived soon afterwards. He smelled of drink and couldn't string a sentence together. Mike made him lie down in the spare room and shut the door. Wilson came into the office later that afternoon and found all the obvious preparations for a trip. He radiated anxiety, which soon evaporated when he noticed Alfredo in the kitchen, drinking some strong coffee. Then he spotted the boxes of provisions in the back kitchen. What's happening here? He said. Are you going on a trip? It's exciting, started Alfredo, but Mike cut him off. We're financing a dig for Alfredo. He wants to know if the Incas ever got to Esmeralda's province. Do you want me to go? Said Wilson. I can organize workers and canoes and transport for you. Can you help Alfredo get set up in Recate? He won't need you after that. It will be my pleasure. Okay then, that's settled. Alfredo nodded, avoiding Wilson's searching glance, leaving him frustrated. Wilson and Alfredo were sitting at the kitchen table together when Gloria and Marta came back from shopping. When Wilson saw them come in, he stood up, scraping the chair on the kitchen tiles and stumbling backwards. He grabbed the counter to stop himself from falling, his face pale. Are you all right? Said Alfredo. Yes, I'm fine. I thought I saw a vision. Alfredo, who knew all about Wilson's appetite for women like Marta, accepted this as the fine art of exaggeration for the sake of effect and went on drinking his coffee. Wilson appeared unsettled by this incident, and after circuiting the office a few times, he left, muttering excuses. What's wrong with Wilson? Said Sam. Oh, un coup de foudre, said Alfredo. He likes Marta. Well, he likes all women, I think. Ha, said Sam, who tried not to show her alarm at this turn of events. On one hand, it relieved her. Their little chat seemed to have convinced him she had no interest in him. It horrified her, he had focused his attention on his next victim already. Marta giggled and flicked her hair from side to side, glad to be the center of attention. Wilson left the office in a total panic, hyperventilating and shaking with fright. By the time he reached the street, his shirt clung to a veneer of cold sweat on his chest. He leaned against the wall of the building, trying to regain his composure. He removed the packet of cigarettes from his jacket pocket with trembling hands and took one out. Lighting it with the third match, he took a deep drag, which gave him a major coughing fit that almost removed his lungs. He straightened up, red in the face. He took another drag of his cigarette and had a renewed bout of coughing. A small bald man with a ferret face who had been watching this from the shadows placed himself right in front of Wilson, uncomfortably close to him, and spoke in a hiss. Wilson Ortega, he asked. Wilson nodded, trying to hold down the cough, which was forcing itself up from his lungs. I have a message for you from El Duro. You have 1 week to pay him his money, or he'll cut off your dick and stuff it down your neck. The small man smirked, pleased with his delivery and the effect it had on his victim. Wilson continued choking, but with increased panic rather than cigarette smoke. He caught his breath long enough to speak. I'll have his money soon. I promise. A week is not long enough. If you'll give me a month, I'll pay 50% on top. I swear. Double it, and I'll see what I can do, said the man, planning on taking a large cut of the extra money. Okay, give me a few weeks. I'm on to something big. It's a done deal if you let me get on with it. I doubt that. However, El Duro has a soft spot for you. He will give you 2 extra weeks to save your manhood. He stuck out a child-sized hand and spat in the palm. Shake on it, he said. Wilson shuddered as he felt the spit transfer to his hand, but he stopped himself from wiping it clean before the man turned on his heel and strolled down the street with his hands in his pockets. Once he had gone, Wilson rubbed his hand on his trouser leg to remove the drying spittle, and took another drag of his cigarette. He couldn't believe what a nightmare the day had been. Jose Falcone, the man he had paid to rig the brakes on Gloria's car, had called early in the morning with terrible news. I completed the contract, Mr. Ortega. The car was a total wreck. No one could survive a crash like that. I should hope so too, considering how much I had to pay to get it done. Is Miss Sanchez dead then? I am not privy to that information yet, so I can't confirm any casualties, but I can find out for you later. Casualties? Yes, I believe there were 2 people in the car. A Miss Sanchez and a Dr. Vargas. Jesus. 2 people? Are you sure? That's what my source says. Okay, thank you. I'll call you later. Wilson couldn't believe his bad luck. There was no way of telling how Mike would react to the death of Alfredo. They were like brothers. He might leave Sierramar. Filled with trepidation, he had gone to the office to find out what was happening. It had flummoxed him when he met Alfredo there, and he hadn't mentioned the car crash at all. Maybe the police officer had been confused? Perhaps only Gloria had been in the car? It stunned Wilson when she also waltzed into the office as if nothing had happened and chatted to Marta. The woman must be made of steel. She hadn't a scratch on her, and she hadn't even mentioned the crash either. Wilson couldn't understand it. Had Jose fixed the brakes on the wrong car? He didn't know people ever wore seatbelts. Most people in Calderon cut them off where they attached to the frame of the car and threw them away. That meant car crashes were often fatal because people drove too fast and ejected from the car if they crashed, hitting the road or a tree at 120 kilometers per hour, which left little for the undertakers to work with. His failure to silence Gloria could be a disaster. He worried she would tell Mike about his debts and other shady dealings, but if he didn't hold on to his job and get money fast, El Duro would make him pay. If he could get rid of Sam, he still had a chance of selling one of the mining concession areas to Mike. He would play it by ear for a few days, and only act again if he had to. Mike still treated him like a long-lost brother, and had even forwarded him some of his salary. This was not the behavior of a suspicious man. Now he had wangled his way onto the secret trip he might make real money, money which could save him from the wrath of El Duro and for which he would kill. Chapter 13. On the other side of Calderon, the mechanics in the garage surveyed the wreckage of Gloria's car, a write-off. They hauled it over the engine pit and surveyed the damage. How did she survive this? Asked Felix, the head mechanic. I can't imagine. Can you smell the whiskey? They must have been as drunk as skunks, said Angel. Miss Sanchez says the brakes stopped working. How is that possible? I replaced them and refilled the brake fluid a few weeks ago. Perhaps she was driving too fast. It wouldn't be the first time. The other mechanic snorted. She's some woman. I wouldn't mind taking that firebrand into my bed. The boss would kill you. Yes, but it'd be worth it. They both laughed. The head mechanic slid into the pit under the car and poked around underneath it. His companion leaned against the crumpled vehicle and smoked a cigarette. A commotion broke out under the car. The head mechanic hit his head on the axle and swore as he struggled to emerge. He stood up and rubbed his head, a shocked expression on his face. Holy crap, Angel. Someone tampered with the brakes, said Felix, shaken. Seriously? Are you sure the accident didn't cause it? Yes, I'm sure. Somebody's made a small hole in each brake line. They must have used a gimlet or something similar. The fluid would have leaked out bit by bit each time someone compressed the brake pedal until it ran out. Oh my God, someone tried to kill Miss Gloria. We must tell her father straight away in case they are still trying. Tell Don Sanchez? Are you kidding me? What if he blames us? He'll make us disappear, said Angel. It'll be much worse if he finds out, and we aren't the ones to tell him. You're right. I've heard he's a man who likes to take revenge. Okay, call him now. He should be at home for lunch. I'll take photographs of the damage to the brakes. We need to cover our butts on this one. Yes, that's a good idea. You never know what might happen next. Felix crossed over to the grease-covered workbench and moved piles of stained paper and random wiring out of the way. The telephone sat under a pile of copies of invoices for money owed by the rich clients who used the garage, but didn't bother to pay their bills. He rifled through them for the telephone number of the Sanchez residence. Then he pushed them aside and grabbed the receiver. He got through to the Sanchez household and asked to speak to the boss. The indignant grumbling caused by his interruption of Señor Sanchez's lunch echoed in his ear, a sacrilege unlikely to be forgiven. He almost hung up the phone, but the damage had already been done. Heavy footsteps made the wooden floor creak as Hernan Sanchez made his ponderous way to the telephone. A bout of labored breathing and the sound of a chair being pulled up told Felix the storm would soon break. He cringed in anticipation. What the devil do you mean by disturbing my lunch, Felix? This had better be important, or it's your neck. Señor Sanchez, it's a matter of life or death, replied Felix. Someone tried to kill your daughter last night. More heavy breathing punctuated a long silence. At last Hernan Sanchez said, but she crashed the car. Are you sure about this, Felix? And I mean certain? Felix understood what he meant, but he couldn't back down now, and he had the evidence in his workshop. Señor Sanchez, I swear on the Virgin. Someone tampered with the brakes. Hernan Sanchez hung up the telephone without saying another word. He called over to the maid, who had returned his lunch to the oven and hovered in the kitchen, waiting to take it out again. Agatha, bring me my contact list. The tiny maid scurried into the study and returned with an ancient address book, dropping several loose pages on her way and bending down to pick them up. Being illiterate, she couldn't put them back in the right place. She looked at her boss in supplication. He waved the problem away and beckoned her forward. He had soon shuffled the pages into the right order and looked for the correct number. In the book, Hernan Sanchez had contacts from the old days who were au fait with dodgy goings-on in Calderon, including someone who could find out who had rigged the brakes on Gloria's car and why. He grunted with satisfaction as he found the number. After several ring-tones, someone with his mouth full answered the telephone, having also been disturbed at his table. Hello. Who's calling me at this hour? Segundo, it's me. Hernan Sanchez. I'm sorry to disturb you at your meal, but I need your help and it can't wait. The tone of voice at the other end of the line became apologetic and obsequious. Señor Sanchez, you do me a great honor. How can I help you? Segundo, my daughter crashed her vehicle last night. Somehow she survived. Thank God. What a terrible accident. I wish it had been an accident. Someone tampered with the brake lines. I need you to find out who. Can you ask around? Use your discretion. Someone will have told someone who told someone else, if you get my drift. Of course, boss. I'll get right on it. The scum who did this will pay. Do nothing foolish. We need to find out who paid him to do the job and why, before he pays for his savagery. Yes, sir. I understand. You can rely on me. Thank you for asking me. I'll not let you down. Thank you, Segundo. Quick and quiet, please. Señor Sanchez hung up and signaled to the maid that he would now like his lunch. Agatha brought the food to the table and served him a new platter. Unusually for him, his appetite had now quite disappeared, and he toyed with the food for some time before abandoning it. He felt sick with worry for his beloved daughter. What sort of trouble could she have got into that had led to such extreme measures being taken against her? Even worse, it might be someone trying to get revenge for one of his deals. He decided not to tell Gloria for the time being. The poor girl had enough problems in her life without this. He took his coffee into the study and soon snoozed in his plump leather chair. To Sam's surprise, Alfredo appeared to be less enthusiastic about the trip than she had expected. He became distant and distracted, unwilling or unable to accept that his search had ended, checking and rechecking his documents and staring at Sam's photo of the serpent cipher. She wondered if the shock of discovering he had been searching for years in the wrong place had been too much for her alcoholic friend. The treasure hunt represented Alfredo's entire existence. What effect would finding an answer to the riddle have on her friend? Alfredo had a fragile grip on reality at the best of times. He preferred to talk about literature rather than current affairs, and was happiest with a glass of wine in one hand and a book in the other. As the time came to set out from Calderón, he seemed to doubt his own reasoning. But what if it's not there? I can't be sure. If only I had more time, said Alfredo, flapping his hands about. Alfredo, you can find the treasure. After all these years of searching, you may find what you're looking for. Be careful what you wish for because you might get it, he replied. The next few days were manic. To make matters worse, Tati announced she needed to leave to attend to some family business. But Tati, we need you here. Can't you go another time? Asked Mike through Marta. I've got to go now. My aunt is dying, said Tati. Marta questioned her and shook her head at Mike. Since Tati had taken no time off before and appeared desperate to go, Mike decided they would cope without her. Gloria got her own maid to come to Avenida Miranda and cook a constant supply of food for the troops in the office over the weekend. Mike had planned to take the team to San Martin on the evening of a national holiday, to catch the train to the jungle the next morning. They bought the usual boxes of bottled water, tuna, rice, cooking chocolate, Ritz crackers, raisins, and peanuts for snacks to take with them. Sam packed tea bags and powdered milk for herself so she wouldn't have to drink the hot syrup that passed for coffee in Recate. She double-wrapped all her clothes in plastic bags so they wouldn't get wet in the canoe. Also contained in her bag were a dozen rolls of film for her camera, a bottle of insect repellent, and some mints for the train journey. Finally, she added a woolen hat to wear at night to prevent hair loss. She couldn't contain her mounting excitement about the trip. What if we find the treasure? Will I be famous? Maybe even rich? It had dawned on her this was no ordinary search, and that they might solve one of the biggest mysteries of South American history. No wonder Mike hated to stay behind. She dreamed of a positive outcome, even though the cynic in her believed that someone had found the treasure and divided it up years before. But what if they hadn't? If they found it, whose would it be? Mike would take the lion's share for Edward Beckett, who had financed the trips. He would doubtless take a large share for himself too. Would the team who found the treasure benefit as well? Alfredo would expect something for his discovery. Will I get a proper salary? And what about the state? There must be laws about historical troves. And if she was mulling over this, the others were too. Perhaps because of the excitement, she had not yet rung her parents except to say she had arrived in one piece. She didn't want to use up goodwill with Mike, but she needed to talk to her family before setting out. She asked him if she could call home. On one condition, he said. She expected his next comment. Don't mention the treasure, okay? If you can do that, I'll give you 10 minutes. I can do that. Thank you, said Sam. She took the phone from Marta's desk and pulled the cord to its full extension, so she could shut herself in Mike's bedroom. She took 10 minutes to get hold of an international operator and ask for a call to England, giving the number and hanging up. The phone rang minutes later, and she grabbed the receiver. "I have your international call," said the operator. "Please speak now." "Thank you." "Hello? Sam? Where are you?" Hannah's voice. "I'm in Calderon." "How is it? Are you having a good time? Did you meet a nice man yet?" No. But I'm having a great time. I've been to the jungle, and I'm going again in a few days." "Did you have to eat strange things there?" said Hannah. "Mostly rice and tuna, and some bananas straight off the trees." "How are things at home?" said Sam. "Routine. Mom and Dad are both in excellent form, but they're not here because they left to have tea with friends. I didn't fancy it, and stayed here. By the way," she hesitated. "What?" "Simon rang me," said Hannah. "He rang you? Why?" "He's been looking for you. He wants to apologize. Try again." Hannah's voice trailed off. "Try again? Is he on drugs?" "Look, he sounded sorry. I tried being cross with him, but he wouldn't back down. He says he has tried and tried, but he can't face life without you." "That's weird. And annoying. Talk about bad timing. Like I need distractions right now." "It stunned me when he called," said Hannah. "I can't consider him now. I'm off to explore the jungle," said Sam. "Sorry. I didn't want to upset you in the middle of your adventure. I'm not sure how I feel about it now, but I've got plenty of time to mull over it. There's no telly here." "No telly? I'm not going there." "It is amazing though. It's the best thing I've ever done. I've taken loads of photographs." "I'm so glad it's all you hoped for. I'm dying to see the photos. I'll tell Mom and Dad you're okay. They'll be sad to have missed your call," said Hannah. "I'll try to call again soon. Oh, can you ask Daddy to please deposit £100 in my account?" "I'll explain later," said Sam. "Why do you need money? I thought Mike Morton was paying you." "Just tell him, please. That man is a bastard. Stand up for yourself." "And lose my job? Don't worry. With this on my CV, I won't have to accept this arrangement again." "I'll tell him. Bye, sis. Please look after yourself in the jungle." "I will. Bye." Sam sat on the bed for several minutes, digesting the news about Simon. "How do I feel? Vindicated? Perhaps? But she had assumed that part of her life had died, and now the corpse was reviving. Would it be different this time? Can a leopard change its spots? She remembered the nights of passion, and let out an involuntary moan as Mike opened the door. He looked startled. "You okay?" Yes, sorry, I'll be right out." How embarrassing. Chapter 14. They set out for San Martin in 2 cars. Poor Gloria ran over an ancient stray dog that wandered blindly into their path. The oncoming cars and pedestrian traffic on their side of the road gave her no chance to avoid it. A gasp echoed in the car as it bounced over the body of the dead canine, extinguishing Sam's excitement. "Unfortunate for the old boy," said Alfredo. "I hope that's not an omen." "Don't be ridiculous," said Gloria, driving on as if nothing had happened. This show of bravado didn't convince Sam as Gloria lit a cigarette with shaky hands. They reached the town in the late afternoon and parked outside the Hotel California, where they unloaded the goods and placed them in Sam's room, leaving a small space for her to reach the bed. She didn't have to tolerate Wilson again, as he shared rooms with Alfredo. "Okay, good luck. Call us from San Lorenzo when you emerge from the jungle and we'll come and get you," Mike said, proceeding to shake first Alfredo's hand and then Wilson's. He didn't mention the treasure because of Wilson, but his eyes shone like black diamonds in the dark night. He stood in front of Sam, uncertain of the protocol. Gloria reached out and gave Sam a big hug. "Be careful," she whispered. "Keep a rock beside your bed to hit him with." "I will." Mike and Gloria got back into their cars and drove back to Calderon in convoy. Sam stood outside the hotel looking at the lights disappear. She wanted to discuss the treasure with Alfredo, but they had to get rid of Wilson at Recate first. She caught his eye and knew he had read her thoughts. "Let's get something to eat," Wilson said. They sat in the same dining room as before and ate the same food. Afterwards they went straight to bed. Sam had hoped for a repeat performance from the love-struck troubadours, but they did not materialize. Back in Calderon, Señor Sanchez's fixer, Segundo, had been busy in the streets of the old town following a trail which led him to the home of a certain José Valconi, a well-known thief and violent lowlife. He had heard talk on the street that Valconi had facilitated Gloria's car crash, and now he would find out who paid him to do it. He knocked on the door and waited. A battered-looking young woman answered the door. Thin and bruised with a new black eye, she wrapped her shawl tighter as the chilly evening air hit her frail body. "Yes," she said. "What do you want?" "I'm looking for José Valconi. I'm an old friend. I'm here to repay a debt." "He's not here at the moment. He should be back soon. Would you like to wait?" "No, thank you. I'll wait in the cantina around the corner. Would you be good enough to direct him there when he gets home, please?" "Señor. I'll do that as soon as he arrives." Segundo noticed how the expectation of some money had lifted her spirits. How pitiful. She would never receive anything again from José, not even punches. He could imagine from the state of her the pittance Valconi gave her to survive on. He stuffed 2 generous notes in her hand. Señor Sanchez would approve. To her protestations, he assured her he had come into some money, and that God had told him to be generous with it. "God bless you and keep you, sir," she said. "Now don't go telling him about the money," said Segundo, but he could see from the way she stuffed it down her bra she had no intention of telling Valconi. As she shut the door, he walked away. She would be much better off without him. That black eye she had did not come from walking into a door. He rounded the corner and entered the small cantina that smelled of deep-fried tripe and old cooking oil. He ordered a soup of pig's trotters and settled down to wait. Wilson hired a boy with a barrow to carry their supplies to the station the next morning. They were soon standing on the platform, shivering in the weak dawn light, waiting for the train to pull in. Alfredo showed unexpected efficiency, organizing several porters into making a pile of their supplies next to the tracks, ready to load onto the roof. Wilson had pushed his way through the normal melee at the ticket office, and he had made his way back, clutching the tickets. He gave them to Sam and told her to get on the train when it arrived. Sam stood on the platform in a crowd of people. There were even more of them than the last time. It got worse as the train shuffled into view. She held firm and got ready to mount the steps. The pushing and shoving around her filled her with a claustrophobia that almost overwhelmed her. Luckily, the train stopped with its steps in front of her. She grasped the handrails with relief and pulled herself up out of the crowd. People tugged at her clothes. Suddenly, her money belt slid from around her waist, and in a flash it disappeared. Sam gasped and looked around. All she saw was a sea of eager faces and jostling bodies. She would never find the culprit. She struggled back down the steps and through the throng to where Wilson helped Alfredo. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "Didn't I tell you to get on the train?" "Someone stole my money belt." He hadn't understood her. He shrugged and tried to turn away. "My money. My passport. Stolen." His expression changed as he grasped what she tried to explain. "Stolen? Shit. Wait here." He turned back towards Alfredo, who directed his porters to lift the boxes onto the roof and shouted something. Sam could see Alfredo gesticulating at the men, who lowered the boxes back down to the ground. Alfredo looked over at Sam and shrugged. "We can't go without your passport," he said. "You can't travel anywhere in Sierramar without identification. We won't be going to Recate today." A terrible sense of anticlimax hit her. She gazed at the train, now full and ready to go. The passengers crammed in even more than usual, and some people were hanging out of the glassless windows for air. Then she saw a face she knew. Tati. Tati sat on the train. But why? "Tati," she shouted, but the train moved away, and no reaction came from the face in the window. Sam tried to push through the crowd, but too late. The train had left the platform. Sam still stood there with a startled look on her face when Wilson came over with Alfredo. "What now?" he asked. "Tati," she went on the train. "I'm sure," she faltered, less certain under the scrutiny of Wilson and Alfredo. "Why would Tati be on the train?" "Don't be stupid, Sam. All black people look the same," said Wilson. "You're confused because they robbed you. Tati is in Calderon doing the laundry." She flushed red with fury, and her knuckles whitened as she struggled to contain her emotions. "But she's on holiday." It was her. "I know what Tati looks like. Almost sure anyway." Sam trailed off, embarrassed, as Wilson had made her look stupid again. Wilson turned away and attracted the attention of a local policeman who loitered at the coffee stall. He walked over to the man, taking bills out of his pocket. Alfredo rolled his eyes at her. "Don't worry, Sam," he said. "The local police know the pickpockets who work the station. They'll get your passport back by this evening." "How can you be certain?" "I'm from here." The grumpy trio returned to the hotel to book rooms for another night. Alfredo did not improve their humor by singing the Eagles' hit song, Hotel California, out of tune. "Shut up, Alfredo," said Wilson. They returned to bed for a few hours and re-emerged for a lunch of chicken soup and rice with tripe. The two men munched their way through this culinary feast, but the chicken's feet floating to the top of her bowl of soup when Sam tucked in put her off her food. When Alfredo translated the second course as tripe, nausea rose in her throat. She had rice and a fried egg instead, having had enough culture for one day. After lunch, Sam called Mike to tell him about the robbery. "For fuck's sake. You should be more careful. Did you swap the tickets for tomorrow?" "Yes, we did." "No harm done, I suppose. They hid it hundreds of years ago. I guess one more day won't make any difference." Sam noted the complete lack of concern for her well-being. Only one thing interested Mike: money. She planned to find the treasure and get his attention for once. She longed to be a member of the team, one of the boys. They were all sitting in the front lobby of the hotel in the late afternoon when someone pushed Sam's money belt through a gap at the bottom of the entrance door. She saw it sliding into the lobby and ran over to open the door. Nobody stood outside. She looked out into the street full of local people bustling about their business and buses picking their way through the crowded streets, spewing out clouds of exhaust fumes. No one looked suspicious. She picked up the money belt and ran the strap through her fingers. Someone had sliced it through with surgical precision. She shuddered as she imagined how sharp the knife must have been and how close it cut to her skin. She unzipped the purse and gasped in amazement. Not only did it contain her passport, but also her money. "I told you, Sam. It's traditional. The police always get it back for you if you pay them," said Alfredo, who had not moved from his chair. "But the money's still in it," protested Sam. "What sort of pickpocket leaves the money behind?" "Never mind the pickpockets," said Alfredo. "What sort of policeman would return the money belt with the money inside?" What an unlikely scenario. The police in Sierramar were not famed as beacons of honesty. Wilson shook his head in disbelief. He reached for the money belt and marveled at its contents. He showed Alfredo the cash. Okay, said Alfredo, that's weird. Perhaps the pickpocket wanted something else? A document or credit cards? Wilson appeared keen to dismiss the incident as a freak occurrence. Maybe he was eager to get out and about and see if he could find entertainment. It's a mystery, said Alfredo. I'm going out for a walk around town, said Wilson. Alfredo, are you coming? Yes. Let me get my coat. He didn't include Sam in the invitation. She couldn't think of anything worse than a night with two drunks, but hurt at being excluded made her sulk. Even Alfredo had not asked her if she wanted to come. She swallowed her disappointment. Have a good time, she said, but they wouldn't. They would get hammered and talk about how badly life had treated them, and then come home in time for a rotten hangover on the train. For once, she didn't know if they had left her behind because she was a woman, a foreigner, or they didn't like her. Maybe for all three reasons. Hardly reassuring, as she couldn't do much about any of them, and Sam craved acceptance more than air. She stomped off to her room and hid under the ancient blanket. Down in the street, people were shutting up shops and going home to their families. It rained. She sat up in bed, with the blanket wrapped around her, itching her skin, and watched the rain wash the rubbish off the streets and into the drains. The old town with its wooden balconies hanging over the streets full of laundry and flowers reminded her of the Wild West. She wondered where Wilson and Alfredo had got to, and wished she wasn't so sensitive. Could Alfredo keep a secret when he was drunk? She didn't want Wilson knowing about the treasure, but he already harbored suspicions about the motives for the trip. No one who worked for any period with Mike would swallow the story about him paying for a trip to do archaeology. Something else nagged at her. With all the excitement over her money belt, she had forgotten, but now her conviction returned. She had seen Toddy on the train. She had not imagined it. What was Toddy doing there? Did she follow them? Could it be a coincidence? She would have to keep her wits about her, as things were getting more complicated by the minute. Alfredo got sloshed. Wilson had made sure of that. He leaned over and refilled Alfredo's glass with some cheap agua diente. Drink up, there are no bars in the jungle. I've had enough. I promised Mike I'd try to stay sober. Mike, who cares about Mike? I do. He's funding this trip. And how come he's so interested in history all of a sudden? He always struck me as a money man. History is the key to our future. There may be precious artifacts. Are they valuable? Or precious because of their history? Both, I hope. And do you think Mike will let them stay in Sierramar? Ha! You, my friend, are living in cloud cuckoo land. He'll take the lot and sell it abroad. But he promised me. And you believed him? You need to work with me on this. I'm a patriot. Let me help you save the artifacts for the nation. But I promised him. At least let me come with you. We can decide what to do if we find anything. You won't interfere with my work? No, of course not. Okay, but don't tell Sam that you know what we're doing. The hunt for the treasure is too important. A tiny slip of the tongue, a massive mistake. Alfredo did not notice that he had dropped the T word. Wilson did not react and stood up, pulling Alfredo up with him. Let's go. You're right. Mike's paying us to work, not drink. Let's get back to the hotel. We have to get up early. Edward Beckett's voice sounded hoarse. It's all gone. Edward? What's up, mate? You sound funny. It's all gone, Mike. My entire fortune. What's gone? I don't understand. Don't you watch the bloody news? We don't have a television. Anyway, the news is in Spanish. Black Monday. The stock exchanges crashed in New York on Friday, and now it's happened here. I don't understand. How come your brokers didn't tell you then? The storm. On Thursday. What storm? Have you been drinking? Yes, I have. Christ. Don't you know anything? An epic storm blew over Britain on Thursday. They say it may have knocked down 1 million trees. One of them landed on my car and cut the electricity and phone lines in my street. Ophelia and I lit the candles and hunkered down. Hardly anyone in the city got to work, as it became impossible to get in or out. Our electricity returned on Friday night, and the financial crash was splashed all over the television news. Wall Street plummeted by 109 points. Jesus. That's terrible. What did you do? I had to wait until today to get hold of my broker. Only the junior had arrived. He became incoherent with panic. I couldn't get any sense out of him. He admitted he had sold my entire portfolio at a massive loss. The London markets finished 300 points down. I'm cleaned out. So what do you want me to do? Find the treasure, Mike. It's our only hope. I'm sorry, Edward. I know, and that's not the worst thing. It isn't? They've cancelled all the grouse shooting because of the storm. Edward laughed, a nasty hollow sound, and hung up. Chapter 15. Hernan Sanchez received the call as he got ready for bed. He had been waiting with growing impatience and trepidation for confirmation about the identity of the man who had tried to kill his daughter. Was someone taking revenge on him for some dodgy deal he had done in the past, like cutting corners on a building contract or failing to reinforce a road before applying tarmac? He had withdrawn from the business and planned to live out a comfortable old age with his vast fortune. Gloria represented his future. The sabotage of her car had been a massive wake-up call for him. He had wronged her in the past, and her destructive behavior had started as a direct result. He needed to make up to her before it was too late, by protecting her in the only way he knew how. The phone rang insistently as he lumbered into the hallway to pick it up. Only one man would risk his wrath by calling at such an hour. Segundo. He grunted. What news do you have for me? Boss, forgive me for disturbing you so late. I thought you wouldn't want me to wait until the morning, as your daughter may still be in danger. Nothing is more important than her. Tell me what you know. A certain low-life scum who would murder his mother for a few dollars tampered with the brakes on Gloria's car. His name is Jose Falcone, and he is notorious in criminal circles. But did you find out who is behind this? Who paid Falcone? Finding out took more persuasion than I expected. I hope that's all right with you. Anything you had to do to protect my daughter is legitimate in my eyes, Segundo. I'll shelter you from the consequences. Where's this Falcone now? Said Sanchez. He's lying on the bottom of Yanacocha Lake, talking to the fishes. No more than he deserved. And who's the scoundrel who ordered him to murder my daughter? Said Don Sanchez. A man called Wilson Ortega, said Segundo. He's not a criminal, but he is a frequenter of brothels and low-life bars. He owes a great deal of money to some dubious people, including El Duro. I don't yet understand why Ortega targeted your daughter. Do you know where he is now? Said Sanchez. I haven't caught up with him yet, as he is traveling to the coast. Do you want me to follow him or wait for him to come back to Calderon? I'll get back to you. Await my instructions. Hernan Sanchez hung up and dialed his daughter's number. He felt sick, and a cold prickling crept up the back of his neck. The telephone rang and rang, but no one answered. Where was she? He shuffled to his room and pressed the service bell. After about 5 minutes, Agatha appeared wrapped in her dressing gown, with her long pigtail hanging down her back. Aggie. Wake the driver, and tell him to get the car ready out front as soon as possible. Is there something wrong, sir? No, nothing to concern you. Go back to bed once you have told him. Sanchez struggled out of his pajamas and into his clothes, panting with exertion. Despite his unwieldy body, he felt heroic. He would rescue his daughter and for once in his life, show her she mattered to him. Praying he would be in time to save her, he took the lift downstairs and opened the front door. The driver sat outside in the car with the engine running. He held open the door and waited while his boss slid into the back seat. Good morning, sir. Good morning. I need you to drive to Miss Gloria's apartment. Of course, sir. The expensive sedan glided through the silent streets of Calderon, noticed only by the security men standing guard outside the high-rise blocks. Most people were in bed or huddled inside bars with their friends, drinking imported whiskey or cheap local rum, depending on their pocket. The car came to a stop outside Gloria's apartment block, and the driver pressed the doorbell. When there was no answer, he tried again, but in vain. It didn't surprise Hernan. Her daughter's maid slept like a brick, and there was only one place Gloria would be at this hour of the morning. She liked to get drunk with her friends, and he didn't begrudge her a little fun. She would be safe enough in a bar. He leaned into the leather seats and breathed in the smell of his new car, judging it easier to let her come to him. He drifted off to sleep. When Gloria got home in the early hours of the morning, it startled her to find her father's car waiting outside. Mike had once again been her willing chauffeur, but she had no intention of inviting him in now she had found Alfredo. Even Gloria had her limits. She walked over to her father's car and knocked on the window. Mike followed her over, still hoping to break her resistance. His embarrassment was extreme when the window rolled down to reveal a groggy Hernan Sanchez. Mike wiped his hand on his trousers in anticipation, but Sanchez did not offer to shake it. Instead, he grabbed his daughter's arm. Gloria, you're in danger, said her father. I must speak to you. Right now, Poppy. What makes you imagine that? I have my sources. Have you come across a man named Wilson Ortega? Gloria's mouth fell open. Mike spoke almost no Spanish, but he understood the question. Wilson Ortega works for me, he answered, and Gloria translated, slurring. The man's a menace. He tried to kill Gloria, said Sanchez. Tried to kill her? When? I don't understand. He's a geologist. Are you sure about this? Why didn't you say something, Gloria? He paid for the car crash last week, said Sanchez. What car crash? What the hell is going on, said Mike, looking at Gloria, who avoided his eyes. I meant to tell you, Mike. It's just. We had better go to your office right now, and I'll fill you in. Perhaps you have information that could be useful, said Sanchez. The seriousness of the matter penetrated even Mike's befuddled brain, although he had drunk his habitual skin full. I can't believe you were in a car crash and didn't tell me about it, he said to Gloria. He sobered up, dread creeping into his bowels. Travel with your father. I'll meet you there, he said, clambering back into his car. He set out for the office, followed by the black sedan. Once his precious daughter had got into the car with him, Sanchez became emotional. He took her face in his hands and kissed it. Fat tears fell on his cheeks as he gazed at her. Gloria squirmed under this unexpected attention. Poppy, what's wrong? Are you ill? Ill? No, I'm not. I'm so glad you are okay. I've waited for hours for you to come home. I worried so much about you, my darling little girl. He choked back a sob and searched his pockets for a non-existent handkerchief. Gloria took a tissue out of her handbag and dabbed his dear plump face, which wobbled with emotion. Then she leaned against the seat and rested her head on his shoulder, while he crooned sweet nothings at her like he had when she was a small child. 20 minutes later, they sat at the table in Mike's apartment, drinking strong coffee. Mike and Gloria had sobered up somewhat, and Hernan Sanchez had calmed down now that his daughter seemed safe. So what's this about a car crash, said Mike. Why is Gloria in danger? I should have told you, but I thought you might be angry, said Gloria. Angry? Why would I be angry? It happened on the way up from the party in the valley. Alfredo came with me and Sam too. I worried you might be cross and blame me for driving when I had been drinking. But no one got hurt, right? It can't have been that bad. We rode off the car, but we were all wearing our seatbelts because of Sam. She won't let me drive without one, said Gloria. Good old Sam. Miss Law-abiding saves the day. I don't understand though. How can you be sure someone arranged the accident? The car crashed because the brakes had failed. I had changed them recently, so I assumed the mechanics had made a mistake when they installed them, said Gloria. They called me 2 days ago and informed me that someone had tampered with the brakes on the car, said Hernan. They had made holes in the brake line and the fluid had leaked out. 2 days ago? Poppy, why didn't you tell me? I'm sorry, Pumpkin. I wanted to find out who did it first, in case something related it to my business. Someone looking for revenge against me, perhaps. Mike looked shocked and Gloria had gone white. She added another sugar to her coffee. But who'd want to harm Gloria, said Mike. My sources tell me that a man called Val Coney tampered with the brakes. Wilson Ortega, who works for you, paid him to cause the accident. What do you know about him, Mike? Senor Sanchez, Wilson is our local geologist. Little more than that, I'm afraid, although. Mike stopped in mid-sentence. Oh my God, he said. Poor Sam. I should have listened to her, not sent her into the jungle with that man. The fault is mine, Mike. I should have warned you about Wilson's background. I knew he had a shady past with money problems and violence, but not serious enough to make him this desperate, said Gloria. But why try to kill you, asked Mike. Maybe he thought I would tell you the truth about him, and you would fire him. My fixer told me that Wilson's up to his neck in debt to some dangerous people. He must have been desperate to go on the trip and escape, said Sanchez. Perhaps he imagined he could make money from the artifacts, said Gloria. But he's only going as far as Recate, said Mike. Maybe he heard someone talking about treasure. Did he get drunk with Alfredo? It doesn't matter what he knows. We'll have to telephone the hotel in San Martin and stop Sam and Alfredo from going into the jungle with him. There's still time. The train leaves at dawn, although it's often late. I don't have the number of the hotel though, said Gloria. Only Marta has it. She ferreted around in her bag for her address book, containing the number of Marta's neighbor, who had the only working telephone on the street. To save time, she tipped the contents onto the table, and temporary chaos reigned as lipsticks, pens, and coins shot across the surface onto the floor. Gloria retrieved a small, dog-eared booklet and thumbed through the pages. Aha! Here it is. I'll call now. Gloria ran over to Marta's desk and dialed the number. You're looking for treasure? Aren't you a miner? Said Hernan Sanchez. It's a long story, Senor Sanchez. I'm not sure there's any truth to it. We got carried along with the excitement, said Mike. It may be nothing, but if Wilson believes it exists, his desperation could get the better of him. Gloria held the telephone to her ear and frowned with concentration. The telephone rang and rang until a grumpy voice answered. What do you want? Has someone died? Hello, said Gloria. Good morning. Sorry to disturb you. I need to speak to Marta Perez right away. Are you crazy? Do you know what time it is? Said the voice. Yes, and I'm sorry to wake you, but it's a matter of life or death. I must speak to her right now. Can you please ask her to bring the phone number of the hotel in San Martin? Life or death? The phone number of the hotel in San Martin? The voice weighed up the options. Okay, but this is the last time. The noise of a door being opened and closed, accompanied by exaggerated huffing and puffing. A long silence followed. Finally, Gloria heard the door being opened again. A breathless Marta came on the line. "Hello, who's this?" she asked. "It's me, Marta," said Gloria. "My neighbor told me you need the telephone number of the hotel in San Martin. What's so urgent that you're calling me at this hour?" "I can't tell you, but it's vital I speak to Sam. I need it now." "Sacred Virgin. Okay, but promise to tell me later?" "I promise." "What's the number?" "I don't have it here. It's in my desk in the top drawer. It's on a post-it note that says Hotel California." Gloria tugged at the handle, but the drawer would not open. "The drawer's locked. Where's the key?" "I'm afraid it's in my handbag." "Get into a taxi and come straight here," said Gloria, who looked at Mike for confirmation. "Mike will refund you." "I'm on my way." "Don't do your makeup first," said Gloria, who understood Marta's priorities concerning her appearance. "But I can't come out without makeup." "If you don't come straight away, I'll tell Mike about you and Wilson," she hissed. "Okay, please don't tell him. I'll be right there." Marta hung up. Gloria made more coffee for the others, and then she took the lift downstairs to wait for Marta and smoke a cigarette on the steps of the building. By the time Marta's taxi drew up to the pavement, Gloria had smoked 3 cigarettes and contemplated a 4th. The taxi driver wanted to charge extra for the early hour, but one look at Gloria's face changed his mind. The 2 women got straight into the lift and ascended to the apartment. Marta looked 10 years younger without her normal thick makeup, but Gloria refrained from commenting. Once in the apartment, Marta crossed straight to the desk and opened the drawer. She handed the number to Gloria without comment. Gloria telephoned the hotel and waited for someone to answer. The phone rang and cut out. Gloria rang again with the same result. "Are you sure this is the correct number?" she asked. "I'm positive," said Marta, and mumbling greetings to the room, ran for the toilet with her head down so she could use the mirror. "Keep trying, Gloria," said Mike. "Someone will answer soon." Chapter 16. Sam continued with her sulk after they left the hotel. The phone in the lobby rang continuously while they checked out, causing the 2 men to moan about the effect the noise had on their hangovers. Sam couldn't understand how the night manager could ignore it. He didn't acknowledge the phone or the complaints, and after they had paid the bill, he returned to his room behind the reception to sleep. They could still hear the telephone as they walked up the street to the station in the silence of dawn. Sam wondered who would ring the hotel at this hour. Maybe someone he didn't want to speak to. Fantasies about who could be calling and how to connect them to the theft of the money belt occupied Sam's thoughts until they arrived at the station. After the usual chaos, they loaded their supplies onto the roof of the train, which they boarded without incident. Sam wrapped her money belt around her hand and gripped it as she mounted the steps, although she didn't expect lightning to strike twice. Wilson and Alfredo were oblivious to anything except their horrible hangovers. They sat together, leaving Sam wedged against the side of the train by a large, smiley local lady who had an assortment of poultry at her feet. They had their claws tied together, so they lay on the floor under the seat in front, unable to move, squawking in protest if someone came too near to them with their shoes. Sam put her small rucksack on the window frame as a pillow, with the strap wrapped around her arm to prevent it from falling outside. She lowered her head onto the makeshift pillow and tried to shut out the noise and cigarette smoke. The train jerked into action and set off at its usual snail's pace into the early morning mist shrouding the banana plantations. Dogs followed the train, barking and running alongside. They ran through the rotting, rat-infested rubbish on the side of the tracks, skipping around the pigs digging for scraps with their snouts. Finally, even the slow pace of the train exhausted the dogs, leaving them panting with their tails wagging at the joy of the chase. Back at the hotel, the night manager answered the telephone when he realized the person calling would not give up. "Hotel California. Good morning." Who's speaking, please? It's about time, said Gloria. I need to speak to Alfredo Vargas or Sam Harris right away. They checked out about an hour ago, lady. You missed them. This is urgent. Do you want to earn $20? I need you to stop them from getting on the train. But the train leaves in 5 minutes. Has it ever left on time? Please run down to the station and stop them from boarding. It's a matter of life or death. Give me your number, and I'll call you when I get back. Okay, she said and dictated the number. Have you got it? Yes, madam, replied the manager and then added, I'm leaving now, with the urgency of a corpse. The call cut out. The manager stuffed his feet into his shoes, shuffled to the door of the hotel and out onto the street. A heavy smoker and not a man accustomed to hurrying, he struggled with speed. After trotting down the road for about 20 meters, he slowed to a rolling gait, and then to a slow walk, puffing and panting his way to the station. He arrived within 5 minutes of leaving the hotel, in time to see the end of the train disappear into the distance, followed by a pack of yapping dogs. Throwing his hands in the air, he shrugged and walked at a snail's pace to the hotel, stopping to buy fresh bread from the baker on his way. When he arrived back at the hotel, he attempted to call the number Gloria had given him. Still cuddling the warm, soft rolls with one arm, he tried to dial the number with his other hand, but the telephone kept slipping across the counter. He dealt with the problem by eating the bread while it was hot, with a nice cup of sweet coffee. The telephone rang when he was on his second roll. Hotel California. Good morning, he said. What happened? Are they with you? Did you stop them from leaving? No, my lady, they left. The train left on schedule for the first time this year, I believe. They already left. Oh no. That's terrible. What about my $20? He asked, but a dial tone sounded in reply. Gloria replaced the phone on the receiver and shook her head at Mike and her father. A tear rolled down her cheek. Sam and Alfredo were at the mercy of Wilson. Poppy, what can we do? How will we rescue them? Said Gloria. I don't know, sweetheart. There's no way to contact them. There are no telephones in the jungle. Mike, do you know where they were going? I believe they were going to a town called Recate, but only a certain Don Moises knows the route onwards from there. He comes from an isolated Indian community who live upriver. We would never find them in time. We must hope Wilson is only planning to steal and not to kill. I can send someone to Recate to make inquiries, but they won't get there until the day after tomorrow, when it may be too late, suggested Sanchez. Poppy, Wilson may abandon or injure them. There's always someone who is spying on everyone else in those small communities. I'm sure we can locate a person in Recate who can help us find them. We've got to try, said Gloria. Mike, who couldn't imagine explaining to Mr. and Mrs. Harris how he got their daughter killed by a man who had already tried to rape her, nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll call someone today and send him to San Martin to take the train, said Sanchez. He'll be in Recate tomorrow, and he'll find our friends. Don't worry, darling. This guy's the best. He's never failed me. Sanchez enfolded his now weeping daughter in his arms and kissed the top of her head. The tender gesture struck Mike as unusual, as if she were a small child, and he guessed that for Sanchez, Gloria would never grow up. She would always be his little girl. He wondered how it would be to hold your own child like that. Mike had to turn away before emotion got the better of him. The turn of events had upset him, and he blamed himself for listening to Sam but not hearing what she was saying. The treasure had lost its allure, and his hangover had combined with exhaustion to make him feel awful. Sanchez appeared unaffected by his sleepless night. He shook Mike's hand and kissed Gloria goodbye. I've got to organize things now, hija de mi alma. Stay with Mike and Marta, so I know you are safe. Mike, do you mind if Gloria stays with you for the time being? I'd feel a lot better knowing where she is, and I'd prefer she doesn't get further involved with this business. I'll deal with it my way. Mike didn't want to know what that entailed. Honored to look after Gloria, on whom he had a large crush, despite her defection to Alfredo, he would protect her with his life. Of course, Señor Sanchez. It'd be my pleasure. We'll be fine here. Please keep us up to date with any progress you make. Excellent. We'll speak later. Sanchez squeezed into the lift. Gloria sniffed, and a tear rolled down her cheek. Marta, who had sat in a corner observing the conversations, put her arm around her. Why don't you make us some breakfast? Said Mike. I'm starving and Gloria's maid isn't due for hours. While the women made themselves busy in the kitchen, Mike sorted through his files about the trip, trying to find clues to the step's location. A pile of Alfredo's files had also remained in the office, and they also had potential as a source of good leads. Mike spread the information onto his bed and examined it piece by piece. He made notes on some scraps of paper that he stored in a jar so they wouldn't get lost. He had made good headway by the time the two women had prepared a breakfast of eggs, bacon, and fried bread. They devoured the lot with ease. Mike couldn't help feeling useless. Maybe Sanchez could dig up more clues to Sam and Alfredo's whereabouts? After breakfast, Marta appeared at the door of the bedroom. She looked as if she had something to say, and it distracted Mike from his review of the papers. Yes, he said. What is it? Can't you see how busy I am? Marta looked like he had slapped her in the face, and tears threatened to escape from her unmade-up eyes. Mike hadn't meant to be so brusque. He put his hand on her shoulder. Come on now, Marta, this is upsetting for all of us. It's been a long day already. Oh, Mr. Mike, she said, I'm such a fool. You've been so good to me, and I have rewarded you by being silly and allowing someone to seduce me into a confidence. Whatever are you on about? Said Mike, flummoxed by this confession. I told him, she whispered. I told Wilson the trip was secret, and behaved like an idiot. Now I've put dear Sam and Alfredo in danger. I'll never forgive myself. A wave of anger ran through Mike, replaced by compassion when he saw her expression. His actions had put Sam in danger without Marta. I don't doubt that he knew already. Wilson is a desperate man who will stop at nothing to pay back his debts. Maybe Alfredo let the cat out of the bag when he was drunk. I don't want you blaming yourself and getting upset. Sam is tough and clever, and Alfredo resourceful. They'll get through it together. Don't worry. Really? I'm sure. Now help Gloria clean up the breakfast. Marta was as deep as a puddle, and nothing bothered her for long. She sniffled and tried to smile, and went to the kitchen to help Gloria wash up. Soon she applied her war paint, putting on thick coats of mascara to her bare lashes and lacquering her quiff. Mike knew he should ring Edward and tell him what had happened, but he couldn't face it. After Black Monday, Edward would be desperate for good news, and this would not help. Mike didn't consider himself a dishonest man, but he was economical with the truth at the best of times. Good news he spread thick and fast, but he parceled out bad news in small portions. He had the entrepreneur's faith his plans would turn out right. He believed uttering bad news out loud made it real, and until then it was only one of many possibilities. Edward could wait. Sanchez had gone straight home to find Agatha the maid in a state of distress, as he had not been out all night for several years. He had long ceased to seek comfort for the death of his wife from cancer in the arms of certain courtesans in Calderón, and she had feared that some horrible fate had befallen him. He calmed her down and asked her to make his favorite lunch. She bustled off, pleased with this return to normality. Then Sanchez rang Segundo's number from memory. The man answered straight away. Hello, who is calling? He asked. It's me, Hernan Sanchez. I've another favor to ask of you. I will reward you well. Boss, I'm always at your service. What can I do for you this time? There's been a change in plans. I want you to travel to San Martin tonight and take the train to San Lorenzo tomorrow morning. From there, travel to Recate, where you'll try to locate our Mr. Ortega before he does any more harm. He'll be traveling in the company of a certain Don Moises, an Indian from upriver. Wilson believes the expedition to be a treasure hunt, and he is desperate for money. I need you to find him as soon as you can. I'll provide funds from the usual source. Ask for as much as you need. Questions? What should I do when I find him, Señor Sanchez? You'll think of something, Segundo. I leave it to your good judgment. He's a dead man walking in Calderón. El Duro has a contract out on him if he does not pay a certain debt. Perhaps we could gain advantage if we deliver Wilson to him? Allying with El Duro could be favorable for our businesses. I hear you, boss. I'll not be able to send you any news, but when it comes, it'll be good. Thank you, Segundo. I'm grateful to have such a man on my side. You do me a great honor by confiding in me, boss. I won't let you down. Sanchez replaced the telephone on the receiver, and then picked it up again to call his intermediary about giving money to Segundo. There was never any direct contact between the men. Sanchez didn't get his hands dirty in these matters, as a matter of principle. He could smell his lunch cooking in the kitchen. This galvanized him into taking a quick shower and putting on some fresh clothes. He wanted to take an extended afternoon nap, so he told Agatha not to disturb him after lunch. He then sat down to enjoy his potato soup. Outside San Martin, the train wended its slow way through the countryside, inducing Sam into a torpor. She glanced over at Wilson and Alfredo, and discovered that they had both fallen asleep, and Alfredo's head had dropped onto Wilson's shoulder. She got her camera out of her rucksack and took a photograph of the sleeping beauties. It cheered her up, and she enjoyed the trip again. Large palm leaves swished over the roof of the train, depositing bizarre and interesting insects in Sam's lap. Ever the scientist, she photographed them, before flicking them back out of the window with her pencil. At one stop, she bought a big bag of banana crisps, which she shared with her cheerful neighbor. When the train pulled into a siding to let the oncoming train pass, the two women made a dash for the nearest bush where they took turns to shoo away nosy villagers. Her neighbor left the train 2 stops later, and Sam bought sweet fried plantain with bits of overcooked pork, which she ate with relish. She always felt better after having something to eat. By the time they pulled into San Lorenzo, her mood was upbeat, unlike her traveling companions, who were dehydrated and grumpy. Sam sat with the supplies, while Alfredo and Wilson went to buy refreshments and commandeer a pickup truck. When they got back with the truck, a large group of children surrounded Sam, sucking boiled sweets and giggling. Wilson shooed them away, and made sure he got to ride up front in the truck by getting in and staying there, while Sam and Alfredo loaded the supplies into the back. Alfredo had got hold of an old foam mattress, which he folded against the cabin and floor of the truck. "Madam, your throne awaits," he said, hopping up into the back and offering Sam his hand. "Thank you, kind sir," said Sam, climbing over the piled-up boxes and falling onto the improvised sofa. Alfredo sat down next to her and gave her one of his big smiles. She had never seen him look so content and at home in his element. "We'll do it, Sam. We'll find the lost treasure of the Incas," he said. With that, the truck started for Recate, throwing them both in the air and making them giggle like small children. Alfredo's good humor and the 2 helpings of banana had made Sam feel like a new woman. She dismissed the snub of the previous evening as 2 men looking for an excuse to get drunk together and bond. The merry presence of Alfredo protected her from Wilson's advances. They were on a real adventure, and the fun had just started. They pulled into Recate in the late afternoon. Don Moises, who spotted them arriving, welcomed them, and showed them to a more habitable house than the one where they stayed on their first visit. Sam had her own room at one end of the house, with a primitive bed placed under a ceiling board to avoid leaks from the rather ratty-looking palm leaf roof. Wilson and Alfredo shared the bedroom at the other end of the house, and they stored the supplies in the room at the center. Doña Elodia came to the house with a pot of rice and some fresh fried fish for their supper. No one spoke as they ate their fill of the delicious crispy fish with forkfuls of fluffy rice. Wilson, muttering something about organizing things for the morning, walked off down the street afterwards, leaving Sam and Alfredo to clear up. "He appears to think he's coming with us," said Sam after Wilson left. "Oh yes, didn't I tell you?" asked Alfredo. "I decided we might need him, so he's coming to Arenas with us." "But didn't Mike say Wilson should only come as far as Recate?" said Sam, rolling her eyes. "That was the original plan, yes, but I changed it. I haven't told him about the treasure. He thinks it's a historical trip. Anyway, Mike put me in charge," said Alfredo in a way that challenged Sam to disagree. Sam took a deep breath and went with the flow. Wilson would never attack her now that Alfredo could report it. She suspected Don Moises might also have something to say on the subject. She would enjoy the biggest adventure of her life and not let Wilson spoil it. "Okay," she said. "You're the boss. I'm going to bed now. See you at the crack of dawn." Wilson did not feel ready for bed. He wanted a drink, and having already started on his emergency bottle, he needed to save the rest for the trip. He walked through the village, looking for the inevitable cantina. Footsteps disturbed the gravel behind him, and he turned to see Don Moises, who was clutching a bottle of cheap rum and 2 glasses. The sudden appearance of alcohol did not faze Wilson, whose desperation stopped him wondering about the coincidence. As superstitious as most others of his countrymen, Wilson believed in fate. "Good evening, Wilson," said Moises. "Can I offer you a drink?" "That sounds like an excellent idea," said Wilson. "Where can we sit?" "I know the perfect place. Follow me." Moises led Wilson to an abandoned house with a raised porch overlooking the river. There were 2 wooden chairs on the porch and a log table. The 2 men climbed the rickety stairs and sat down in the chairs. Wilson's chair creaked and threatened to collapse, but it held up. Moises poured them both a generous helping of rum. "Your great health," he said, handing Wilson the glass. Wilson took the glass and drank like a man rescued from the desert. Moises refilled his glass without comment. He sat in his chair and waited for the alcohol to take effect, watching the river glint in the moonlight. The dark porch and the camouflage provided by his black clothes made Wilson disappear. So much so that when he spoke, his teeth appeared in the gloom like disembodied dentures. "You're a man of the world," said Wilson. "Have you ever heard of the lost treasure of the Incas?" "Of course. Why do you ask?" "Aren't you surprised that we're here so soon after our last trip?" Moises grunted. "Has Alfredo told you why we're here?" "He said something about an Inca ruin Sam found last time she was here." "Huh? That girl couldn't find her own ass. I don't know why we have to have useless women hanging around when this is men's work. They're trollops. Didn't you see the way she led me on last time she was here? She's nothing more than a prick tease. I bet she slept with her professors at university to get her degree." "Oh yes, I know what you mean. I saw her. They're all the same," said Moises. A loud creaking sound occurred as Wilson threw himself back in his chair and drained his glass. He leaned forward and thrust the glass out to be refilled. Moises filled it and waited. Wilson gulped down most of the rum. He sighed and snorted, considering whether to confide in Moises. Wilson found himself in a quandary. He needed an ally for his plan, but he couldn't be certain Moises would support him. Perhaps it was too early to find out. He considered himself superior to the man sitting opposite him. Like most humble people, Moises would accept the orders of an educated man with a degree without question. He had thrown in the comment about Sam to gauge his support. That Moises had not defended Sam, but had recognized her for what she was, encouraged him to believe he was ripe for conversion to the Wilson Ortega philosophy of life. "It's not only her," he said. "That Alfredo is a typical example of a spoiled rich brat who belongs to those few families who rape our country and take it all for themselves. Don't you agree?" "Oh yes," said Moises. "He makes me sick. Those rich kids are all the same. Overprivileged and undereducated. It's disgusting." Wilson warmed to his theme. It's the rich who get richer while we labor for them. It's time we stood up for ourselves. Ah, but how do we do that? Asked Moises. They've got the power. Silence reigned as the little mestizo filled the glasses again. Both men sat contemplating the river. Wilson emptied his glass again and sat forward, moving his chair so that his knees touched those of Moises. He looked him straight in the eye. This expedition is about a lot more than history, he said. Torrential rain thundered down on the tin roof of their house, and Sam watched through the window as lightning pierced the treetops, illuminating the dark foliage. She could have taken it as an omen if she was superstitious, but she had fantastic memories of a particular thunderstorm spent with a French exchange student at university before she met Simon. She lay in bed, letting her mind roam back to those passionate nights. What was his name, anyway? Jules. Yes, Jules, with the sexy French accent and a cheeky smile. Sam hadn't even considered turning him down when he propositioned her out of the blue in the pub one night. He had no hidden depths, but his passion thrilled her, and she spent a few torrid weeks under the sheets with him. She could still feel the tickle of his marauding tongue. Smiling to herself as she dropped off to sleep, she moaned as the thunder cracked outside and the rain poured off the roofs. Moises, who had been watching over her in case Wilson got any new ideas in his drunken state, leaned against the doorframe and wondered who on earth she dreamt about that made her smile and sigh like that. She was an attractive young woman, and he could imagine why Wilson wanted her. He watched her fall into a deep sleep, her breathing so shallow she looked like a corpse. He made sure that everyone else slept too, before he curled up like a dog on a blanket outside her door and fell asleep himself. Chapter 17. Sam awoke in a pitch-black house. The dim light generated by the single candle in her room only just penetrated the darkness, and she had trouble finding her things in the gloom. She felt around for her penknife, which fell off her bed during the night. She used her feet with boots on, in case there were any millipedes or scorpions waiting to give her a nasty nip. Finding a small packet of peanuts in her rucksack, she ate them to prevent her from losing them again. The salty taste made her even more hungry and thirsty than she had been before. She tried to rationalize her feelings of excitement, but found no reason to quell them. How many of her peers were about to embark on a real-life treasure hunt? Moises had already slipped away to the riverbank to supervise the packing of the canoe, but she heard Wilson and Alfredo shuffled around doing similar explorations in Braille in their room. Alfredo poked his head around the door. "Are you ready, Sam?" he asked. "More than ready." She winked at him. Alfredo's answering smile told her all she needed to know about his mood. It filled the room and illuminated the dark corners where the scorpions had gone to hide. He handed her 2 finger-sized bananas. "Breakfast," he said, and disappeared again. Sam sat on the edge of her hard bed and peeled a banana. She bit into it and enjoyed the harder, sweeter taste of the lady's finger species. There were 24 species of banana in Sierramar, and she loved them all. They even pounded the bland cooking bananas into flour to make exquisite, fluffy, fried drop scones with melted cheese in the middle. She sat there musing on the wonders of the banana when Wilson shouted at her from the front door. "Are you coming or not, gringa?" She didn't dignify his question with a response. Instead, she flipped her rucksack onto her shoulder and sauntered outside at her own pace. She grinned at Alfredo, who rolled his eyes. This was going to be fun. Segundo braved the chill air at the train station in San Martin. He had bought his ticket with ease, the crowd parting before his intimidating presence. Short because of his mestizo blood, he had a powerful build with taut muscles that quivered with anticipation. The scars of former battles decorated his face, including one that dropped the left side of his lips downward, giving him a sinister appearance. Some women made the sign of the cross as he walked past them. The locals were superstitious, and Segundo radiated evil, well aware of the effect he had on these credulous people. He used it to beneficial effect when he wished to get information out of someone. Rarely did he have to resort to torture, as he had with Jose Falcone. Segundo felt wary of meeting the man who had frightened Val Coney into silence. He had picked up lots of gossip about Wilson in the brothels. Wilson avoided confrontations with men, but he liked to punch women, the sign of a coward. Nevertheless, Segundo chose the cautious approach to avoid any unpleasant surprises. The train pulled into the station, and he climbed aboard and sat in the window seat of his row. A small boy clambered up beside him. Young enough to be without fear, he reached out and touched Segundo's damaged face. "Did you fall down?" asked the boy. Segundo gazed down at this little warrior, and his eyes twinkled. "I did," he said. "I fell off a horse." The boy's mother, who was wrestling with two other small children, grabbed the child. "How could you be so rude?" she said. "Apologize to the gentleman." Segundo, unused to being addressed as a gentleman, frowned in confusion. The small boy's eyes filled with tears and his bottom lip quivered. Segundo's expression softened again. "I'm not insulted, madam. You shouldn't punish him for being curious." He searched in his pocket for a sweet and found willing recipients for several, despite them being covered in fluff. The little boy sat on his lap and looked out of the window as they cut through the trees and headed for the coast. Sam made her way into the jungle to a secluded spot where she could relieve herself without an audience. Reciting an incantation against snakes, she squatted in the undergrowth and hoped no one else would choose that moment to do the same. Privacy was not something that anyone in Sierramar respected. A piece of grass tickled her bottom, making her jump, and some urine splashed on her boot. Not a good start to the morning, but no one would notice a wet boot in the hubbub surrounding the canoe's launch. Emerging from the foliage, she squinted into the low sunlight. A crowd of people, including a group of what appeared to be teenagers, had assembled on the riverbank beside a large canoe. Sam tried to spot Carlos, Ryer, or Doña Elodia, but she couldn't recognize them. She looked forward to working with them again, and intended to make up their shortfall in pay from the last trip. As she approached the party, the silhouettes she had imagined were teenage children from far away, materialized into short, stout Indians wearing minimal loincloths and blank expressions. They stood close to the canoe, similar in length to the one used on the last trip but deeper drafted, containing low wooden seats with small backs instead of blocks of wood, an improvement. They had packed the supplies into the front of the canoe under the bow, wrapped in plastic. A heated discussion ensued between Wilson and a tall, thin black man with a pencil mustache who shook with indignation. "What's that about?" Sam asked Alfredo. "The mayor of Recate is annoyed because we are using imported labor." "Imported labor? Where are the workers from?" "Arenas." "Arenas? But that's the next village. They're hardly imported." The mayor of Recate didn't agree. He stood between Wilson and the canoe, his arms outstretched as if to block the way. "Work is non-existent in this region, and sharing it out between the villages is good politics. It is not Recate turn this time, so the mayor won't get his cut. Leave it to me. I'll sort it out." Alfredo went up to the mayor and took him aside. They had an animated conversation. She saw him give the mayor some money, and the problem disappeared as quickly as it had arisen. "What's the plan today then?" said Sam. "We'll do an initial visit to the site, to clear and photograph the steps, so we can see if they lead anywhere. I need to document the site in detail for the sake of history and completeness," said Alfredo. "And where are we staying tonight?" "In Arenas. Wilson told me it's easier for the crew to stay in their own homes, and cheaper for us if they do. I believe you stayed there last time." "Yes, we did." Sam did not want to be reminded of her last stay in Arenas. She had not told Alfredo about Wilson's attempted assault, and she wondered if Gloria had. But Alfredo got on fine with Wilson, meaning he was unaware or didn't care about the attack. She didn't want to ruin her adventure by bringing up the incident for no reason, and annoying or distressing Alfredo when he had other more important things on his mind. She would deal with Wilson in her own way. After smoothing the mare's ruffled feathers, they got into the canoe and set off for the site of the Inca steps. The sun had not risen high in the sky when they left, so the air felt cool below the shade of the trees bordering the river. The water levels were high because of the previous night's rains, and the canoe skimmed over the minor rapids with no need for the passengers to get out. Clouds of tiny flies hung over the water like old lace curtains moving in the breeze. Alfredo poked Sam in the shoulder and offered his legs as a backrest. She leaned back against his skinny shins and looked up at the azure blue sky. Her head filled with fantasies about Indiana Jones, who looked rather like Simon. Her anticipation rose as they got nearer to the site. A fish jumped and plopped back into the water, stirring her from her reverie. She looked up from the floor of the boat into the jungle, and to her stunned surprise, saw a big cat lapping water at the river's edge. It lifted its head as the boat glided by, and flicked its tail in annoyance before disappearing back into the jungle. Sam lunged for her camera, but to her eternal regret, it remained double-sealed in a plastic bag at the front of the boat. The man propelling the boat through the water stopped poling, raised an imaginary rifle to his shoulder, and shot at the vanishing feline. No wonder the wildlife hid from the locals. She glanced around to check if Alfredo had seen it too. He mouthed "Puma" at her. She nodded and beamed. After a couple of hours, they arrived at the place on the river where they had been working when Sam had run into the jungle with the workers to photograph the snake. She had fallen asleep and woke up with a start as the canoe nudged the riverbank. They clambered out onto the shingle, a little stiff after sitting in cramped conditions for so long. The Indians who had crewed the canoe dived into the river, laughing and joking together in the water. She would have liked to join them, but she didn't want to get her clothes wet before the temperature rose. She didn't want to take them off either, because she couldn't bear the thought of Wilson leering at her in her bra and knickers. He leaned against a tree, smoking with his hat over his eyes. He had been silent the entire trip and let Alfredo give the orders. Something strange appeared to be going on, but what, Sam couldn't work out. She took her satchel out of the plastic wrapping and revised its contents. Her notebook, a penknife, some pens, a compass, a camera, and some cooking chocolate jostled inside the bag. She wouldn't make the mistake of putting her camera back inside again. When the crew had dried off and stretched out, they set out into the jungle, Don Moises leading. Sam remembered he knew about the Inca steps the last time they were there, but showed no interest in seeing them. She still found it odd. Wilson followed close behind him, chain-smoking his packet of full-speed cigarettes, forcing the others to walk several paces behind the two men to avoid the smoke and flying ash. "Filthy habit," said Alfredo to Sam, one of the few people she knew in Sierramar who didn't smoke. Full speed to the grave. It didn't take them long to reach the steps, which were in the shade at this time of day. They looked dull and nondescript, like a blocky rock formation. Were they on a wild goose chase after all? Then she heard Alfredo gasp. He shuffled forward through the group and caressed a step with his right hand. He pressed his cheek against it, shutting his eyes in ecstasy and muttering incantations to himself. Sam waited with the others until he recovered, and pulled away from the surface where he had been running his hand over the carved stone cipher of a snake. Alfredo's face shone pale in the gloom and his eyes glistened. He turned to look for Sam, and catching her eye, he nodded. Overcome, he sank to his knees. One worker ran forward with a log for him to sit on. He sat with his head in his hands, talking to himself. "Hey, are you okay?" said Sam. "Yes, it's a shock. It's so real," said Alfredo. "We're not there yet." Sam gave him a piece of her precious chocolate, which helped to revive him. He gave orders for the men to clear the rock face with machetes. They set to work removing the vines and creepers. It took about an hour to complete this job. When they finished, the bottom of a stone staircase which cut through the ancient river terraces stacked up into the jungle was revealed. There were serpent ciphers on the vertical part of each step and concave indentations on the tops of the steps filled with sediment, which Alfredo ordered the workers to collect in plastic bags. He took copious notes at this stage and pointed out key locations for Sam to photograph. He logged and measured every aspect of the stairs. When they had documented the bottom of the staircase, Alfredo directed the workers to clear the upper reaches. Painstakingly, and halting at each step for more photographs and measurements, they cut their way up the slope. Startled lizards shot into the jungle in all directions, their early morning sunbathing cut short by the invasion of their habitat. At one point, the machetes disturbed a viper, which slithered away in alarm. The workers wanted to kill it, but Don Moises stopped them, causing a momentary pause in the work for a vigorous debate. Sam missed the chance to get a photograph, as she had her back to the steps. "Why are they trying to kill the snake?" "It's running away, isn't it?" she said. "Did you see the markings on its back?" said Alfredo. "They look like an X, so they call the snake Echis. They're poisonous and can kill small children." The workers wanted to kill the snake in case it goes to their village. "What do they do to protect themselves from snakes who reach it?" "They've a secret weapon." "And what's that?" "Did you see the pigs that the villagers keep under their houses? They are immune to snake bites because of the thick layer of fat on their bodies. They kill the snakes and eat them." "The pigs eat the snakes?" "Yes, pigs will eat anything." Moises assured the workers that the snake could not reach their village, and it was not right to disturb the balance of nature in the jungle by killing the predators. He restored peace among the group, and they went back to their task of clearing the vegetation. Segundo arrived at Recate in the late afternoon, after hitching a lift with a local fisherman, and he set about finding somewhere to stay. The villagers offered him the same decrepit hut where Sam and Wilson had stayed on their first visit to the village. Unimpressed by the standard of accommodation, he left his belongings in a dark corner and ventured out into the dusk. Bats were swooping to catch the insects gathered around the bare light bulbs lit by small generators in newer dwellings. He intended to search for a cantina, and soon met Doña Elodia on the main street. "Good evening, madam," he said. "Please, can you direct me to the cantina?" Elodia had a villager's suspicion of strangers, and something about the man made her hesitate. "I haven't seen you around," she ventured. "Have you got business in Recate?" "My name is Segundo Duarte. I came here to look for someone. His name's Wilson Ortega. I don't suppose you've come across him?" "I believe he arrived yesterday afternoon." Doña Elodia let no sign of recognition cross her face. "Maybe he's in the cantina," she suggested. "Most visitors eat there in the evening." "Can you tell me where I can find it, please, señora?" asked Segundo. "Follow this street and the first turn on the right." "Thank you, señora. Have a good evening." He strode off, and she crossed herself. He made her flesh crawl with that nasty scar on his face. Why would someone follow Wilson into the jungle? Segundo could not be trusted. Don Moises had left her in charge, and she took the initiative. She didn't want the stranger to get away upriver before she sent a message to Moises in the morning, warning him of the stranger's claims about Wilson. Her friends in Recate knew how to deal with dodgy strangers. She picked up her skirts and hurried down the street to find Carlos and Ryer, who had worked on the original crew with Sam and Wilson. She found them playing cards on the porch outside Ryder's house. "Chicos, I need your help. There's a stranger in town looking for Wilson. He's evil looking. I think he might be dangerous." "Where's he now?" "I sent him to the cantina to buy his supper. Can you please come with me and capture him?" "But where'll we keep him?" "The old prison room will be perfect until morning. I'll question him then." "Okay, let's go." The three vigilantes strode down the street to the cantina where Segundo enjoyed a bowl of fish soup. He didn't finish it. Carlos and Ryer grabbed him from both sides, catching him unawares. Despite this, he made a good match for the two powerful men, and wriggled like an eel between them. Another local, who liked a good brawl, came up behind Segundo when it looked as if he might struggle free. He hit him on the head with an empty beer bottle. Segundo went down with a thump. The boys lifted his arms over their shoulders and dragged him down the road to the village lockup. They placed him on a wooden bench inside the hut and locked the door from the outside. Doña Elodia asked them to fetch his belongings and throw them in too. By the time Segundo woke up, he had an old foam mattress, a cold bowl of soup and his small rucksack in the lockup with him. Still groggy, he couldn't imagine what had happened to him. The last thing he remembered was eating soup in the cantina. He tried the door but, despite pulling and kicking with all his might, it did not budge. He shouted his lungs out, but no one came to his aid. Deciding an explanation would not be forthcoming until morning, he lay down on the bed. Despite the discomfort of the thin mattress and the mosquitoes buzzing around his head, he fell fast asleep. The team had finished clearing the Inca staircase to the top, where the terrain flattened out into a small plateau. Large black clouds rumbled into sight on the horizon, signaling a major storm about to break. The smell of rain made them all look up. "We don't want to get caught outside," said Moises. "These storms sometimes feature large, painful hailstones which bruise anyone foolish enough to stay out in the open." "Let's call it a day then," said Alfredo. "I'm exhausted." "And I'm starving," said Sam. "You're always starving," said Alfredo. The team descended the stone staircase onto the floor of the jungle and walked in single file to the riverbank without speaking. The hard manual labor had exhausted them. Alfredo had posed as an archaeologist with an interest in the ancient steppes, and they had not given the workers any further information. Neither Sam nor Alfredo had mentioned the treasure hunt to prevent rumors from spreading all over Arenas. No one knows if the treasure still exists, but the steppes are significant in their own right. "Logic suggests they have to lead somewhere," whispered Alfredo to Sam. Sam tried to remain as calm as possible, as if she went searching for treasure every day, but inside her a cauldron of emotions vibrated. She had hoped the job with Mike would be a stepping stone to a geological career. She had never expected to take part in a treasure hunt. "What will I do if there is no treasure? It's not like treasure hunting is a legitimate entry for my resume." The canoe fought with the river all the way to Arenas, which was close to their worksite but slow going through the raging water. The crew had stopped laughing and joking, and a grim concentration took over as they forced the canoe through the torrent of brown water. They landed at the village as the first large drops of rain fell from the sky, already black even though the sun hadn't gone down yet. Sam, Moises, Wilson and Alfredo made their way to the main square where they had been housed in the same civic building in which they stayed before. They had given Sam one of the small rooms off the main upstairs accommodation. It had a primitive lock, which assured her of an uninterrupted night. She sat on the steps, watching the rain pouring down from leaden skies. Children ran about, shrieking with laughter, contrasting with London where the mothers would have called the children inside, instead of encouraging them to enjoy the rain. The visitors had an early supper, and went to bed soon afterwards. The storm strengthened, and the rain came in sheets, which prevented any transit between the houses. Sam could see the raindrops bouncing off the volleyball court and running off into the gutters dug into the red clay. The torrential rain continued throughout the night, thundering on the tin roofs of the houses. Sam could hear it streaming off the roofs onto the ground as she lay in bed. The houses in the village were all on stilts to keep the snakes out, but also in case of flooding. Random thoughts coursed through her head. What do the pigs do when it rains? Why was Simon looking for me? When will Mike pay me? Fool's Gold. A Sam Harris Adventure, Book 1. Written by P.J. Skinner. Narrated by Google Play AI. Chapter 18. Segundo got little sleep in his impromptu prison in Recate. The rain clattering on the tin roof and the thunder cracking overhead kept him awake for most of the night. The roof had rusty holes in it through which the rain trickled and dripped onto the mattress where he slept, making him damp and stiff. His empty stomach growled. He tried forcing the door open, but the hut shook and threatened to collapse on top of him. He sunk back onto the bed and lay down with his arm under his head. Hernan Sanchez had trusted him, and now he had been duped by a woman. What a come down. Wilson might hurt someone while he, Segundo, stayed locked up in this hut. He mused on the circumstances of his capture. Elodia interested him, despite the treatment he had received. Now, there was a woman you wanted on your side. Attractive too. He spent a pleasant hour fantasizing about the charms of his captor, before she knocked on the door, startling him out of his reverie. "Good morning, Señor Duarte," said Doña Elodia. "I trust you slept well." "I've slept better," he replied with a smile in his voice. "That rain of yours makes some racket." "You'll get used to it." "I hope not. You don't trust me." "I can understand that. My evil face does not inspire confidence, but it is just a scar skin deep. Give me a chance to explain what I'm doing here," he said, trying to appeal to the soft heart he imagined inhabited her curvy body. The suspicion about strangers in rural Sierramar was endemic. People assessed him based on his deformed appearance. Throwing a man in prison because he looked evil might be considered an overreaction, but she wanted to protect her village. She paced around outside the door. Finally, she sighed. "Are you hungry?" she said. "I'll make you breakfast. You may eat at my house, if you promise not to try anything. I have 2 strong young neighbors who can help me if you try to escape." Breakfast sounded good to Segundo. He wouldn't get far if he made enemies in Recate, and Elodia knew where to find Wilson. "It's a deal," he said. "I didn't get the chance to finish my dinner last night, and I could eat a horse. I'll explain everything over breakfast. You have my word I won't try to escape." A brief silence followed, and then some huffing and puffing outside as Doña Elodia dislodged the large pieces of wood barricading the door. The door fell open on its hinges, and Segundo squinted out into the bright morning. Doña Elodia stood with her hands on her hips, ready for trouble. Segundo smiled. A formidable woman, the kind that made him lose all concentration. He shook himself free of those thoughts. "Let on, Señora," he said. Meanwhile, Mike plucked up the courage to ring Edward. "Hi mate, how are you? About time you called me. Where have you been? What's happening? Have you found my treasure yet? I didn't want to disturb you after Black Monday and its fallout. I thought you might need some time to assess the situation. I sorted that out." "Sorted out? How?" "One of the senior brokers rebought my shares at bargain basement prices before the market closed on Monday. He sold them into the recovery today and bought them when they fell again before today's close. I haven't lost more than a quarter of the value of my portfolio, and I expect the market will recover now." "Congratulations. What fantastic news." "Yes, well, never mind that. Water under the bridge. I'll be richer when we find the treasure. How's the search going?" The words hung in the air. Mike took a deep breath. "There's been a slight hitch. I don't think it'll affect the outcome, but it may delay it." "Spit it out, mate. I need to know." "One of the team may plan to keep the treasure for himself, and the rest don't know they have a villain in their midst. He already tried to eliminate Gloria and Sam by sabotaging their car." "Why didn't you stop him going?" "We didn't realize the car accident had been deliberate until the trip to find the treasure had already left. It's a long story." "Jesus, what a cock-up. Can't you ring them?" "They're in the jungle now." "In that case, what the fuck are you doing in Calderon?" "We've sent someone down to sort it out." "And what if he takes my treasure as well? I can't believe you're sitting on your ass in the office. Why aren't you on your way there too?" Mike hesitated. He had never told Edward about his heart problem, as Edward would cut him loose. Ruthless with money, Edward considered Mike as a plaything, but he had no interest in broken toys. "Well mate, We found out today, and the flight to the coast isn't until tomorrow, so I was calling you to let you know. I should bloody think so. Don't let me down, Mike. My wife will have my balls for this. Don't worry, it's under control. I just wanted to keep you informed. Okay, well, let me know as soon as you're near a phone. Bye then. Don't fuck up, Mike. I wouldn't want this to be the end of a beautiful friendship. He hung up. Mike had a quandary. Edward could order him to go to the jungle if he wanted to, but Mr. Sanchez's man should be able to deal with Wilson without help. Surely Wilson wouldn't kill to get the treasure. Anyway, what about my heart? Can I risk going so far from a hospital? Later, Mike drank a coffee in the office with Gloria. They had their coffee without milk, as no one had remembered to buy any with Toddy away on holiday. Marta had not come to work as she had stayed at home to look after her son, who had picked up a cold at school. Mike fiddled with a ballpoint pen, clicking the top in and out. Finally, the pen broke, and the insides shot all over the table. The spring landed in Gloria's coffee. She gave him a look that would have melted plastic. He shrugged. Gloria lit a cigarette and blew the smoke out, gazing out of the window. I can't help feeling responsible, she said without looking at him. Responsible? You? How and for what? Asked Mike, irritated to be reminded he felt the same. I had heard things about Wilson, but I didn't tell you because I thought his private life was his business, replied Gloria. I didn't know he had debts with such dangerous people. We could have stopped him from going on this trip. Mike sighed. Gloria, he said. Sam told me Wilson had tried to assault her, and I sent her back into the jungle with him. What I did was far worse. They both sat in silence. We won't hear anything for days, said Gloria at last. I'm not sure I can stand sitting around here. We may never find out the truth. The camel's back snapped. Mike needed Edward to finance his projects and to keep him on his side. He had to stop Wilson. Do you want to go to Recate? I'm not sure if we can do anything, but we might stand a chance of getting news. And your heart? Asked Gloria. Bugger my heart. It's not that bad, said Mike. I need an adventure. We can fly to the beach first thing in the morning and hire a car to San Lorenzo. That should be less strain than taking the train for hours. We can hire a truck or car to Recate and be there by evening. What do you say? Vamos, said Gloria, her eyes flashing. Let's save Sam and Alfredo. Mike laughed. They can look after themselves. We need to save the treasure from Wilson, or Edward will have my guts for garters. Sitting here is no longer an option. I'll call Poppy and ask him to get us seats on the plane. He has friends who can arrange a car from the airport to San Lorenzo, said Gloria. Mike packed a bag. His heart pounded in his chest with excitement. He couldn't tell if this was good or bad, coming out in a sweat with the thrill of joining in the adventure. The danger didn't worry him. The stress of waiting for news would make him more ill than a quick jaunt to Recate. Letting Edward down could have worse consequences, and at least he didn't have to field his calls in the jungle. Segundo leaned back against the wall and patted his full stomach. Wow. That was delicious, Doña Elodia. I thank you and my stomach thanks you. I like to see a man enjoy his food, she beamed, leaning over the table to take his plate away. Do you want a cup of coffee? You can drink it while you explain why you are looking for Señor Ortega. Yes, please. Make it nice and sugary to sweeten my day. Doña Elodia poured them both a cup of hot coffee from the gas burner. They sipped it. The scalding coffee burned its way down his throat, and Segundo decided not to beat around the bush. Wilson Ortega is a dangerous man, he said. He tried to kill the daughter of my boss by ordering someone to sabotage the brake lines on her car. She was lucky to survive. Doña Elodia gasped and covered her mouth to prevent herself from swearing. She crossed herself, eyes wide with anticipation for the next revelation. Wilson's boss didn't know about his past before he sent him on this trip with Sam and Alfredo, continued Segundo. Wilson thinks they're looking for treasure, and he wants it for himself. He has major debts, and several of the big crime families in Sierramar are looking for him. He may kill to save himself from them. And is there any treasure? Said Doña Elodia, breathless with expectation. Of course not, said Segundo more brusquely than he meant to. It's a myth. There are only ancient stones out there, which Dr. Vargas wants to document. This man Wilson sounds dangerous. I want to believe you, but it's quite a story. We must stop him before he kills someone. Please let me find him. Doña Elodia adjusted her dress around her massive bosom and stirred her coffee again, her brow wrinkled with concentration. She looked him in the eye. I can help you with your search, but you must stay in Recate. If you go looking for Wilson upriver, you'll make things worse. Segundo protested, but she held up her hand to silence him. I'll send a messenger to Don Moises. He is the chief of the Indian tribe at Arenas, where the group is staying. He'll know how to deal with Wilson without causing trouble, as he's a brilliant man. The Indians can be vengeful if one of them gets hurt. They might kill everyone. Leave it to Moises. He'll deliver Senor Ortega to you, dead or alive. Segundo pondered this offer. He did not take orders from anyone except Senor Sanchez, and never from a woman. However, he was not a stupid man, and he felt out of his depth in these remote coastal communities where he had no allies or experience. When will you send him? He said. Carlos will leave now if I tell him to. He can inform Don Moises you're looking for Wilson Ortega, and that he should send him back to Recate. Don't worry, Wilson will come, either of his own free will or trussed up like a suckling pig. She smiled. Behind her, Ryer had appeared in the doorway. He had an ancient gun by his side. Until then, I'd like you to stay in the lockup. Is that fair? Yes, that's fair, said Segundo, thoughts of making his own way to Arenas evaporating. I'll stay there until you let me out. Please keep me informed. He followed Ryer out of the house and down the road. Doña Elodia watched them go. She trusted him, but not enough to let him roam free in the village. Don Moises relied on her because she had good instincts. She shut the door of her house and set off to find Carlos. Afterwards, she planned to go to the market and make a nice fish soup for her guest to take the edge off his captivity. 5 minutes later, Doña Elodia bustled over to Carlos, who stood in some gray mud on the riverbank beside a small canoe, which could hold 2 passengers or a small amount of freight. He leaned on his pole with one hand and smoked with the other. He looked up as she approached and raised his eyebrows in greeting. Doña Elodia beckoned him to join her on a drier part of the bank, and she leaned in to speak to him so that no one else would hear. Carlitos, there's an emergency. That man we locked up last night says Wilson Ortega is a dangerous man who is intending to harm anyone who gets in his way. You must go straight to Arenas and find Don Moises. Tell him about Wilson, and ask him to send Ortega here against his will if necessary. Tell him the message is direct from me. Do you want me to go now? Said Carlos. Yes, please. I'll tell your wife you'll be back in a couple of days. Have you had breakfast? Some fried eggs and corn patties. You'd better take these bananas. I'm sure they'll feed you when you get to Arenas. Thank you. Don't forget, this is top secret. No one must know why you are going. You have my word. With that, Carlos skipped across the mud, grabbing his pole and landing on the slim vessel in one practiced movement. He had no trouble balancing the canoe in the strong current, and he pushed away from the shore with no sign of a wobble. Doña Elodia watched him until he rounded the first bend. He turned and smiled at her, and gave her a cheery wave as he moved out of sight. She watched him disappear, wringing her hands. Sam and the rest of the team returned to clear the platform. Some young trees and bushes populated the surface, but the rest of the vegetation comprised lianas and creepers, which dangled down from overhanging trees and spread over the ground. They stopped for lunch after a few hours. Alfredo and Don Moises set a fire, but Sam saw nothing to cook. The workers walked to the canoe and signaled for Sam to come with them. She looked at Don Moises for an explanation, but he waved her on. Alfredo laughed. It mystified her. They sat her in the middle of the boat and gave her a paddle, but told her not to use it yet. The crew paddled downstream a few hundred meters to a deep pool at a bend in the river and stopped the canoe in the center. One man held the canoe steady using his pole. Another rummaged around in a bag, and to Sam's horror, took out a stick of dynamite. He cut a small piece off the end and stowed the rest back in the bag under the bow. Another man cut what could only be a piece of fuse from a reel and stuck it in the dynamite. Sam realized what they planned to do, but paralyzed with fright, she couldn't find any useful Spanish words to object. Rooted to her seat, she watched as the worker lit the fuse with a box of matches he had retrieved from his boot. He held the dynamite in the air close to Sam's head. To her horror, she noticed he had only 2 fingers on his right hand. The crew counted to 3 with gusto, and he threw the dynamite stub into the water. It exploded with a loud bang as it hit the surface. Sam put her hands over her ears too late, and a ringing noise echoed through her head in waves. Stunned fish floated to the surface of the pool, and with cries of excitement, the crew leapt out of the canoe, leaving her sitting there with her mouth open. The last to leave, mimed using her paddle to keep the boat in the middle of the pool. She grabbed it, her ears buzzing, and stuck it in the water, using all her strength to keep the canoe steady. The workers swam back and forth, finding and dropping the stunned fish in the boat. Sam could see from their bright color and rows of sharp teeth they were piranhas. She remembered the times she had swum in the river with no idea that these were lurking under the surface. And I've been worrying about the candiru fish? Within 3 minutes the men were all back on the boat, and they asked Sam to stop paddling, even though she fancied doing more. The man with the damaged hand sat next to her, extending his hand. She took it and examined the finger stumps. Their eyes met and Sam said, "Boom?" "See." "Boom," shouted the man, and he threw himself backwards into the water. The other men roared with laughter, and understanding his party trick, she joined in. She helped him back onto the boat, grinning at the success of his joke. How many times had he done that? Nobody seemed concerned about the loss of his fingers to the dynamite. The canoe glided back upriver to where Don Moises had a good fire going, with an improvised grill made of twisted wire. The men jumped out of the canoe with their booty, and Sam followed. She must have looked ashen with shock, because the 3 men who had stayed ashore sniggered at her. "Why didn't you warn me?" Sam hissed at Alfredo, doubled over with mirth. "Priceless," he said. "You should see your face." They gutted the fish and threw them whole onto the grill. They cooked them and flipped them over, and had them ready in less than 10 minutes. The smell of their crispy skins made Sam salivate. They presented her with the first one wrapped in a palm leaf, and she nibbled on the fleshy bit by the fin, which tasted heavenly. A myriad of bones needed to be separated with her tongue and spat out, but the flavor trumped the effort. Silence reigned until they finished the fish and licked their last finger. Then they made themselves comfortable and had a half-hour siesta on the riverbank. Sam had dreamed of experiences such as this in university, but she had never expected them to become a reality. She lay on the sand and sighed with contentment. The jungle now felt like home. Chapter 19. Carlos made good time in his light craft and arrived in the village of Arenas at midday. He pulled the canoe up onto the shingle and pushed it under the trees at the edge of the riverbank. He arranged the low-hanging branches over the top of the canoe, so it was not visible from the river. Then he hid his pole underneath it. Satisfied with his work, he walked up the slippery clay steps to the raised flat piece of land on which the village sat. He headed straight for the civic building, but as he expected, there was no one there. Most of the women and children had gone to pick plantains for the evening meal. He sat on the steps of the house and waited for them to return. One woman, who had stayed in the village, gave him a bowl of rice and fish, and soon he had a young audience to watch him eat his lunch. No sooner had he finished his food than a football appeared, and they forced him to play with the children in return for his meal. Carlos didn't mind. He had 3 children of his own, and he spent a lot of time playing football with them when he had no work. Doña Elodia may have chosen him as her messenger, but he wasn't used to having such important jobs. It beat sitting around smoking and playing cards with Briar all day. He tried asking where the others had gone, but blank stares met his requests for information and his questions went unanswered. Carlos recognized his fruitless situation from experience and stopped his inquiries. After playing football for the requisite couple of hours, he climbed into a hammock on the porch of the civic building and fell asleep. Mike and Gloria arrived at the coastal airport to find a battered 4-wheel drive waiting for them outside the terminal building with the engine running. The driver said little. He opened the doors for them and showed interest only when Mike insisted on putting on his seatbelt, which had been tied up and shoved under the front seat. It took a good 5 minutes of pulling and swearing to get it untangled and ready for use. Mike put it on despite it being filthy and oily. He soon had a greasy smear down his shirt. Gloria told the driver all gringos were the same, and he shrugged. The state of the road, which meant they didn't go above 30 kilometers per hour, reduced the likelihood of crashing on the way. The driver wanted a promotion, and he took exaggerated care, knowing he had the daughter of Señor Sanchez in his vehicle. Gloria sat in the back seat, puffing away at her cigarettes and handing Mike cassettes to play in the shabby tape machine in the dashboard. The journey took a few hours along the coast road, including a stop at a small beach restaurant for some delicious shrimp in coconut sauce on a bed of sticky rice. They arrived at San Lorenzo in the afternoon, where they parted company with the driver, who could not go upriver with them, and turned the vehicle around to go back to Esmeraldas. The rain sheeted down on the town, turning the roads to quagmires. Mike couldn't face another bumpy trip that evening. He had no trouble persuading Gloria to wait until morning. They set about finding a hotel for the night, and settled on the same decrepit one Sam and Wilson had stayed in on their last visit. "Are you sure this is the only hotel in town?" said Mike. "I'm afraid so. The accommodation won't get any better in Recate," said Gloria. "Sorry, it's new to me, this adventure thing." Wasn't Mike an entrepreneur? Weren't adventures his forte? Gloria shrugged. By late afternoon, the workers had almost cleared the plateau of vegetation, and they had removed some topsoil. Alfredo had gone silent and paced around the plateau like a caged tiger. He had stopped taking notes to have an internal debate. He muttered to himself, and his arms flew out from his sides in a gesture of helplessness. Sam approached him and tapped him on the shoulder. Alfredo spun around in fright at her touch, as if roused from a nightmare. "Alfredo," said Sam. "Are you all right?" "All right? Yes, I think so. I assumed so. That is?" His voice trailed off. "Do you understand the purpose of the plateau yet?" she asked. "The plateau? Oh yes. No. Well, I don't. There are no signs of construction. It's a random structure for worship or something. It's not what I expected. I must think. I need to wait until they clear off the earth. Maybe we'll find a clue to its purpose, or its relation to the treasure tomorrow." Alfredo lapsed back into his reverie and paced the plateau again. Sam left him to his thoughts, seeing he needed space to figure things out. Perhaps it was a wild goose chase. What if it was only a place for offerings or human sacrifice, and had nothing to do with treasure? She felt disappointed for Alfredo, but not for herself, because most of the fun for Sam had been the adventure of exploring in the jungle. Her close encounter with dynamite fishing had left her exhilarated. When Don Moises declared another storm to be on its way, she was searching for unusual insects to photograph. They downed tools and descended the stairs to the jungle floor, as it was safer to stop work and return in the morning. The path they were using had become wider and flatter, and despite the muddy surface, it took no time to walk to the canoes. The storm started before they got to Arenas, and by the time the canoe beached on the riverbank, it had soaked them to the skin. Sam looked up from under the hood of her jacket and noticed Carlos standing under the trees beside a small canoe. She waved at him, but he didn't appear to see her. She resolved to slip him some money later. He gestured to Don Moises, who ran across to the shelter of the large leaves to join him. The rest of the group walked up to the house where they were staying and changed into dry clothes. Sam stored her used camera film in her bag and wound a new one onto her ancient Canon. She liked to get ready for the next morning when she was still wide awake, as she had a habit of forgetting important stuff at dawn. The ladies from the village arrived soon after dark with their supper of fish soup, patacones, slices of plantain boiled and then squashed flat for frying, and grilled crayfish. There were also some fresh avocados. Sam drooled with delight. "I wouldn't eat the crayfish if I were you," drawled Alfredo. "Why not?" she asked. "They catch them in the river." "So?" "The crayfish are easy to catch because they all swim over and eat the poo we leave in the river during our morning evacuations. Isn't it wonderful how nature recycles everything?" "Yuck, how disgusting. I'm not eating these." "You won't mind if I eat yours then." Sam shook her head in horror and transferred her crayfish onto Alfredo's plate. She lost interest in her food and picked at her fried plantains. As Alfredo munched on the crayfish, it became clear she might have fallen for one of his tall tales, but she couldn't shake off the image of those crayfish coming to eat breakfast. "I'll check his story next time I get the opportunity." Moises reappeared as they were finishing their food and asked Wilson if they might have a chat. The subservient way Moises behaved towards Wilson made Sam uneasy. It clashed with Sam's high opinion of him, and she didn't like the smug look Wilson threw back at them as he left. Something stank, but she couldn't figure out what. If Wilson knew about the treasure, would he tell Moises? What if they plotted to take it? What will happen to Alfredo and me? "Alfredo, I'm worried about Wilson. He's behaving strangely, and he has Moises wrapped around his finger. Are you sure he hasn't found out about the treasure?" "Don't be ridiculous. Moises is not a man to let Wilson tell him what to do. You don't like Wilson, you make it obvious. We have enough problems without you inventing conspiracy theories." Alfredo's barbed comment surprised Sam and hurt her feelings, but she knew the empty plateau caused his irritation rather than her theories, and she didn't hold it against him. It did little to assuage her doubts, but if Alfredo didn't think the treasure existed, she felt inclined to believe him. Wilson would not be a threat if there was nothing to steal. It was tempting to spy on the pair, but since the villagers were already suspicious of their motives, she decided against it. Wilson couldn't wait to get away from the others. He found it hard to believe Mike had sent a drunk, a woman and a half-breed to look for something so important, and had intended to leave him out. After their chat in Recate, Moises had made it obvious whose side he was on, and now he wanted to discuss arranging Sam's and Alfredo's disappearance. Wilson congratulated himself on reading his man well. Moises himself was also expendable, but Wilson would deal with him after he had eliminated the competition. The treasure loomed so close. His troubles were over. They shook hands and walked to an old house on the outskirts of the village. The roof only just withstood the rain, which fell in heavy sheets. Fat drops bounced on the rotten wood of the floor, turning it to mush. They stepped onto the veranda and sat on wobbly stools made from thick slices from a tree trunk. When Moises offered him a bowl of chicha to drink, Wilson accepted it as a sign of trust. He hated chicha. Like many traditions, the truth about its manufacture was unpalatable. The women of the village made it by chewing the cassava root and spitting the resulting liquid into a bowl. They left this mixture to ferment and then strained it to capture the liquid for drinking. The alcohol content depended on the time of fermentation. Wilson found the entire process disgusting, but even he was not prepared to spoil the ritual by refusing. He took a good mouthful and swallowed it before he gagged. The liquid did not taste that bad, but he refused when Moises offered him a second bowlful. Don Moises made small talk about the trip, and then he got down to the point of the conversation. "I've thought about what you told me in Recate," Moises said in a low voice, "and I've decided that we need to take action straight away." This news thrilled Wilson beyond measure. A frisson of excitement crept up his back as he leaned forward on his stool to better hear Moises in the pouring rain. He wobbled and planted his feet wide for balance. As he did this, someone grabbed him from behind with great strength. Although he wanted to struggle, his limbs had turned to rubber. He tried to protest, but his tongue filled his entire mouth. Words would not form on his lips. Don Moises smiled at his struggle. "Yes, we need to take action straight away against you. You didn't imagine I would let a man like you steal our treasure? I've heard rumors about you, Wilson Ortega, and none of them are palatable." Moises spat at Wilson's feet, which were flopping about like stranded fish. Wilson had a disbelieving look on his face as he slumped backwards into the arms of Carlos, who picked him up and slung him over his shoulder like a scarecrow. Wilson's arms and legs dangled from his body. He drooled down Carlos's ancient t-shirt. "Take him away to the storeroom and tie him up, Carlos. Make sure he can't shout for help." "You can count on me, sir," Carlos replied. "I want you to put Wilson in your canoe before we leave for the plateau tomorrow morning, and take him to Recate, to Doña Elodia. Be careful. Wilson is a desperate man and will stop at nothing. I'm grateful to you for warning me. God will reward you." "Is there treasure on the plateau, Don Moises?" "No. Wilson is deluded and greedy, and he is confused. This makes him a dangerous man, capable of killing to get what he wants. He won't be able to move until morning anyway. The ayahuasca will give him sleep paralysis. I can't guarantee sweet dreams, though." Ayahuasca's reputation for opening the mind to horrors frightened Carlos, who had never taken it himself. A practicing Christian, he avoided Indian medicine, believing it to be the work of the devil. He maneuvered himself down the soggy steps of the porch, cracking Wilson's head against a strut holding up the roof, inducing a low moaning sound from his victim. "Be careful, Carlos. We don't want anyone to see you." "Don't worry, sir. This rain would keep anyone indoors." He slipped into the darkness, with Wilson swinging over his shoulder. Sam looked up from her book when she heard someone stumble on the steps of the house. Her neck ached, and she struggled to focus in the gloom. He shuffled under the light, and she recognized him. "Alfredo, where are you going?" "I'm coming back from a pee." "I thought you had gone to bed." "Well, you thought wrong. Are you drunk?" "What's it to you, gringa? Wouldn't you be drunk in my position?" "I don't understand." Sam moved over to sit on the top step and patted the floor beside her. Alfredo lurched over and sat down with an enormous sigh. "How would you understand? You're a success. You have a career. I'm a failure, a drunk. Gloria will leave me." Sam couldn't help smiling. "Alfredo thinks I'm a success? It's amazing how other people perceive me." "Don't be silly. You're not a failure. Why would Gloria leave you? She's the daughter of Hernan Sanchez. She's clever and beautiful and organized." Sam stifled a snort of derision. "Why would she go out with a drunk?" "And a failure," said Alfredo. "Why do you keep calling yourself a failure?" "I don't think there's anything on the plateau. What if I've made a terrible mistake? Mike will kill me. Gloria will think I'm an idiot. What if you haven't? What if you're about to be a massive success? Don't count your chickens yet, Alfredo. Go to bed. Things will look better tomorrow." "How do you know?" said Alfredo. "I'm a failure too. I always feel better with a new day ahead of me." Sam put her hand on his shoulder and squeezed it. Bound and gagged, Wilson lay on the floor in the dark hut. Someone had tied his hands together, pushing his face into the dirt. Grit crunched between his teeth. He was conscious, but he could not control his body. How could I have been so stupid? That bastard half-breed had poisoned him. If he ever got out of there, he would kill him. But for now they had trapped him. As the drug took hold, he hallucinated. Large ants crawled across the floor of the hut toward him and swarmed over his prostrate form, biting his body, but he could not brush them off. He tried to scream, but the gag almost choked him. El Duro threatened him, holding out a pair of rusty scissors. Mocking women surrounded him, taunting him with their breasts. He lay in a heap on the floor, drowning in his own nightmares, but the horror had just started. He prayed for death, but it did not come. Only when dawn broke did the horrors cease, and then the door opened. Chapter 20. Carlos pulled his canoe out from under the trees and into the shallows. Chilly drops of dew fell from the leaves onto his back, causing him to shiver in the cold dawn light. He wanted to get away from Arenas before the others saw him, because Wilson Ortega lay in the bottom of the canoe, trussed up like a turkey, and pale as Christmas snow. Carlos had gagged him, but he now lay awake with his eyes open. They widened in fright as Carlos leaned in to check on his cargo. "Good morning, engineer," he whispered. "We will take a brief trip to Recate to see a friend of yours. If you promise not to shout, I'll take off the gag and give you some water. If you shout, I'll drown you like a rat. It's your choice. Nod if you want me to take it off for you." Wilson nodded with relief, and Carlos took off the gag, and supporting him with his hand, he tipped river water down Wilson's throat. He gulped it down, choking in his anxiety to quench his thirst. Carlos laid him back down in the canoe. Wilson's night in the hut had traumatized him, and he would have agreed to anything to lie on the floor of the canoe in peace. He had not given up, though. There must be a way to escape. His blood boiled as he remembered how Don Moises had deceived him, but he slowed his breathing so that his captor would not notice the change in his awareness. A bunch of primitive Indians would not outwit someone as smart as him. Then he saw it. His rucksack sat at the other end of the canoe, half covered with a Hessian sack. He had left his gun in there, wrapped in a piece of canvas, to keep out the damp. Maybe Carlos had not found it. He tried to fall asleep, needing to restore his strength so he could escape once he got the chance. He hadn't lost the game yet. Carlos shoved a block of wood under Wilson's head, raising it above the dirty water on the bottom of the canoe, and he grunted his thanks. Carlos pushed the canoe out into the rushing current, keeping an eye out for floating debris. He jumped aboard and glided off into the cool morning. Keeping the canoe on course in the strong current required all his skills, but years of experience had made him an expert. Despite this, they made slow progress through the turbulent waters. Sam and Alfredo had woken up to find Wilson missing. He had gone with Don Moises for a chat after their evening meal, but Sam couldn't remember him coming back. She wondered if they had got drunk together and slept where they were drinking. At least Alfredo was in better form, cracking jokes and poking her in the ribs. After a quick breakfast of scrambled eggs and salty crackers, they picked up their rucksacks and fought their way through the mud down to the river's edge. The usual crew of workers were there, indulging in horseplay that involved dumping each other in the mud and then throwing the victims into the river for a wash. Sam was struck by how carefree they were. She looked around to see if Wilson might be smoking his usual pre-travel cigarette on the shore, but she could see no sign of him. Don Moises busied himself with checking their supplies and readying himself for setting off. He looked up as they approached. "What a storm," he said. "Did you get any sleep, Sam?" "What storm?" said Sam. "Did it rain? You look tired, though. Are you okay?" "Oh yes, I'm fine, thank you. A touch of insomnia." "Where's Wilson today?" asked Sam. "I haven't seen him since he left to chat with you." "Wilson? I think he went with Carlos to get supplies in Recate. I expect he'll be back tomorrow." "Honestly," tutted Alfredo, "that man is a law unto himself. If I'd known, I could have asked him to buy a few things I need." "I don't think Wilson is too interested in what other people want," said Sam. They got into the canoes and set off into the brown waters of the rain-swollen river, back to the stone plateau. The hard brown path to the steps had become a boot-deep quagmire of sticky mud, which sucked them down and slowed progress. At one stage, Sam lost a boot in the mud and had to stand on one leg with her socked foot in the air while they dug it out. Despite her valiant attempts to keep it off the ground, the sock soon got coated in mud too. They reached the steps with relief and climbed up to the plateau. Debris, twigs and leaves had washed down the steps and blanketed them. The leaves were as slippery as fish and deadly underfoot, so they scooped them off the steps with their spades. Under the debris, the force of the water cascading down them had washed the stone steps clean. Serpent ciphers decorated them all. The group emerged out of the trees onto the plateau. Some of the earth covering the platform had been swept away by the storm waters. The straight edges and flat contours revealed by the rain made it more obvious that the plateau was a man-made structure. Nothing broke the surface, a flat, featureless area about the size of a basketball court. Sam walked around it and tried to spot any anomalies, but if it had any secrets, they remained hidden. She took photographs from various angles in case there was something she had missed. Alfredo paced up and down with his compass. "Can I borrow it?" she said. "I want to make a note about the orientation in my sketchbook." "I don't know why you would bother," he said. She took the reading and handed back the compass. "What do you think?" she said, more in hope than expectation. "Are there any clues?" He looked right through her and kept pacing, his head hanging, his shoulders slumped in defeat. The rest of the team hung back, unwilling to get in his way. Don Moises had an inscrutable look on his face. No one spoke. Alfredo searched through his notes and made measurements and muttered and squatted. Finally he said, "Let's go back to Arenas," and started down the steps followed by the crew of the canoe, Don Moises and a disappointed Sam. They made the journey upriver in an unearthly silence, with none of the usual banter. The rain fell again, pounding on them in the canoe. They got back to their house soaked to the skin, their clothes dripping on the hardwood floor of the balcony. Alfredo disappeared inside. Sam followed him. "What do you want to do next?" she asked. "What do you mean?" said Alfredo. "Shouldn't we dig pits or make a trench across the platform?" "What for?" "It's as flat as a pancake. You can't dig pits into solid rock." The food arrived early, but Alfredo showed no inclination to come downstairs and eat. Sam could hear him pacing the floor and muttering. She hoped he hadn't started drinking too. The rain stopped, and the dark storm clouds hugging the jungle parted to showcase the stars. Alfredo appeared on the stairs. "We should go home tomorrow," he said. "It's over." Don Moises, who had been sitting with Sam awaiting instructions, shrugged and set off through the mud to his house in the village. He showed no emotion, but Sam sensed a sigh of relief held back or stifled. He must have thought they were crazy in the first place, but at least he and his men would get paid. She did not know how Mike would take this. Or Wilson. There could be ways of making her shoulder the blame for the fiasco. After all, she had found the steps. Perhaps her adventure had come to a close. She did not want to consider the option of going home. The specter of Simon loomed over her arrival back in England. What if he wanted to apologize and get back together for real? Could she resist? Would it be déjà vu all over again? The added bulk of Wilson and his rucksack disturbed the natural balance of Carlos's canoe, and the torrential rain lowered visibility to danger levels, with all the debris swirling in the chocolate waters of the river. Carlos had only traveled about a kilometer downstream past the excavation site when he beached the canoe for the night. He pulled the canoe up onto the sand and helped Wilson out, lying him on a dry bank under the shade of some thick mangroves. Carlos removed his boots and stuck his feet into the sand. They sat in silence as the rain petered out. Carlos smoked and Wilson gathered strength for his escape attempt. Eventually, both men slept. They were woken by the mosquitoes feasting on them. Wilson assessed the situation. The river flow had reduced, but it was still too high for him to navigate in the canoe. The only way back to the site was to skirt the edge of the river, but first he needed to get away from Carlos. He grunted. "Can you release me, please? I need to go to the toilet, and these mosquitoes are killing me." "Do you promise not to escape?" said Carlos. "And where would I go? I can't use the canoe. I don't know how." "Okay, but no funny stuff." Carlos released the lianas from Wilson's hands and feet. "Get on with it," he said. "May I get a clean shirt from my rucksack?" Carlos sighed. "Sure, but hurry. I want to leave soon. And I need to tie you up for the journey." He stood over Wilson with a thick branch ready to strike him as he removed his shirt from the rucksack. Then a peccary dashed out of the bushes onto the sandbank beside them. Distracted, Carlos did not have time to react as Wilson pulled out a gun and pointed it at him. "Get on your knees," he said. His tone did not invite discussion. Carlos sank to the sand. Wilson walked behind him and pistol-whipped him, knocking him out. "Fool." Wilson spat on the sand and stuffed his feet into Carlos's Wellington boots, wincing at their cold, sweaty interior. He shoved the gun into the waistband of his trousers. Then he put the rucksack over his shoulders and grabbed the machete from the bottom of the canoe. He pushed the canoe out into the river and watched it drift downstream, before slipping into the shallow water and wading upstream towards the plateau. Chapter 21. Mike and Gloria were both grumpy after a night at the awful hotel in San Lorenzo. They had traveled without mosquito nets, forgetting these insect-ridden local hotels either had ancient nets full of holes or no nets. The bedbugs and mosquitoes had bitten Gloria all over, covering her in red welts. "I didn't get a wink of sleep," said Mike. "A pair of courting cats chose the spot beneath my window to sing the entirety of La Traviata cat style. This hotel doesn't have breakfast. I must eat in the morning to keep my blood sugar up," said Gloria. "I'm likely to have a sense of humor failure early on if I don't get my breakfast." After traipsing around for 20 minutes, they found a local cantina that rustled up 2 omelets with peppers and onions and some stale bread rolls. "This coffee's like a cross between engine oil and molasses, but it's doing the trick," said Mike. "It's revolting," said Gloria. "Stay here. I'll get us a ride to Ricate. Don't move." "Yes, madam." Mike struggled his way through a second cup of coffee and paid the bill. He imagined himself a proper explorer and kind of macho, which he was enjoying a lot. When he mentioned this to Gloria, she laughed and smiled at him, the way a mother smiles at a small boy who has announced his ambition to be an astronaut. It didn't put him off. Here he sat, Mike Morton, a plump middle-aged man in the jungle on a rescue mission. Edward would love this. He lived a fantasy life through the tales Mike told him of where Mike spent his money. He would be sure to keep financing Mike now, and Edward's wife would be furious given their reduced funds. How could life get any better? Mike let out a contented sigh and sat back in his chair. The subdued mood in Arenas mirrored that of Alfredo, whose deep dejection oozed from his pores. He sipped his coffee in silence and refused all offers of food, his face gray with tiredness. Sam secreted several bananas in her satchel, in case he changed his mind on the journey back to Ricate. They readied themselves for the trip, checking the equipment had all been packed and wrapped in plastic. Alfredo patted his pockets, frowning, and then rummaged through his rucksack, tutting. He sighed and opened some bags, turning them out on the floor and stuffing their contents back in, higgledy-piggledy. He sat down on the floor with his head in his hands. "Oh no," he said. "I can't believe it. I've left my compass at the site." "Are you sure? Couldn't it be in one of your bags?" said Sam. "No, it's not there. I've gone through all my things." "When did you last use it?" said Sam. "The last time I remember seeing it was when you took measurements on the platform. You gave it back to me, didn't you?" "Yes, I did," said Sam. "Can you buy another?" said Don Moises. "No. This one was unique. Did you pay a lot? Said Sam. I doubt it cost $5, but it had priceless sentimental value. My old friend and fellow treasure hunter, Jorge Vasquez, gave it to me on his deathbed. I can't lose it. I can't. We are going past the site on our way home, said Sam. Can't we stop and look for it? You'll never find it, said Moises. But we have to try. I'll never forgive myself if I leave it there without searching, said Alfredo. Also, there is one measurement that got rubbed out of my notebook in the rain. I would like to take it again. Just in case. I'll help you look, said Sam. Okay, we can stop, said Moises, but not for long. I don't want to get caught in the rain on our way to Recate. Excellent. Thank you, said Alfredo. The dry night had reduced the current in the river, which, although still full of debris, flowed at a normal rate. They beached the canoe at the site of the serpent ciphers and set out for the plateau. They had already agreed that the entire team would mount a search for the compass, but only for an hour. The platform was not large, but if the compass had become buried by mud, Sam held little hope of finding it. They set off into the jungle through the sticky mud. Upon reaching the steps, Alfredo took the lead up to the plateau, followed by a panting Sam. She fell behind after dropping her hat and emerged to find them pacing the plateau with their heads bent. The search for the compass was a thankless task. They started from the outside and worked in, the earth churning to mud as they walked back and forth. This is pointless, said Moises. We need to leave. Then, out of the corner of her eye, Sam saw one of the crew bend down and pick something up. He did not shout out or draw attention to himself. He crossed the square to Moises and whispered in his ear. Moises put out his hand and the man passed something to him, which he slipped into his pocket. Sam straightened and looked Moises in the face, daring him to react. He did not blink. What was going on? Moises had made it obvious that he wanted them to leave as soon as possible. If they found the compass, they might stay longer. She recalled his anxiety when Wilson wanted to see the steps on their first visit to the area. Moises knew more than he had let on, but what was he hiding? The hour passed with no result. Alfredo bent double and ran his hands through his hair, muttering. Don Moises looked at his watch. Despite her natural reluctance to rock the boat and her respect for Moises, Sam couldn't let the incident go by without mentioning it. Moises, what did you put in your pocket? I don't understand, said Moises. But I saw that man find something and hand it to you, she said, pointing at him. Alfredo had come over to them and looked from one to the other in bemusement. What are you accusing me of? Said Moises. Sam got hot with embarrassment. Nothing. What did you see? Said Alfredo, suddenly alert. That man found something. He gave it to Moises, said Sam. She hadn't learned his name. She gesticulated at him, flushing. Alfredo stepped towards him. The man stepped backwards. To Sam's surprise, he sank into the ground and almost disappeared, getting buried up to the waist in wet soil. Panic appeared on his face. The other men ran forward to pull him out. Alfredo gasped and put his hands to his mouth. A discernible shallow depression in the plateau had appeared, which had not been obvious the previous afternoon. Alfredo knelt down beside the depression and excavated it with his hands, flinging the earth behind him like a dog looking for a bone. He made a sharp intake of breath as his fingers found stone edges. He worked his way around it, joined by Sam. They dug down about 50 centimeters before stopping, soil flying behind them onto the feet of Don Moises, who stood like a statue, his face white with shock. I knew it, said Alfredo. It's here. She didn't remind him that half an hour before he had been ready to go home. The stone opening was rectangular, about 4 meters long and 1 meter wide. They uncovered 2 descending steps without help, as the rest of the crew stood back from them, watching their progress. Don Moises had still not moved. He stood rooted to the spot, staring at the depression, appearing to be in a quandary. Finally he recovered and beckoned the men forward, telling them to go back to the village and retrieve their spades. He reached into his pocket and pulled out Alfredo's compass. Handing it back to him, he said, "Take your measurements. We will wait here until they come back." He did not apologize or make any further comment. He didn't excuse his behavior. Alfredo had stopped digging to have some sort of panic attack. He hyperventilated with excitement, sitting down with a bewildered expression on his face, hugging his knees to his chest and rocking back and forth like a lunatic. "Are you okay?" said Sam. "I never believed I could find the treasure. I'm wrestling with amazement. It's like a strange dream," said Alfredo. "It is a little surreal. I had to pinch myself to check if I was dreaming too," said Sam. She had felt the pinch, but she wondered why this proved that she was awake. If you pinched yourself in a dream, wouldn't it be the same? She sat down beside Alfredo and held an imaginary microphone to his lips. "So, treasure hunter, what is your reaction to being on the brink of a significant discovery after all these years?" "So far it's only a hole in the ground. Let's not get ahead of ourselves," said Alfredo, but he beamed. Carlos woke at midday, his head aching in the scorching sun. He looked around in confusion. Then he remembered. Wilson. The bastard had taken his canoe and stranded him, and like many local people, Carlos could not swim well. There was nothing he could do but wait until another local passed by in a canoe and picked him up. He rubbed his head. Doña Elodia was going to kill him. Wilson looked out from a clump of trees, rubbing his wrists where they had chafed, as he had struggled to release the cords that bound them. Wilson's longing for the treasure had triumphed over his exhaustion, and he had made it to the plateau. His legs were like jelly after his ordeal in arenas and being tied up for so long. He had not expected this extra obstacle. Moises had stabbed him in the back, but he blamed himself for trusting a half-breed. He watched the workers dig the earth out from the center of the platform, with increasing excitement. His best option was to remain hidden and wait for the team to discover something before holding them at gunpoint. That gringa bitch would get hers too. He wasn't finished with Sam Harris, not by a long shot. They would pay for this. As he watched, the team exposed steps that led down to a stone door with a large and elaborate serpent cipher on it. There was a solemnity to the work which surprised him. It was more like an exhumation than the excavation of a treasure. Don Moises could not be persuaded into conversation. Excitement had drugged Alfredo, who could not communicate either. It was not at all what Wilson had imagined. The horseplay amongst the workforce had ceased, and they cleared the steps with a certain reverence, like people cleaning a church. They worked slowly, as if preserving their strength for a great effort. Wilson's excitement drained away as the mood affected him too. He watched as Sam went to sit with Alfredo, apart from the group, eating the last of her precious chocolate supplies and taking photographs of the digging. By early afternoon, the steps and the door were clear of earth. "I think we should go back to Arenas until morning," said Don Moises. "It's too late to continue tonight." Alfredo looked like he was going to disagree. He walked over to the cleared steps and peered into the hole. "The clouds are gathering again," said Sam. Wilson watched them go. He waited until they were out of sight and he could no longer hear them. Then he crossed the plateau and descended the steps. The door stood between him and the treasure. His excitement mounted, but so did his frustration as he realized he could not open it. He searched for some sort of catch or lever, but could not find anything. He kicked the door in frustration. Alfredo obviously had the key to this mystery. Wilson would have to stick to his plan and wait for them to open the door for him. He fashioned a small clearing in the trees on the opposite side of the plateau from the Inca steps and lined it with leaves. His effort had exhausted him, and soon he slept. Sam and Alfredo returned to the village where they left most of their goods in the canoe and only took the bare essentials to the house. Nobody looked pleased to see them. Their hostile stares bored into her back as she walked through the village. The women prepared their evening meal as before, but there were no attempts to communicate, and they melted into their houses. "They thought they were rid of us," she said to Alfredo. I think they did. After a frugal supper, Alfredo and Sam sat on the steps deep in thought. "How are you now?" said Sam. "Earlier I felt elated, but I'm having a moment of horrible clarity. I'm not sure if I'm more worried about finding the treasure or not finding it." "What do you mean?" "What happens if we discover it? It's a national treasure. Mike is a great guy, but he has no interest in history. I'm sure that most, if not all, of the treasure will head out of the country." "I guess that's correct. I don't know Edward. But if he's like Mike, he'll sell it to the highest bidder," said Sam. "The problem for me as a historian and a patriot is that I have agreed to plunder the history of my country for money. I'm no better than a grave robber. It might go to the Sierramar National Museum." "Unlikely. They're broke and can't pay for any exhibits. I'm desperate to see the treasure after all these years of searching, but what if that leads to it being plundered by Edward and taken away from Sierramar?" Sam didn't have an answer. Alfredo stood up and walked into the night. "Where are you going?" she said. "I need to speak to Don Moises," said Alfredo over his shoulder. "Can I come?" "No. I'm sorry, but this is something I need to do alone." He headed into the darkness. Moises sat on his porch, making good headway with a bottle of unadulterated chicha. He looked unsurprised to see Alfredo. "I need to talk to you." "Is that okay?" said Alfredo. Moises nodded. "I've been expecting you." Back in San Lorenzo, Gloria had organized a lift on a pickup truck delivering a load of groceries to Recate. Chickens squawked and flapped in wooden crates on top of sacks of rice and sugar. Boxes of cooking oil glistened in the morning sunshine, where some had spilt out onto the cardboard. Gloria and Mike sat up front in the truck with Gloria in the middle and Mike squashed against the door. Gloria had to deal with the driver's inability to keep his hand on the gear stick. She soon noticed that it kept slipping off onto her knee at the slightest bump in the road. She had picked up some of Sam's indignation at the casual sexism of men in Sierramar, and when he got more daring and put his hand on her thigh, she pretended to burn the back of his hand by mistake with her cigarette. He got the hint and drove the rest of the way in a huff. She had become a liberated woman. What would Sam say? Mike, being Mike, did not notice this drama, leaning out of the window, until a large insect hit him in the mouth, shocking him out of his reverie. He withdrew inside the cabin and tried to wind up the window, but the handle revolved without catching. As they drew into the main square of Recate, Gloria spotted Segundo walking beside a plump black woman. They were laughing, and she had her arm slipped through his. Gloria and Mike got down from the car and caught up with the pair. "Segundo," she said, tapping his shoulder. "What's going on? Where's Sam? Who's this?" He spun around, looked guilty for a second, but soon recovered. "Miss Gloria, what are you doing here? This is Doña Elodia." Gloria nodded at Elodia, but turned her attention back to Segundo. "We came to see if we could help, but it looks like you have everything under control." Her sarcasm left its mark. Segundo looked at the ground, uncertain. "The villagers would not let me leave," he said. "Carlos has gone to Arenas to alert Don Moises that Wilson Ortega must not go to the plateau. Don Moises is the chief of the Indian tribe who lives at Arenas, so Wilson cannot escape. Carlos will bring him back here." "Don Moises will not let us down," said Doña Elodia. "Who is Don Moises?" said Mike. Before Elodia could answer, a horrible pain coursed up his arm and gripped his chest. He reached out to Gloria, but fell before he could grab her arm. Gloria screamed as Mike landed in a heap at her feet. Segundo knelt on the ground beside Mike and checked his pulse. "Is he dead?" asked Gloria, white with shock. "I don't think so." "Take him to my house," said Doña Elodia. "I'm the village healer." Segundo bent down and levered Mike over his shoulder. He placed him in the front seat of the truck. The driver drove to Doña Elodia's house, with Segundo balanced on the tailgate of the truck, shouting instructions. Gloria followed behind the truck with Doña Elodia. Muddy water showered them as the truck dropped into a large pothole. The driver had helped Segundo carry Mike into the house and emerged from the front door, munching on an empanada. "Driver, can you take us to San Lorenzo tonight?" asked Segundo. "Sure. Let me unload all the groceries first, and I'll come back after lunch to collect anyone who wants to go." Gloria entered the house where Mike lay on the bed with his eyes open, while Doña Elodia put some sort of poultice on his chest. She looked around when Gloria came in and said, "Angina attack." Then she continued fussing around Mike and mixing odd-looking ingredients in bowls. Gloria suspected she was a witch, but she said nothing in case she was right. Mike had regained color. "What happened?" he said. "You had an angina attack." "Have you ever had one before?" said Gloria. Yes, I told you I've got a heart problem." "I thought you were exaggerating. Why didn't you tell us how bad it is?" "You wouldn't have let me come." "You're right, I wouldn't. Anyway, we must take you to the hospital for a checkup." "What about Alfredo and Sam?" "Don Moises will make sure Wilson can't hurt them. They'll be okay, and who knows, maybe they'll find the treasure and bring it home," said Gloria. "But I'm fine now." "How do you know that? Do you think I'm going to let the source of my salary go into the jungle to have another heart attack? Forget it. We're going home." Mike smiled. "You can't fool me. You love me really. Okay, I'll go. I lost consciousness for a moment, and that can't be right. Sam and Alfredo are safe and might be about to make an astonishing discovery. Shouldn't we leave Segundo here? He refuses to leave my side until he knows I am safe back in Calderon, so I'm taking you back to the hospital with him. We can wait for news there. We should phone my father from San Lorenzo to let him know we're safe. I'll get him to send a car to Recate to wait until Alfredo and Sam come out of the jungle," said Gloria. "Get some rest. The driver will be back at about 3 o'clock, and you must be ready to travel. Smoke and leave me in peace." Gloria left, grabbing one of Doña Elodia's empanadas on her way. The driver returned for Gloria, Mike and Segundo in the late afternoon. Mike and Gloria sat in the front. The driver did not touch Gloria's knee on the return trip. Segundo had a talk with him about respect for the daughter of Señor Hernán Sánchez, which almost made him faint in fright. Mike had recovered from his turn but remained subdued. They stayed in the filthy hotel in San Lorenzo again. Gloria bought a mosquito net on their way through the market and took it into her room like contraband. They ate in a nearby cantina, but no one was in the mood for food. Gloria went to the local shop where they had the only telephone line in the village and called her father to tell him they were safe. "Papi? It's me, Gloria. Can you hear me?" "Yes, Chickpea, I can hear you. Are you okay?" "It's been an adventure. Mike had an angina attack, but he's fine now. I'm taking him to the hospital in Calderon." "Did you find Wilson Ortega?" "No, but the locals are looking for him, and he won't get far." "Excellent news. Where are Sam and Alfredo?" "They're still in the jungle. Could you please send your driver to Recate to wait for them? I expect they'll be exhausted when they come out. We have no news of their progress, but they're safe now that the locals know about Wilson." "That would be my pleasure, sweetheart. Can you ask Segundo to speak to me, please?" "He's right here." "Oh, and can you send the driver to collect us tomorrow morning so that we can catch the afternoon flight to Calderon? He can then return to Recate to wait for Sam and Alfredo." "I'll call him after I speak to Segundo. Take care and I'll see you soon." Gloria put the receiver down on the shelf and went to get Segundo. He walked over and lifted the telephone to his ear. "Good evening, boss," he said. "Good evening, Segundo. Get my daughter out of there before she gets into trouble." "No problem, boss. You're a good man in a crisis. You know where to pick up your money." "I do, boss. Thank you." Segundo replaced the telephone with a smile, and they went back to their rustling rooms. Chapter 22. Sam and Alfredo traveled to site early. The nightly rain had washed the entrance clean, and the steps descending to the stone entrance looked new. A massive stone door sealed the entrance. How on earth were they going to get in through solid rock? Sam took out her camera, but Don Moises asked her to put it away again. "You may not take any photographs," he said. "But I have to," said Sam, and she turned to Alfredo for support. He shook his head. "You'll understand shortly," he said. It had to be something to do with his chat with Moises the night before, but he wouldn't tell her about it. "You'll see," is all he would say. His mood had elevated, and he seemed like a different man. Alfredo and Sam descended the steps to the stone door. Alfredo walked like a man entranced, his feet hardly touched the ground. Sam had never seen anyone float from bliss before. When they reached the door, they checked it from corner to corner. "I can't find any catch or hinge," said Sam. "How are we going to open this? It must weigh over a ton." Alfredo muttered to himself and reached into his rucksack for his notebook. After leafing through the pages for a few minutes, he found the one he was looking for. "I can do it," he announced, dazed. "We can't open it without first getting permission from the gods," said Don Moises, who had grown in stature. "We must perform the blessing ceremony first." Alfredo whispered to Sam, "There's a short ritual that will take place now. This is important to them. You must take part, or they will not let you into the chamber." Sam nodded back, but it confused her. How did Alfredo know this? She couldn't believe that they would open the door and see the treasure. Was it really still there? She couldn't comprehend it. She was most definitely awake, as she had pinched herself black and blue, and she couldn't remember ever getting a bruise in a dream. "You knew this was going to happen, didn't you?" "What do we have to do?" she asked Alfredo. "I knew. Moises told me last night." "Shush now. Do what I do." Don Moises beckoned one worker forward. He was carrying a large Hessian sack, which he gave to Moises with reverential gestures. Moises pulled out an embroidered robe, with a serpent cipher on the back and front. He pushed his head through a hole in the middle. Struck dumb with amazement, a shiver ran down Sam's spine. Alfredo showed no surprise at this development. He had been expecting it. Moises took a golden beaker out of the sack and raised it to the sky. Another worker offered 2 bottles of opaque liquid, which he gave to the now priestly-looking Don Moises. Moises opened one bottle and poured it into the beaker. He drank from it and passed it around the workers. Alfredo tried to take it, but they handed it back to Moises. He poured it on the steps, muttering an incantation in a strange language. Moises opened the other bottle and offered the liquid in a beaker to Sam and Alfredo. It tasted bitter and grainy, but Sam did not complain. It was as if she had gone back 500 years, to the time of Atahualpa. She didn't understand how calm everyone was, as if they had known this was going to happen. Alfredo held the beaker up and drank with something approaching ecstasy. "You may open the door," said Don Moises. 2 of the strongest workers descended the stairs with Alfredo, who, using the instructions in his book, showed them where to place their hands on the door. They pushed the door hard on its left side. To Sam's astonishment, after a couple of meaty shoves, it rotated, swinging open to leave a narrow entrance. It was pitch black inside. Alfredo reached into his rucksack and pulled out a torch. He beckoned Sam down the stairs. "Are you ready to be astounded?" he asked. She nodded and crept her way into the chamber, using the walls as a guide. Alfredo switched on the torch and pointed it inside. The reflections from 1,000 precious objects flashed back at them. There were life-size human figures made of beaten gold and silver, birds and animals, gold and silver flowers. There were goblets, ewers, salvers, and pots full of the most incredible jewelry, and golden vases full of green stones that looked like emeralds. Exquisite. Sam's mouth dropped open with astonishment and she gasped. This had to be the find of the century. I know how Howard Carter felt when he discovered Tutankhamun's tomb. They moved into the chamber followed by Don Moises, who handed Sam another torch. With her heart in her throat, she walked forward into the chamber, being careful not to tread on any of the artifacts. She squatted down on her haunches to inspect one object on the floor, a cornstalk with a golden ear and silver leaves and tassels. The delicacy of the workmanship and the ingenious designs attested to the rare talent of the artisans. It was an Aladdin's cave of wonder. She searched for words to describe her elation. Bloody hell, she managed. All around them, in random piles, were wonders from the Inca age. Alfredo moved from piece to piece, purring like a cat. He put on a stunning ceremonial necklace with a ferocious face as its centerpiece. He stroked the embroidered gowns, running the material through his fingertips and marveling at the designs of swirling suns with faces and strange creatures. Like a small boy in Santa's grotto, he couldn't see enough, pouncing on one new object after another. Time passed with no expectation of seeing all that the crypt contained. The treasure appeared infinite. Sweat of the sun, tears of the moon. Gold and silver had no monetary value for the Incas. They valued it for its properties that allowed them to make such beautiful things, said Alfredo. There was so much to see. Alfredo clutched at objects with a religious fervor. Dizziness overcame Sam as she watched him. Am I in shock? I feel drunk. After an hour, they entered a second chamber at the back of the first. A row of mummies stood on a stone slab along the back wall of the chamber, covered in fine materials and wearing funerary masks. Alfredo rushed forward to examine them. He turned in question. The keepers of the treasure? He asked Don Moises, who stood at the entrance to the second chamber. Moises nodded, and Sam wondered how he knew. Yes, they're all here. I'll be next. It had surprised neither Alfredo nor Don Moises to find the treasure or the mummies. Sam opened her mouth to ask why, but a loud retort reverberated inside the chamber. What was that? She said. It sounded like a gunshot, said Alfredo. Don Moises went pale and headed for the entrance. He started up the stairs but soon returned, backing away from Wilson, who held a gun pointed at him, and the rest of the crew, who also descended into the crypt. So you thought you'd get rid of me so easily? You must think I'm an idiot. He sneered. But how? Said Alfredo. You stupid drunk. Who do you think told me? Alfredo blanched. Okay, everyone into the other room. Not you, he said, pointing the gun at Sam. I haven't finished with you yet. He grabbed her arm and pulled her towards him, thrusting a Hessian sack into her hands. Fill it, he hissed. Choose the most valuable pieces. Sam did not know which pieces were the most valuable, but one look from him stopped her from speaking. She picked up the golden chalice and various other pieces of tableware lying on the floor in front of her. Wilson kept his gun trained on the others, who were standing in the doorway of the mummy's room. The sound of footsteps came from the stairs. One worker had returned from collecting a packet of cigarettes in the canoe, and seeing no one outside, had descended the stairs. Wilson whipped around at the sound. Taking her chance, Sam grabbed a golden wheat sheaf baton and hit him hard over the head with it. He staggered around, kicking the artifacts and waving the pistol. He placed his foot on a second baton and it rolled across the floor, throwing him backwards into the treasure, still holding the gun. It went off, a bullet firing into the ceiling and ricocheting onto the floor. You'll pay for that, you bitch, he said, trying to stand up. You'll wish you'd never been born. Suddenly, blood trickled from his mouth, and a bewildered expression crossed his face. He pitched forward onto the floor, scattering the artifacts, and didn't move again. A jewel-encrusted Inca dagger protruded from his back. Sam touched his shoulder, but he did not react. "Holy crap," said Alfredo, running to pull her backwards. "He's dead." "I killed him," said Sam, shocked. "No, you didn't. He killed himself," said Moises. Sam's stomach flipped and nausea overcame her. She sat down on a golden throne in the corner of the chamber, and the room swam before her eyes. She couldn't control her limbs. What on earth was happening to her? Was this just a bad dream? Then she remembered. "The drink," she said, falling to the floor. "Not yet," she heard Alfredo say. "Please, not yet." Sam slumped on the ground where Alfredo soon joined her, still pleading for more time. Her world went black. They carried Sam and Alfredo out of the vault and up onto the surface. Their slumber was so deep that they appeared lifeless. "Take the foreigners back to the village," said Don Moises. "My granddaughter will take care of them when they wake. We have a great deal of work to do here." The men carried Sam and Alfredo down to the riverbank and loaded them into canoes for the short ride to Arenas. They passed other inhabitants of the village on their way, who arrived at the plateau as they left. Filing into the chamber, they emptied it of its riches, piece by piece, enveloping them in Hessian sacking. They wrapped the mummies in many layers of plastic, and then strapped them to stretchers. Some villagers cut a narrow path north into the jungle, the sort of path lost to regrowth in weeks. They followed ancient signs cut into the trees and rocks, which only they could distinguish. Moises directed the work with a quiet gravitas. As the day turned into night, the work continued, until the chamber echoed in its emptiness. They resealed the vault by shutting the entrance and covering it once more with earth. The vines that trailed over the surface of the platform would soon obscure it from human eyes until it might be needed again. They put a sharp piece of bamboo into the hole made by the knife and loaded Wilson's body into a small canoe, which they pushed into the stream. "The local police will think it's an accident. They won't come into the jungle to investigate," said Don Moises. They loaded the golden cargo onto mules and sleds and backs, and the villagers moved away into the jungle, which closed over them. "Where are we going, sir?" asked one child. "Far away," answered Don Moises. "A lifetime away." Chapter 23. Sam opened her eyes, but she shut them on the assumption that she was hallucinating. She opened them again to see into the anxious eyes of Tati, who hovered over her. "Alfredo?" Sam asked. "Here, chica," she heard him say. "Where are we?" "The Reina's, I guess." Tati nodded and smiled. "But what are we doing here, Alfredo? What happened to the treasure? Did I dream the whole thing?" "No, you didn't, but I think you should know the whole truth as told to me by Don Moises. Let's have something to eat. Tati has cooked us a tasty meal." "What is Tati doing here? I don't understand. What's she got to do with anything?" "Tati has got everything to do with this. She's the granddaughter of Don Moises." Sam sat up and then lay down, assailed by waves of dizziness. She tried again, this time slower, and swung her legs over the edge of the bed, raising her head with caution. Alfredo had also sat up and smiled at her, a beatific sort of smile, like a cat who had not only got the cream, but had gone for a swim in it. "Wasn't it marvelous?" he said. "I never thought I'd live to see the day." "But what happened to the treasure? Did Wilson try to kill us? What's Tati doing here? You must explain." "Let's have a cup of coffee, and I'll tell you the complete story." Sam got up and tottered outside to pee behind the house. She had a nasty taste in her mouth and felt as if she had the worst hangover in the world. She wavered over her bent legs and almost fell into the rubbish on the ground at the back of the building. After she had finished, she mounted the stairs into the house with her eyes screwed up against the bright sunlight, which poked through the fluffy clouds, assaulting her eyeballs. Once they were seated at the crude wooden table, drinking cheap Nescafé, bitter and sticky with age, Tati gestured for Alfredo to speak. Alfredo nodded. Do you remember what I told you about Valverde, the Spanish soldier who married an Inca princess who led him to the treasure? Yes, I do. The Incas realized that the only way to keep the treasure's location a secret from the Spanish was to move it regularly. However, moving such a significant amount of treasure became impractical, so they selected only the best and most precious objects for removal from the hoard. They chose a family of servants most loyal to the Inca to be the keepers of the treasure. He gave them the task of guarding it for posterity and of moving it any time it was in danger. You've met the descendants of this extended family. The inhabitants of Arenas? I thought it was odd that there was an Indian village in the jungle. I know they prefer to live in the Andes. Yes, you're right, but they moved the treasure here 100 years ago, when one of the treasure hunters got too close to the last hiding place before this one. The present leader of the family who guards the treasure is Don Moises. He'll join the other mummies in the vault where the treasure is hidden. When he realized he would have to move the treasure, he offered me the chance to see it if I promised never to look for it again. Having heard about my work, he knew that for me, the history was more important than the money. It's our heritage. Moises made me understand we should let no one take it out of Sierramar. Not even Mike. So you let Moises drug us on condition we got to see it? But how did he know what we were after when we came back? No one told anyone what we were doing. Sam's voice trailed off, and she looked across the table at Tati. It was you, wasn't it, Tati? I saw you at the station at San Martin. Tati got the gist of what Sam had said and nodded, laughing. I knew I had seen her. I knew it, said Sam. But who told Tati? Oh, Marta, I guess. Yes, she's not the most discreet person on the planet and couldn't keep the secret of our trip, said Alfredo. Sam turned to Tati. Did you get someone to steal my wallet? Tati laughed again. Now I understand, said Alfredo. I should have known that the police wouldn't give you your money back. Tati wanted to get to Recate ahead of us, so she arranged a delay. But how did Wilson know about the treasure, said Sam. I'm afraid Wilson found out about the treasure from me. He already suspected something was going on. Marta is not good at keeping a secret. I drank too much, and I put us all in danger. I'm so sorry. Don't apologize. I'm not convinced he didn't know already. Wilson wanted me to kill you and split the treasure with him, but he must have decided to kill me too. When Don Moises heard from Tati that we were coming back to Arenas, he decided to move the treasure. Then Wilson asked him for help in disposing of us. Moises talked to me when he found out about Wilson, because he didn't want a man like that getting his hands on our Sierramar heritage. A man called Segundo turned up in Recate looking for Wilson. Segundo claimed Wilson paid for the car crash that almost killed us in Calderon. Segundo told Doña Elodia that Wilson planned to kill us, and she sent Carlos to warn Don Moises and to capture Wilson. I think Segundo works for Gloria's father, who is no angel himself. Sam had an inkling. Her head swam. How did Wilson escape? I don't know. But I killed him, she said. No, you didn't. He fell on a knife. It was suicide. You must forget it. I don't know how, but I don't think we have a choice. They pushed his body downstream in a canoe. They will find him and bury him. We owe you, Sam. You saved the treasure. It was my fault we found it in the first place, but I'm glad, she said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Where is the treasure now? The villagers have taken it, and are transporting it to one of the hiding places designated by the original Incas. They'll build a new village and guard it there. It's their sacred duty. They bury alive anyone who betrays them. Wilson is lucky. Although I suspect that whoever is looking for him may have a similar punishment in mind. I think I'd better lie down for a minute, said Sam. You do that. You'll be queasy today until the effect of the sleeping draft wears off. We'll leave tomorrow. Carlos is coming to pick us up in a canoe with Ryer. Sam lay back down on her bed, dog-tired and ready for sleep, but something sharp stuck in her back. She had lain on her rucksack, so she rolled sideways and pulled it out from under her. Throwing it to one side, she pulled the rough wool blanket over her body. Wilson was dead, but somehow she couldn't bring herself to care. Alfredo, who had been watching her, lay down too. Unlike her, he was still wide-eyed with wonder. He replayed the video he had recorded in his head of the treasure they had seen. He sighed a great big contented sigh. Toddy smiled and cleared away the coffee cups. She would have to get a new job after what had happened, but she had fulfilled her destiny as a descendant of the keepers of the treasure, and she was proud of her role in the drama. What a pity she couldn't tell Marta about it this time. Marta would have loved this story. The driver arrived at San Lorenzo and picked up Gloria and Mike, who were waiting at the cantina to be rescued from their adventure. Mike felt an ache in his chest. He had been lucky to survive his fright. Maybe it was time to go home to his long-suffering wife and stay there. He didn't have the money for the lifestyle he craved, but he had enough to make her happy. She wanted a quiet life. He wouldn't decide while there was still the chance that Sam and Alfredo would find the treasure. Would he be able to get it out of the country? How much would his share be? Maybe they could buy a house in the countryside and have some racehorses? Alone with her thoughts on the way to the airport, Gloria realized she was in love with Alfredo. He might be flawed, but he was loyal and honest. Something about him had appealed to her, and she found it habit-forming. He had a special charisma and sense of humor. Her mother would have called him a keeper. She would make a go of it. She crossed her fingers and prayed that he and Sam got home in one piece. Sam woke up early the next day and went down to the river to wash. She remembered what Alfredo had said about the crayfish, and to her horror, she discovered it was true. No amount of rationalization about molecules being recycled made her feel any better about it. She needed to go home. Living in the jungle for a while was exciting, but she wanted a hot shower and some tasty food that didn't have tuna or rice in it. Toddy cooked them a late breakfast, and Carlos arrived to finish the leftovers, hoovering them up in double-quick time. The rains had relented, and the river was less swollen and easier to navigate. They set off for Recate through the muddy waters and made good time. When they arrived, Doña Elodia waited at the riverbank with a basket full of empanadas. She sat on a log with the driver sent by Sanchez, who was helping himself to the delicious crunchy envelopes until she slapped his hand, as he had eaten more than his share. Sam and Alfredo said goodbye to Toddy, who was staying on at Recate for a few days, and set off for a final night in San Lorenzo. The pickup bucked and bounced along the road, making Sam feel sick after her ration of empanadas. They stayed in the hotel with the rustling beds. The occupants feasted on her blood again, waking her, but she couldn't offer any resistance and fell back into a heavy sleep. Sam and Alfredo arrived at the airport in Calderon to be enveloped in kisses and hugs from an ecstatic Gloria. Sam wanted to tell her to get a room when her welcome of Alfredo went over the top. Gloria did not take them home. Instead, they went straight to the hospital where Mike lay in a private room hooked up to a drip. Mike remained under observation while the doctors decided what had caused the attack of angina, although Sam had heard from Gloria that it was an attack of heroics, making her giggle in complicity. Mike sat up in bed when they arrived, his face animated. "Did you find it? Are we rich?" he said. "We found it, but we aren't rich. Alfredo will tell you all about it." The result would satisfy Mike, but not Edward. They had no proof of their amazing story, not even photographs. Mike would lose Edward as an investor if he didn't believe it. Sam hugged Mike, trying not to get tangled up with the tubes. She and Gloria left Alfredo to fill Mike in on their adventure, and went back to the Avenida Miranda, where Marta waited to be updated on the gossip. They would not tell her about Tati, who had disappeared into the jungle with the treasure keepers and would not be back to Calderon. Later that evening, Sam emptied her rucksack, separating the notebook, camera, penknife, and other bric-a-brac from the sweet papers and other unidentifiable rubbish at the bottom of her bag. She searched all the pockets and shook them out. There was something stuck in one pocket. The object felt small and heavy, and made of metal with several sharp spiky bits sticking out, which had caught in the rucksack's material. She fiddled around, loosening the fabric around it, and a small gold brooch in the shape of a serpent came out. The fine detail and exquisite craftsmanship showed it was from the Inca treasure. How had it got into her rucksack? Who had put it there and why? Someone had done this with a purpose, perhaps as a gift, perhaps as a reminder to keep the secret. Sam ran her fingers over the brooch. Its beauty brought a lump to her throat. Astonished and sad, she knew she couldn't keep it. Someone needed it more than she did. The next morning, they allowed Mike to leave the hospital, and he came back to the flat a chastened man. "Oh God, what am I going to tell Edward? He'll never believe the truth. It's too far-fetched. I need him on my side if I ever want to have funding for another project. If only I had some sort of evidence." "I think I can help you with that," said Sam, "if you keep me in mind as a possible employee." "Don't fuck with me, Sam. I'm a broken man." "What makes you think that I'm messing you about? Shut your eyes and open your hand." Mike stretched out his hand. Sam made him wait for a few seconds and then dropped the brooch into his palm. Mike gasped in amazement as he opened his eyes. "What the fuck? It's the serpent cipher, right? Where did you get it?" "I don't know. I discovered it in my rucksack. Maybe Don Moises put it there?" "It's from the treasure? I can't believe it. This will be worth the world to Edward." "You want to keep it then?" "Is that a proper question? What do you want for it?" "Well, if you're going home, I wondered if I could stay on in the flat until the lease runs out." "I suppose you need some money too?" "Some extra money would be nice. And my bank account has received no money from you yet." Mike's face was a picture. "Jesus, I forgot. I'll ring them now." "You've learned something since you came to work for me, Sam," he said. "You drive a hard bargain." "I learned from the best," she said. Sam looked out at the view of Calderon in a pensive mood. What had she gained from her adventure? They would never take the treasure from its caretakers. Alfredo had convinced her it belonged to the keepers. And she was one of the few people who had seen it. The sight of the treasure would always stay with her and give her joy. Wilson's body, along with his rucksack, gun, and identification card, washed up in San Lorenzo, causing a momentary ripple in the news media. The police looked up from their game of poker long enough to declare his death unexplained and accidental. His wife made a brief show of grief and married her lover after a short period of mourning. Sam did not know what she would do next, but she could wait. Perhaps she would stay in Sierramar longer and do some real geology. The country was full of mineral deposits, especially gold ones. As Mike didn't want to continue, there were plenty of other companies sniffing around for exploration opportunities, and a cheap English-speaking geologist who could also communicate in reasonable Spanish might be what they were looking for. She had also learned to appreciate another culture and what it took to work in one. Her survival in the jungle convinced her about her ability to cope with adversity and to rise above it with the help of others. Gloria had shown that it was possible to contain courage behind a facade of organized chaos. Sam still hid behind the wall around her heart, but Alfredo and Gloria were proof that love conquered all. And then there was Simon. Not an easy subject. Not one she wanted to dwell on yet. The intercom buzzed, echoing in the half-empty flat. She went to pick it up. "Hey gringa, just because Mike has gone home doesn't mean you have to be a hermit. Vamos." "Where are we going?" "Who cares?" The end. This has been Fool's Gold, written by P.J. Skinner, narrated by Google AI. Please leave me a review if you enjoyed this novel. The next book in the series is Hitler's Finger. Copyright 2017 P.J. Skinner. Production, copyright 2022 by P.J. Skinner.